Hello, what is up, people? Hello, anybody out there in the YouTube universe for a Friday night? Doing Friday night because I have nothing else better to do and I'm very bored. So, figure I'd come on here for a little bit, maybe like an hour, maybe 2 hours. I don't know. Let's see how long it works, see how long we last. Figure I'd come out here and hang out and see if anybody was in the chats, maybe. I know there's a couple of big chats actually going on tonight, so wasn't sure if I'd get it. But hey, what's up, AZ Mick? AZ Mick, always reliable, always here. Yeah, I know there's a couple of other big channels doing stuff tonight, but figure why not? I'll go ahead and hang out and see if anybody stops by. Because I was just hanging out, listening to some records, and having a couple of beers, clean the house type thing, Whole family's gone for the evening, They all decided to go out to a movie. Left me home alone. So I was like, I'm home alone. It's quite, well, no, I'm not home alone completely. My son's home, but it's almost basically the same thing like being home alone because he's in the room. But decided I'd go ahead and I'm like, let's go see what everybody's doing on the internet. See what people are doing. Hey, Paulina, what is happening? What's up, Fox Guy? What you drinking tonight, Fox Guy? You know me. I'm a creature of habit, Fox Guy. Creature of habit. I do actually need to try some more flavors of like Voodoo Ranger. I mean, there's a couple of other IPAs. Stone IPA. I've tried Stone IPA. I do like Stone IPA. Of course, Lagunitas. I've always liked Lagunitas IPA. That's a good IPA too. I've tried quite a few, but I think Voodoo Ranger is just it's readily available. It's strong. I can end up having a couple, and for a big fat boy like me, I can actually catch a little bit of a buzz, while I'm up here. I could have rather cheaply have like maybe 2 or 3 beers and be like, ooh, okay, I feel a bit of something there, because they're like 9.5 ABV, so that's always a good thing. And a little bit of alcohol. But also, I'm kind of upset. I got to fix my chair. My chair broke on me. Well, it's not fully broken, but the cylinder, I think my fat ass finally did something to it because it kind of wobbles a little bit. So I had to order from Amazon, get another one on the way. So I can go ahead and fix my chair and be completely comfortable next time I come up here and stream. I think I'm going to be a little bit more consistent with my streams. Probably, once or twice a week at least, maybe. Oof. Had a carnitas burrito for dinner. Sitting right here. I gotta stop doing that, man. I gotta realize my age. Can't be doing that no more. Can't be doing that no more, man. Ate half of it, have another half in there waiting for me. So I'll get around to that sometime this evening. But anyways, Fox, I said, yeah, I'm due for a new chair too. Steeples, closeouts, or floor models are a good deal. Yeah, they are, but for me, I'm a fat boy. So I usually end up having to order mine online because I got to get them a little bit wider because my butt's just a little bit more sumptuous. So I got to go ahead and order them online. But it's a little bit more sumptuous, I suffer from the groovy booty. So hey, what is up, Tim? So yeah, like I said, I was listening to some records. I'll probably show you guys what I was listening to, I was listening to some records earlier today. I was going ahead and I was shooting the shit, of course, like I always do with Paulina and Lisa. We have a little chat that we go ahead and we shoot the shit with each other all day, share different stupid stuff like that. So, yeah, what I was spending today. Finally got around to cleaning this and listening to it, Actually, no. I've listened to this once before, but it was dirty. I finally cleaned it and listened to it. This is an original Rainbow Bridge, I guess on Reprise. Or is it Reprise? Don't get me wrong. Some people end up saying, reprise, tomato, who knows? This one actually was pretty noisy, but the thing is, I think the noise adds to the character because, it seems like the parts where it's very silent and it's very quiet, there's a little bit of a crackle, like the music gods give me a little bit of a pause, they're kind of like, yeah, just chill out a little bit, but great album. Really impressed. I was very happy with that one. Then I listened to this one. This one just recently had an anniversary, I think. This year is an anniversary. I'm not sure how many years it is, but this is an original. I think it's an English pressing of Caribou. Is that the name of the album? Caribou? Am I pronouncing that right? Is that what the name of it is? You know, interesting album. Probably, I don't think it's one of his best. Not one of his greatest, probably, but, you know, Elton John fans out there would probably disagree with me. I mean, this ain't no, you know, Yellow Brick Road or anything like that, you know, but to me, it was definitely a good album. It was a good listen. I had fun, you know, listened to it with a couple beers. It was great. Great. This one, I cleaned this one. This one was kind of crackly when I first got it. I cleaned it and listened to it. And this time, I don't know, it just had soot on it or what, but it was like completely crystal clean. You know, quiet passages, everything else. I was very, very impressed with it. Original Atco label. You know, great album. I was rocking out to this one, doing my vacuuming. I was actually cleaning my floors because I have laminate floors here. I don't have real hardwood floors. So I finally bought the special cleaner because, you know, when I walk around here, I get what we end up calling like black feet because I walk on the dirt. You know, but I went ahead and was doing the laminate cleaning and I was listening to this while I was doing it, having a ball. This album fucking rocks. Definitely rocks. So, played that. Then I listened to the third Taj Mahal record that I actually own. This one, I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I listened to the other two Taj Mahal records that I had gotten as part of a collection, but I had not listened to this one. So, same thing with this one. I cleaned it, put it away, hadn't listened to it, you know, and finally put it out and listened to it. And it was just like the other Taj Mahal stuff. Just fucking awesome and great. You know, fucking totally awesome spin. Had a good time with it. Totally fucking good time. Let's see here what they're saying here. Let me go ahead and like pay attention, you guys. Let me see. AZ Mix saying Tim. Fox Guy said hi, Tim and Paulina. Fox Guy said yes. I'm assuming that was about the Jimi Hendrix. And he said, love that album. It's a fucking awesome album. Awesome album. Yo, Tim and Fox Guy. Hey, Z-Mick. And Fox Guy. Peligap. Oh, that you're probably talking about the Elton John. Yeah, I think that's what the label is. I can take a look right now, but hey, baby, New Rising Sun. Great track on that one, Hendrix. Yes. Definitely. Go, yup, Mick. Fox Guy. Hey, what is up, Jaybird? How you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. Well, I haven't been really streaming, so that might be the reason. Dolly Dagger Earth Blues, look over yonder. You know, I got another record not too long ago. I bought it I think I bought it at Walmart. It was like Jimi Hendrix, the BBC sessions. It was like a BBC sessions. It was like a real simplistic one. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of, you know, the greatest. It was like a repress, and I don't even think it was like the full track listing. But I was really happy with that one. Now I think I'm going to look for the original. You know, Dusty Killer's Night, another great one. Wow, thank you, Fox Guy. I'm trying to like expand my horizons, expand my tastes, stuff like that. Taj. Is Jesse Ed Davis on that one, Dusty? Are you talking about the Taj Mahal? I can take a look. I'll take a look in a moment and see if it actually is. Let me see. There's no pre-programmed sets on it. Calling me out already, Tim. Tim's like already calling me out. There's no crying in baseball. No, Peligap is an instrument. Oh, on Rainbow Bridge. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Gotta double make sure and double pay attention. So, yeah, BBC was on Ryko disc. Okay. Yeah, this one was like I don't know if it was a recreation of the original label or if it was a custom, you know, boutique label. I don't know what they made, but it was like on an orange type pressing. You know, so I don't know. Maybe they made a new label for it, whatever it may be. Jimi Hendrix BBC Sessions Bonney Park. We're never gonna like let that one die down. Yes, Taj. So I was listening to that, and then I was listening to this one. This one was kind of an interesting listen. You know, Fairport Convention. I'll be perfectly honest. This is probably not really. This wasn't really my thing. I mean, it had its moments. You know, it had its moments where it did like, you know, kind of like perk my ears up and grab my attention. You know, like I said, I was listening to them in the background and I was kind of like doing my thing. Wasn't giving them my full attention, but this one for me didn't seem too attention grabbing. You know, but then again, I mean, I'm not much of a, you know, folk, you know, connoisseur. I know that Lisa is like really into these bands. I mean, Lisa really knows, you know, about this stuff. So surprisingly, a lot of people do not give Lisa credit that when Lisa, you can pull out like old albums. She's like, oh yeah, that's the one. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like she knows, and it's like surprising what she ends up having. Fox Guy said, I love it. Jessica and Hippie on us tonight. I was just, like I said, I was going through a lot more records from that collection that I got, because it's been a long time coming. I don't really usually have a whole lot of time. That's the reason why I don't stream a whole lot. It's because I do work a lot. A lot of people don't realize I work a lot and I got a lot of shit going on. So, so it's like when I get, to have a session, like I did today, I'll try and like squeeze all those records in. And that's the reason why I haven't been buying a whole lot of records too. It's because I've been trying to get through what I already have before I add anything more to the collection. So, let me see. Gay for Airport Convention. Love some Sandy Denny. Tim Allen said Hendrix BBC Sessions was originally a 1 CD set and then it got expanded to a 2-disc set later on. Okay. So it originally was. Well, then, maybe that single, LP one is all there really is. If it's unexpanded. It's a true team. So, next thing. Okay, I went new. I listened to the Arctic Monkeys. This is the live album from the Royal Albert Hall. Arctic Monkeys, I really, really like them. A lot of people are split when it comes to the Arctic Monkeys. I just think that they're really talented. I think they have this real groove to them and stuff like that. This was kind of like a spattering of like most of their stuff. It's just kind of like, this is like a greatest hits, but of course live and stuff like that. So, but Arctic Monkeys, it's a hard sell for most people. Most people be like, eh. Although, I mean, not too long ago, probably a few months ago, I was doing a vinyl spin on Twitch. And I was playing some Arctic Monkeys and people were liking it. I did like a whole Arctic Monkeys set where I played probably about 2 or 3 albums in a row. Or was that on YouTube when I got busted? Oh, it was 2 records, but only 3 sides. Oh, wait. Okay. You're talking about, okay. BBC Sessions. No, I did like a thing where I played like maybe like 2 or 3 albums by the Arctic Monkeys. So, but yeah, Arctic Monkeys, I'm a big, huge fan. Sorry. Really am. Then the last one I listened to today, a little bit of hip hop. Childish Gambino, Camp. Childish Gambino actually is like one of my favorite rappers. I am not a huge hip hop aficionado, I don't listen to a whole lot of hip hop. I mean, for novelty and for like kicks and shits and giggles, I'll listen to a lot of old hip hop just for the hell of it. Hip hop, hooray, ho, hey, ho. I listen to stuff like that just to like, mess around or whatever. But as far as serious listening, though, it's usually Childish Gambino and Kendrick Lamar. Those are the 2 main ones that I'm like really into. I used to be into Jay-Z before, he became the jackass. So, probably I'm not too much for like West Coast rap either. It's like, I'm not really a big collector of like, the whole Dr. Dre, Eazy-E, Snoop Dogg thing and stuff like that. I don't think I really buy a whole lot of that. I have a few of them on CD, some Tupac, but when it comes to that, I'm kind of like some of the other people in the VC. I'm just like, I got the greatest hits. That's good enough. Even though I know that is something that Tim hates. Tim's like, I fucking hate when people are in the greatest hits, but Tim Allen said, I only have 1 Arctic Monkeys LP and was not impressed. I should probably do a revisit. Yeah, I mean, if you have the means to go ahead and stream it, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really hard to explain their music, It's really hard to explain their music to someone who's like never listened to them before, probably. I mean, it was easier to like explain like 21 Pilots. Because 21 Pilots, they'd be like, oh, well, stressed out, poppy, da-da-da, whatever. They try to get a little bit more serious if you deep dive their stuff, You get a little bit more stuff that's like where they're trying to take themselves more seriously. But yeah, Arctic Monkeys is kind of hard to sell, Mick, the radio one I had was like a mint green see-through. Pretty sweet. Yeah, maybe later on I will go ahead and pull out the one that I have and show you guys there. So, I was reading today. Actually, they said that, did I read it on Billboard or was Rolling Stone? Maybe both. Don Henley is suing, trying to get back the original lyric sheets for Hotel California. I'm like, why? It's like, why? It's like, just go ahead and like put them in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum and leave them there. You know, it's like, what are you going to do with them? You know, you're going to resell them, you know? Besides, the Eagles only have like what? How many original members do the Eagles even have nowadays? You know, it's like Don Henley and who? You know, who else? You know, aren't most of them already dead? You know? And he's like trying to charge exorbitant prices. You know, he's trying to like charge like thousands of dollars for an Eagles ticket. You know? Makes no sense to me. Let me see. AZ Mix said, yes, the CD case is green see-through. There you go. Let me see. He said also, oh, I mean the vinyl. I do have the Japan CD too. The lovely Miss Kimba says, greetings. Greetings to all. Most colored vinyl on Ryko was that mint colored clear vinyl that seemed to be their thing. How well, I mean, but how good did colored vinyl sound back then? You know, because I know that I have a Dave Mason record that is a splattered vinyl, which I thought for 70s, that was really unusual. I didn't really think they did stuff like that back then. I mean, now it's like every single freaking album comes out with like 10 variants of different splatters. You know, this one was really swirly and psychedelic. I'm pretty sure you guys know which Dave Mason album it is. I think they all came out that way. I don't think he even came out with a standard black, you know, vinyl of it. But yeah, but it seems to me, it seems like very noisy. Or maybe it's just my imagination. Maybe I just have this thing in my head where it's like it's implanted there where I'm like, oh, this is 70s colored vinyl. It's not going to sound very good. You know, so I trick my brain into it. Did McCartney get caught singing to a track also? I do know that McCartney got caught at the Taylor Swift concert. I was seeing different reports and different people were writing stuff on Twitter about it. And a lot of people were saying that people were like really split on that, saying that they think it was a publicity stunt, but they're saying on whose end. There, of course, you have the Swifties over there. They're really, really attacking, and they're saying that Taylor Swift doesn't need Paul McCartney. She doesn't need Paul McCartney stock tickets. Look, she's sold tickets. Well, she's a billionaire now. I was like, yeah, I understand that. And then they were saying, well, look at Paul McCartney, 80-something years old, and he's out there trying to sell himself. He's trying to be a clout chaser with Taylor Swift, and they're saying it's Sir Paul McCartney. He doesn't have to do that. They're saying, you know what? He was a fucking Beatle. Come on, he was a fucking Beatle. You know, they're like, he doesn't have to do that. And then people were saying, yeah, well, look at his ticket sales. His ticket sales are slumping. So they're trying to say his ticket sales are slumping, and that's the reason why he's out there, you know, doing these things at Taylor Swift concerts and everything else. Like, he's trying to show that he's hip. I'm like, but he doesn't have to show he's hip. He doesn't have to sell himself to the next generation. He's word of mouth. You know, it's like, what kid doesn't know about the Beatles? You know, every kid grows up knowing about the Beatles. You know, it's like, it's just, fuck. You know, who doesn't know about the fucking Beatles? Even people that aren't into music know who the fuck the Beatles are. Or am I being ignorant? Bernie Lead On. Okay. I have Jimmy BBC CD. There you go. Of course, Kim does. Yeah, Mick, my Hendrix collection is massive as well. Sure it is. Sure it is. Hi, Fox. Hug, kiss, hug and kiss, hug and kiss, I'm assuming. Kimber. Tim Allen. True OG Eagles is just Don Henley. Everyone else came later. Okay. That is the exact one I'm talking about. It looks like fucking puke. It does. It looks like the... I remember when I used to work at like KFC, like you'd go out there and there'd be all the grease and stuff at the bottom of the fucking trash can. And it'd be all swirled together and nasty. That's what it reminds me of. Same exact color. Same exact color. Kimba. Kimba. And let's see. The musicians on the album is an all-star cast. Okay. And I would assume you're meaning the Alone Together album. Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely. Hi, Tim, Mick. Bernie Lead On Ex Burrito Brother. I have Alone Together on FSL Gold CD. OG Eagles is Henley, Fry. Okay, Lead On and Meisner. Yeah. I mean, I'm when it comes to Eagles, it's like I'm not a huge deep dive fan, you know, where I like deep dive into like deep cuts or anything with them. It's like I'm kind of like the hits, you know. Yeah, they're one of those bands with me where it's like, okay, well, I got the greatest hits. I'm good. Tim's fucking turning around. He's like, okay, don't say it. It's like, I got the greatest hits. That's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. I got enough, As long as I got the greatest hits, I mean, maybe there's a few songs scattered through some of the albums, like, on Desperado or whatever, that maybe aren't considered hits, that I'm into. But I know that I actually have quite a few Eagles vinyl. I know I do have quite a few Eagles albums on vinyl, and I think that but the thing about Eagles vinyls, they're one of those bands where I don't remember really buying them. I don't remember actually going like, hey, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get this Eagles album and that Eagles album, and I'm going to do this. It's just, I just kind of accumulated them, and I feel like there's certain bands that happens with, one of them being the Eagles. Journey is another one. It's like, I end up with copies of Escape, like they're going out of business. It's like going out of style. It's like, I've got I end up with copies of Escape. Every time you go out to see a collection, there's always an Escape in there. Always, it seems like. But yeah, I have quite a few Journey albums also. It ends up happening. Tim Allen, when it comes to Eagles, I use their CDs to check my turntables anti-skates. Same here, Fox Guy, with the addition of Felder. Felder is the man. What is up, Mr. Bizarro? What you doing? Mr. Bizarro actually is going to have a full album spotlight tomorrow night, I believe it is, on Mr. Bizarro's channel. Mr. Bizarro, if you want to throw a link up there, go ahead. But I think everybody actually in here ends up going to your channel already, I think. Let me see. Oh, and Felder, I respect also. Invisible, Ray says you need to change the city lights background. It looks like Christmas. I know, I do actually. It is time for a change. Time for a little bit of a change up there. Definitely. Lol GMTA. Erin. Meek. Ray. Where's GL? Groovy Lisa. She is probably taking a nap for all I know. But you will know definitely when she comes in. She will make her presence known. Now, hi guys. Yep, she ends up doing the hi guys. Oh, speaking of Lisa, we actually have to find legal representation because Lisa is being ripped off by a little company called Hot Topic. And here's what the problem is. Lisa, as we remember, not too long ago, in the not too distant past, had this incident happen. Okay, so she's ahead of her time. She is ahead of her time. Because we actually, Paulina discovered this picture. She was going on the Hot Topic webpage, and she discovered this. What the fuck? Okay, Lisa needs to have her cut of this. Come on now, Lisa's the originator. She was the originator. She did this almost a year ago, maybe a year and a half. And now Hot Topic's going to go ahead and start selling them? No. Lisa's an originator. She's an originator. Let's see. Lisa is bust either tuning or returning her piano. That was pretty funny, the whole tuning thing. So, let me see. Laughing face. Hot Top. In the UK, actually, do they have Hot Topic? In the UK? Is it called Hot Topic? I remember that I used to go to some other stores when I was a teenager where I'd get my creepers and monkey boots. You'd get real monkey boots from Russia, and it was called I think it was called Velvet Underground, and it was an English store. It was supposed to be an English store. Like they came from England, like they had multiple stores in England and stuff. But yeah, I used to go to Flash Feet, it was called Velvet Underground. And then I think they changed it to Flash Feet of London, but I used to go get monkey boots, and they were always like, we have the original Russian monkey boots, whatever that may be. Our Czechoslovakian monkey boots. And I'd get my Docs there, and I get creepers and stuff like that. Vanity Hood. Lisa is an influencer. Yes, she is. I'm telling you, she's an influencer. Look it. She was on that first. Hot Topic is watching our streams. Now, you know what? Tell you the truth, if we end up seeing this, where is it? if this pops up, if people start wearing bags on their fucking heads, then we know that Lisa's getting ripped off. You know, if Lisa starts getting, you know, bags thrown, if people are throwing bags on their heads and they're selling special edition like Hot Topic bags for people on their heads, then we know Lisa's definitely got a suit. I still think she's got a lawsuit when it comes to this because, I mean, I'm sorry, but that is just too fucking obvious. It's too obvious. Too obvious. Kimberly 84. Oh, influencer. Lisa has the on that. There you go. Paulina, yo Erin, Easy Meek. Lisa is a modern day Yoko. Bagism. There you go. And you know, it was so funny, you know, and I probably told the story before. I'm sure I have because it's like one of my favorite stories. So I'm going to say it again. But I just remember that I had came home from doing whatever else it was. And, you know, these crazy people, you guys were, I think Lisa, Tim, and Lisa were on a live stream, doing a live stream. And I looked, and this was her thumbnail. It was like, that was her thumbnail. It's like, I did not doctor it. That is what they put in her thumbnail. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm like, what is she doing? I was like, I got to see what's going on. It pulls you in. It totally pulls you in. See, oh my God. Has Hot Topic started selling electric bananas yet? No, but they should. I think she's got a market. She's definitely got a market for it. Now, Electric Banana, was that the name of a group? I think it was the name of a band, wasn't it? You know, I was trying to think it was. Miss P. You know, Kimba, every time you show the cherries, I don't know why, but I think of like nuts. Like balls, you know. Like you and Mr. Bizarro are showing each other your balls. So, look at my nuts. Look at my nuts. Look at my nuts. So, it was a Donovan lyric. Okie dokie. Oh, it was a Donovan lyric. Okay, there we go. Electric Banana. I mean, we've teased her so much about the Electric Banana and it being, you know, I don't think Lisa has nerve to have anything like that for real. But I had just told her, I said, I think it would be like a freaking pretty awesome thing that if you had a t-shirt, it was Electric Banana t-shirt, or to have a electric, you know, banana period, or just a plastic banana with an electric cord on it or something, you know, for a prop. I just think it would be freaking hilarious, you know. Uh-oh. Kimba said her trademark word, naughty. Everybody take a shot. Every time she says naughty, take a shot. Let me see. Electric Banana was a fictional UK nightclub featured in Spinal Tap as well. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Yeah, I was going to talk to you, Jen B-Sides. I was seeing on Instagram, actually, that her and her husband, I think, make T-shirts, you know. I don't think they make them in, like, huge numbers. They make them in, like, limited numbers, stuff like that. But I was going to see if we could have a couple made and talk to her, see what a cost would actually be, you know. I was going to go to Fiverr and see if I could get a logo done up. But the thing is, I didn't want to make it Dusty Spins centric because, you know, I don't do this alone. You know, there is Paulina, Tim, and Lisa too. So I wanted to figure out a way to incorporate them into it, you know, into the t-shirt and stuff like that. But I wanted to get some like t-shirts made and, you know, at least for us. And if anybody else wanted one, you know, we get into figuring something out. Because, I mean, I think it's about time we have our own t-shirt. You know, it's been a couple of years now, you know, at least for us, you know. What is up, William? How you doing? He says hi to Kimba. Kimba says, hi, William. Yeah, so yeah, I was thinking that I wanted to go ahead and do the t-shirt thing, you know, maybe a couple of t-shirts, maybe a hat. Yeah. But I think I want to go to Fiverr and actually have a logo made. You know, maybe a splash screen or something like that. Mr. Bizarro, yeah, like Mr. Bizarro said, Jenny and Dome make great products. She made the Hydra shirts, didn't she, Aaron? Those shirts came out really well. Who did you actually have make your logo? You know, when you end up having like, it's like a pause screen and it's like, you know, you have that fist that says Mr. Bizarro and it's animated. You know, because I was going to go on Fiverr and have something like that done. You know, just added a little touch, you know, to the live streams or whatever. And Yeah, she did make the Hydra shirts. I was going to go ahead and, actually have somebody make a logo too, maybe a more professional logo, maybe something that could be, trademarked. Yes. Paulina had told us about that. Rest in peace, Martin Mull. How old was Martin Mull? I do it. Oh, excuse me. I'm like retasting, dinner. Sorry, my bad. No, that's gross, but rest in peace, Martin Mull. I'm trying to think how old he was. But he had to have been in his 70s, no? Because he looked like he was already in his 30s during, when I first saw him in, what was it, that show that he had? It was where him and Fred Willard came from. Good evening, something or whatever, or something like that. I'm like phasing out, I'm like tired, so I'm like phasing out. I have a brown and gray Hydra shirt. I sketched the Hydra idea and Jenny did the rest. Sweet. Yeah, because I was thinking something like, what I wanted to do was not Dusty Spins Late Night, but we usually like to call ourselves Late Night Crew. I was thinking of doing like something with a Late Night Crew logo, and then maybe our names around it. Maybe even different fonts for the different names, and stuff like that. Since each of us like are totally like different personalities and stuff. Like, Lisa with tie-dyed, 60s type letters and stuff like that. Something like that. 80. He was 80 years old. Okay, well, I'm like, I'm 52. I'm like acting like that. Oh, Jesus. 80 years old. He graduated from RISD here in Rhode Island. Okay. You rock, Mick. Aaron. Same school Talking Heads formed at. Really? That's crazy. I hope Martin is with Fred again. I'm sure he is. Fernwood Tonight. That was the name of the show. Fernwood Tonight. It was like so cheesy. It was supposed to be like a public access show or something like that? But it's like I think you really just had to. I don't think everybody really truly got through humor. I like to say that like humor like them, and like even the Christopher Guest type humor. Stuff like Waiting for Guffman and Best in Show and what's the name of the other one? A Mighty Wind, stuff like that. I think you have to have like some kind of intelligence to find the humor and like be able to laugh at those movies. See the comedy in it. Because I thought, some of those Christopher Guest movies are hilarious. It's like funny because like I'll watch Waiting for Guffman and I will sit there and I will just fucking die. Well, Spinal Tap, of course, hello, classic. But I'll sit there and watch Waiting for Guffman and I'll fucking be dying laughing. And like my daughter and everyone else is like, "What's so fucking funny?" I'm like, "It's just fucking hilarious. It's so fucking ironic. It's like so cringe and so everything. It's like you don't get it. It's like you're not getting this, So for a Friday night, what else is actually going on? Actually, I forgot. I think Grown Man Record Night's going on tonight, isn't he? Yeah, I think he's mostly Twitch centric. I know that he ends up doing I think he's doing YouTube for a backup. He has YouTube as a backup, but I think he's mostly Twitch. I think I haven't really thought of like doing like live streams full on Twitch yet, so I might possibly in the future. Going down that road. Yeah, it's like Norm Macdonald on SNL. The audience didn't get half his jokes. I can see now. Same thing with Norm Macdonald. I did get a lot of his jokes. He always cracked me up. His fucking OJ jokes. They were saying his OJ jokes are what got him fired from SNL. Because he was relentless. He kept on and kept on and kept on. And then I also remember reading somewhere, they said there was a couple of instances where like Lorne Michaels was like, okay, we're going to lay off the OJ jokes now. And he would still throw them in. Like he would still have like one zinger to throw in, like, per show. They'd be like, oh, Jesus Christ. But I think that's what eventually ended up getting him fired or something of that sort. Some of the outtakes and guest movies are better than what's in the films. Well, because a lot of it is, a lot of the Christopher Guest films, I forgot what they actually end up calling like that crew. I think they had a name for like the crew or for that ensemble. It's mostly ad-libbed. A lot of it is ad-libbed. From what I understand, they in some instances they'll just turn the camera on and they'll like let it go and let them go, But A Mighty Wind I thought was fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Especially that since like Spinal Tap played what was the name of the freaking imaginary band? I'm pretty sure freaking Tim will tell me. In A Mighty Wind, but it was like Spinal Tap basically. They played like these old folk guys. They were supposed to be like the Kingsmen or something like that, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were supposed to be like, but okay, there you go. Tim Allen said no scripts and guest films, just an outline. Okay. Dennis Miller was too intelligent for the audience as well. Now Dennis Miller, I did like him, but it's the same thing. It's like with him, it's like his humor is just a little bit more too dry. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was his delivery, I know, or something, I think, but maybe it was just his delivery, but I didn't laugh at him as much as Norm Macdonald. So the Folksman, there you go. I like the whole part in A Mighty Wind when they're talking about the records and they're saying, wow, we got bumped down to one of the lower labels, and they didn't really have a whole lot of money for distribution and for promotion. And, and sometimes they would press the records with no spin holes, the hole in the middle, so you'd get a record with no hole in the middle, He said, but if you were able to punch a hole in the middle, you'd have a good time. You'd put on your turntable and have a good time. But yeah, but other than that, they didn't have no holes in the middle. And it kind of reminds me because like I used to buy these records at Gemco. Yeah, way back in the day, Gemco. I know that the records are worth a little bit of money nowadays. Maybe Fox Guy knows about them. Hey, what is up, Vinyl and Kicks? Maybe Fox Guy knows about them, but there was some records that were from Germany. I think they were on a label called Astra. One was called Jimi Hendrix Welcome Home. I think the other one was called Second Time Around. But they were these really, really, really like cheap like recordings of like Jimi Hendrix like playing a nightclub or something of that sort. Really freaking horrible recordings. And I remember buying these records at Gemco, taking them home, and one of them I took home and it did not have a spin hole. It did not have a hole in the middle. And I took it back and they gave me another one and it had, it had a spin hole in it. Yeah, no Jimmy involvement. I'm assuming probably not. But it was like, there's parts on this album where, on those records, I remember that you would play them. And, you could hear they were totally unprofessional, And he would be sitting there and, like, you could hear he was just fucking, like, bombed out of his gourd. He's bombed out of his gourd. And he's, like, sitting there and he's like, he's playing this one song. He's about to play a song. And he's like talking to this chick who's in the audience because it must be in a club or something. And he's talking to the chick. He's all right, baby. He's all this one. He's all this one's for you, baby. You got me. You got that. This one's for you, baby. It's for you. And he starts playing a song, just high off his ass. Yeah, the bass sounded like it was recorded yesterday. Yeah, it was bad. It sounded like shit. And even then, I didn't have the best equipment back then. I had shitty equipment. I was playing like. I had a fucking sound design fucking turntable with a fucking 8-track and shit like that. And, I had a shitty piece of equipment, but, they sounded bad on that. But then again, when I turned around and played them on a better turntable, because I had a friend a friend of the family had a better turntable who was like, I'm kind of interested in hearing those, and put it on his expensive turntable. It still sounded like shit. So, yeah. Curtis Knight put that shit out. No Jimmy involvement. Most of those albums are fakes. Yeah, they're all bootlegs. I know if you go to Discogs for, nostalgia purposes, I was going and looking for them, because I was going to see if I could find them. I think they have them on YouTube where you can listen to them in their entirety. Some people I think have them up, but I was going in and I was looking for them and Discogs was not allowing the sale of them. So if Discogs blocks it, more than likely it's bootleg. So that's probably the reason why. It wasn't allowed. Patsy and Adina. You talking about Absolutely Fabulous? App. Patsy and Adina, they just fucking couldn't stand each other, Patsy and Adina. The bass sounded like it was recorded yesterday. Ola Aze Mick. Kimba, I'm so an Edna. I love Jennifer Saunders. You're so an Adina. And all of her crazy diets. You know what? I don't see you as an Adina. I see you more as like the daughter. The way the daughter was just like always like sick of putting up with her shit. And she was always like fucking trying to get like, Patsy to get her shit together and her mom to get her shit together, and nobody was getting their shit together. So she'd get highly irritated and agitated and mad at everybody. I see Paulina more as that character. They did some Curtis Knight, Jimmy material for RSD, did they? The estate actually approved of it. Cool. I have the French and Saunders DVDs too. Alison Moyet from Yaz. I actually put up a video about Yaz on my secondary channel, Disney Spins 2. Alison Moyet, I know, was a huge fan of French and Saunders. She was really, really into it. And I think they actually did a music video for Alison Moyet. She did a music video with French and Saunders. I'm trying to think, was one of them married to one of the young ones? Wasn't Jennifer Saunders married to the one who played Adrian? I'm trying to remember. I think so. When Jimmy died, Curtis and I put out some tracks Jimmy was on, but sang himself and had studio musicians complete them. Interesting. A sound design system was my first upgrade. This one was actually given to me by a neighborhood kid. I had this friend who was a really good friend of mine. His family, I grew up, unfortunately, very, very poor. I was pobre, as we say in Spanish. But him and his family, his dad made really, really good money. So he was he was kind of spoiled. But he was a really, 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 really good friend of mine. And they went out and they bought him one of those new 80s systems, one of those York systems that had all the neon swishes on and all that shit. So, and the original system he had an 8-track and had a little cassette deck and a turntable and whatever on it. It was still a good system, and he gave it to me. I mean, the thing sounded great. And I remember the first record I ever played on it was, like I said, the neighbor downstairs. She had a really good turntable and system and setup and stuff. And, we were kind of friends with their family. And she had a lot of records, And she turned around and she was like, "You got to take this record and listen to it, Rick. If you're going to start listening to records, listen to this record." She gave me the California Jam 2. Cal Jam 2. And that was like Aerosmith, Heart, Loggins and Messina, Ted Nugent, all these different people. And I remember listening to it and I played it over and over and over again, which I probably fucking ruined that record on that turntable because I'm pretty sure that's probably like a ceramic card or whatever. But yeah, but I remember I thought it sounded fucking great. I used to love it. And I had that turntable for years. I want to hear some stuff Jimmy did while he was with the Isley Brothers, but don't know where to find it. Are you talking about when he played guitar for the Isley Brothers? He was their guitar player, wasn't he? The estate had no say. Jimmy would record in studios with us when he was signed to a label. Got him in tons of trouble financially. Probably in the end. I'm like Safety, but when I want to be brutal, I'm so an Adina. Yep. Not sure about their personal lives. That's why the Band of Gypsies was on Capitol. Surface. That was a lawsuit album he owed, even though he was on Reprise. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone needs me to correct me and tell me what the correct pronunciation is. He effed up big time. My first system was 8-track only with black plastic speakers. Yeah, this one didn't have plastic speakers, but I mean, it had the little wood grain wannabe speakers, compressed wood, with the sticker labeling that made it look like it was wood, type shit. The Isley stuff. Kicks. It is on West Coast, Seattle Boy, and Lifeline box sets. Cool. Foxeye, thanks. We'll definitely check that out. Okay, let's see. Ooh. Okay, and then two fingers going. Boosh. So yeah, like I said, the California Jam was one of the first records I ever played, and like I said, I played it over and over again, and then I gave that one back to her, and then she lent me Jethro Tull. First time I heard Aqualung, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. She was really into that type of music. So she was had Black Sabbath. She was lending me all these records, But I don't think that's what really shaped, my musical taste. I think it was, like I said, I've told the story before about how My mother had a friend who left behind when she moved a big, box of cassettes, and stuff. And that was all Depeche Mode, new OMD, Joy Division, all that stuff. That's what shaped, I think, my music taste now, was that box. Band of Gypsys, my favorite stuff that Jimmy did. Let me see. Kicks Machine Gun when he hits that long sustained feedback note is my favorite musical moment of all time. Chills! Chills, I tell you. Feedback note. Fox Guy, right on. I feel the same. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I always end up telling myself that I'm going to make it out to Jimi Hendrix's grave, and I've gotten close a couple of times. One time I was out there and I was going to visit it, but we had no time. It was like, I was young and I had been partying, so I didn't get up in time. But of course, that was before he had the big, monument that he has now. I mean, now he has a huge, thing for him. They have a huge thing for him and stuff. Before he just had pretty much like a headstone type thing. But yeah, but I still haven't made it out there. I'll make it out there one day. I mean, I've made it. Oh, speaking of graves, I was watching. I think it was Lamont at Large. He's the one who does all the graveyard stuff and stuff like that. And he had said that we actually, where we always thought the Frank Zappa was, in the Westwood Cemetery, isn't where he actually was. They actually put a headstone there, and it actually turned out to be some other woman who was actually a philanthropist. She had, she was very, very charitable. She had a lot of money. She did a lot of good. But supposedly that was her grave, and she didn't have a headstone. And they were like going, well, why doesn't she have a headstone? And they said, well, family gets busy and things happen. They're like, that's no excuse all these years for her not to have a headstone. So they were talking about that, and they were talking about Roy Orbison, who's there also with an unmarked grave. And they were saying the family gave this same excuse, that, well, things happen. And it's like, Roy Orbison should have a fucking statue or some shit, He should have something. I mean, Mel Torme has a big old freaking slab, and stuff like that there. And so, but yeah, Frank Zappa, they said that actually his grave is closer to the road, the little road there. When everybody thought it was like under the tree. I think people just wanted to like romanticize it. Oh, Frank Zappa's under the tree. He's right there. Frank Zappa, unmarked grave. No, unmarked grave by the road. But I was just kind of like, I remember them. He kind of like said something. The reason why Frank Zappa had chosen to be in an unmarked grave. And, yeah, I forgot what exactly was he said. You probably could go reference the video. It's Lamont at Large, but I just remember what he said made a lot of sense. It's just kind of like, that seems very Zappa-ish, because I think Frank Zappa for the most part was a pretty common sense person, but Hendrix is buried 200 feet from the CVS entrance. The big monument in Monterey Park. Roy Orbison, absolute legend. Yeah, it's like, I was kind of like, why is he in an unmarked grave? It's like he never requested to be in an unmarked grave. It's like, why? But they tried to give the same excuse that lady had, Well, life happens and the family got, it's like, fuck, I'm pretty sure a lot of the money for the family came from Orbison's estate. Put a freaking marker, so. I mean, when it gets to the point where maybe it was Scott Michaels who did the video, Dearly Departed. When it gets to the point where him and his, what they call the death hags, start talking about that they want to go ahead and they want to, pay to put a marker, you got some problems. Like, come on, get your shit together, Orbison Stefan's son is great stuff. Yeah, I mean, most of that Sun stuff I will probably never, ever, ever own. I mean, I have a lot of like reissues and compilations and stuff, but yeah, owning a lot of the original stuff is just, it's out of my price range. I don't think I'll ever own it. So, I know that one guy who is called I Buy Old Records, he's back. He's been doing a couple of videos, and I guess he kind of perfected his record manufacturing. You know, he's been making 78s of old 45s, Sun 45s and stuff like that. So, but now he's making them like on a clear plastic vinyl or something of that sort. So, but he's recreating. I don't know how he gets away with it, because he's recreating a lot of Sun records, and he's recreating the labels and everything. And I don't know if it's because he's out of the country that he's just not getting dinged. But yeah, he's getting away with it, though. I think he's like in, I want to say Argentina. Yeah, I think he's in Argentina. So he's been getting away with it. But let's see here. And I guess we are all caught up. So what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to send out the links, so you guys can come up and chill. And there's the link. And it's coming. Bam! There it is. Boom, boom, boom. So, if people want to come up and hang out. But, yeah. So, that's where I'm at, I guess, with my collection. I was discussing it with Groovy Lisa earlier. We were talking about collections. Because I was talking about my Klax shelves. And this big move that we've been talking about for freaking like the past year and a half that hopefully is going to happen at the end of this year. You know, I was talking about like the other night. I was sitting in, you know, my room upstairs, and I was kind of like, you know, I'm thinking, I've got to move all these fucking records. How am I going to do this? And she had mentioned something that I had thought about before when she said, she's all, well, have you ever thought about custom shelves? And I was like thinking, yeah, I was thinking about that. Because right now what I use basically is I end up having Klaxes. I have like 4 8 cubes upstairs. 4 8 cubes, one piled on the other, and then I end up having brackets that were put on the sides to connect them, and then they're braced to the wall, you know? And that's what I've been using. And I mean, it keeps my collection off the floor, you know, and it keeps it nice and organized, because I think that with my collection, what I had told myself was the moment that I cannot comfortably go and pick up a record and like play it. Oh no, here we go again. Here we go again. Welcome, Paulina. Welcome. No, I was saying, you know, I was saying that I had talked to Lisa earlier, and we were talking about like, you know, record storage and stuff like that. And I was like sitting in the room and I was looking at the records thinking, fuck, I'm gonna have to move all this shit, you know, and stuff. And I was telling her, I said, you know, I have a total of like 6 Klaxes. I have 4 upstairs, and then there's the 2 down here. And this one's full. That one actually was not full, but now the whole top is getting full, which means I'm gonna probably fill the bottom pretty soon too. And I was like going, she was like, have you ever thought of custom shelves? And I was going, yeah. Because I remember hearing Randy had suggested to the Ghost, Rachel's Ghost, when she did her custom, the type of wood that she used, because it doesn't buckle, you know, and you're able to put a lot of weight on it as far as records go. And I was like going, yeah, I was thinking about maybe that I could probably do something custom like that, you know, on one wall, you know, and that was going to get rid of these Klaxes. Hey, what's happening, Tim? There you go. There you go. I give my regards to Broad Street. Yeah, but yeah, I was telling her that probably what I want to do is I wanted to do something like that, maybe where I could get them all on one wall, you know, because like I said, there's 4 of those, and then these 2. And I was thinking, okay, then I said maybe Paulina, I'll call her, and she could come and get 4 of them, you know, because I'm pretty sure you could use them, you know, and then she could come get 2 of them, you know. So I was like, and she's like, well, they're not white. She's like, those are black ones. I'm like, adjust. They're free. Yeah. You know, I'm like, adjust. They're free. She's like, I like the white ones. I'm going to paint them then.
Cannot be choosers.
Yeah. And I said, but that's probably not going to be till the end of the year, because now I'm like talking to the guy, and he's like saying the work's probably going to be done, you know, because she didn't understand how it was going. And I was like saying, well, the thing is that he's been doing it in increments because he hasn't been able to afford everything. Because before he started on the unit that I'm supposed to be moving into, the other unit had to be done because of the same problem, but he didn't realize that the damage had gone over into the second bungalow, which is the one that I'm going into. So it's like, you know, so he just got done paying for the one. Now he's having to pay for this one. So it's been doing, and he's like freaking out too, because he's like going, I haven't been, you know, getting rent for this place, you know, and stuff like that. And I was just kind of like, okay. But Lisa, she's just kind of like, about that, you can tell her the whole spill, yeah, well, this is the foundation of it. Tell her the whole spill. She's like, but the shelves aren't white. Okay, let's go back to point A. Okay, Lisa, point A.
There's a thing that you could do, Lisa, is just buy some paint and paint white. Problem solved.
I'm like, shit, wait till I move all my shit in. I'll go over there and I'll spray paint them white. Let me get happy. Be all there. The spray painted white. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Wonder where she's at. She probably fell asleep. She probably fell asleep. She's going to wake up and go, why did you wake me up? So, yeah. But, I mean, that's where I've been with my collections. I'm kind of like I said, I looked at the whole collection. I was like going, like Vinyl Kick City, when you have too many records and it's a pain in the ass to listen to a record. It's kind of a depressing kind of in that situation. That's what I didn't want to get to. I was kind of like going, I don't want to get to the point where I can't comfortably enjoy my collection. You know what I mean? Or
way past that.
Because I'm like really a sociable creature, and I think now that like COVID is done and stuff, and when I move to the new place, I'm gonna want to have people over. And it's like I want people to come over and be able to like go through my collection and be like, oh, I want to hear a record and be able to pull it out and be able to take it and take it to the turntable, put it on. And I think if you have like too many records and you can't do that comfortably, it's like, what's the point? You can't share your music and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I can find something eventually.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing too. It's like when you can't find shit. When you're like, I'll
find it.
Yeah. That's the point I'm getting to with my CDs. I'm like slowly but surely like building up. I was kind of like depressed with myself the other day because I have like a little stack of CDs there of like things that I've bought doubled accidentally because I didn't realize that I had already bought them. And it's starting to grow.
That is important why you need to listen to a CD after you buy it. Because you forget or watch a movie. I've probably bought 50 to 100 movies twice.
Yeah, because I was just kind of like, but I turn around and I rationalize one of myself. I'm like, it's only $2. I'll send it to, Paulina or Lisa or something. They'll use it. It's not going to go to waste. But then I'm like, am I fucking get dementia? I'm turning into Joe Biden.
You don't remember every little part of your life, but if it's not a big deal, and especially if you walk in a thrift store and you pick up 30 CDs, you're probably not going to remember every one that you picked up.
But hey,
a month later you see it and you're like, "Ooh, I need that." And, you have no idea that you bought it in your hall last.
But hey, it could be a whole lot worse. You could be some young 40-year-old girl that was going to buy the Smiths, but then she decided to buy One Direction.
She's never going to live that down. And she already had it. And when we turn around, she already had, and then she turns around, she's like, well, you turn around, you hit her up about that. Well, you already had it. She's like, oh, well, this was a different variant. But she didn't know that.
It was the Queen's dead.
We're like, okay, Lisa, you get a pass. All right, whatever. Let me see. Kimba said, I get like that overwhelmed by stuff I own. Yeah, this was, And it's just, like I said, yesterday I was looking at it and I was kind of like, oh my God. I was like, shit. That's a lot of records.
It's like this. There's no dementia whatsoever. I purposely bought many, many copies of these cassette tapes.
Well, that's the other thing with me and vinyl. When records were still 29 cents at my thrift store, I would buy things I knew I already had because they were really nice copies. And, why would I let them sit there? Now that they're $1, I'm a little more picky.
With baseball cards, it didn't bother me to have doubles though, Fox guys. Like I could end up having a whole page of certain baseball cards that didn't bother me. Records, I think it's a little bit different. CDs, a little bit different. I saw a video actually that Mayo did where he was talking about CDs he didn't even know he owned. And I was like, and I felt that shit. I was like, I sympathize with that, and he was like,
he doesn't play anything. That's his problem. He doesn't play anything.
Mm-hmm.
You don't play anything. How do you know you own it? You know, you buy
Yeah,
it,
that's
you
true.
take it home, you put it on a shelf. How do you know you have it a week later?
Mm-hmm. Because he was saying there was like a couple of times where he was like doing shows with Doc Dawkins, and like Doc Dawkins, or maybe watching Doc Dawkins videos, I don't know. And Doc Dawkins would be showing certain things he got, like Bargoons or whatever, and maybe would be like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, you know what? I want to pick that one up." You know, he'd think, you know, stick in the back of his brain, he wants to pick that one up. And then he said that when he was going through his CDs, he was like, there was a couple that he was already intending on picking up because he saw Doc Dawkins show him, and he already had them. He's like, I was like, shit, I already got these in my collection. I was like, I'm like, I feel your pain though.
Once in a while, play your CDs more than in your car. And play your records. Period. That's my advice, Joe.
You know, to tell you the truth, I was just going to say, of course, he doesn't remember. He never listened to them. Now, the thing with me is I don't use CDs in the car at all. When I'm in the car, it's straight streaming. It's like I'm either Amazon Music, Spotify. It's like, you know, so I don't take CDs to the car at all. All my CDs stay in the house. USB.
Usually podcasts, but lately I've made two I'm calling them radio shows. Like I took mostly various artist albums and stuff recorded from the 40s through the early 60s and filled up 32 gig discs. That's enough. I don't have time to fill up 160 whatever gig. That's too much. And then I did another one of just like 60s, 70s. One album, only greatest hits albums. I've been knocking greatest hits albums, but I wanted it to sound like a radio station.
Maurice, I'm sorry.
The only greatest hits albums of 60s, as much as I could fit on like 32 gigs. I haven't listened to that one yet, but the one with lots of blues and rockabilly and vocals and whatever. It's interesting. It makes an interesting mix, and you think it wouldn't all go together. You know, you hear the soul song followed by, you know, a British ballad from before the Beatles. You know, I don't know if you ever heard those. Followed by, you know, a little British Invasion is on there too, but not much.
Yeah, it's been really like tough on me trying to like, especially because like the other day I had sent Paulina and Lisa a video saying, you know, the guy from Left of the Dial, he has this thing where when he gets new records in, he always has to tease me by sending me videos of it, you know. Like, hey, look what we just got in, you know, and he knows that he gives me these great, phenomenal prices where I'm going to go in and he knows I'm going to buy it all up. Like this last time he had like some XTC records, which I don't own. You know, I'm trying to build the XTC collection, you know, because I don't have a lot of them. I forgot. Then he had a few other records. I forgot what they were. And it's like, you know, right away, I'm like, you know, as soon as he does that, I'm like, grab my keys in my wallet and I'm about to run out. But it's like, I'm trying to stop myself down. I'm like, I have so many records I haven't even listened to yet. And that's what I've been trying to do is like slowly go through them and listen to all of them, you know, and go through them. And then from there, trying to figure out what does my collection need? Or what is my collection? What can I afford to get rid of in my collection, you know, to make room. So let me see. Technically a closet hoarder because Fox, I said, Kimba is a hoarder. And Paulina, name of the gent below you escapes me, but hey, to you too.
Hey, Bruce.
Okay, Mama, I didn't get that one. I enjoy MP3 still if a solid source. Here goes that stroke again. Wake up. I enjoy MP3 still if from a solid source serves its purpose for me. Me too. I have none. Strangely, there's none in my local shops as well. Okay. Kimba and old nasty books in the closet. People still actually like have porn books. I thought everybody had everything on their phones or saw it on their computers. IPO. Your IPA is kicking in too, huh? You said IPOA. Yeah, well, it could be IPOA. That's that Indian Pale shit ale. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to find that one seller on eBay who was selling his entire XTC collection, and so I had taken it all, and as a lot. And I haven't gotten that lucky since 2001 when some person was selling their entire Roxy Music collection.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Just having a Biden moment. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be like the whole thing. No. Yeah, that's the same thing. Like Paulina said, it's like I have a really, I have like a total like attraction to lots. When people are selling lots, it's like I can't resist. It's like I'm kind of like, it's like I'm totally just drawn to it and stuff like that. And usually when I go shopping on eBay and stuff, that's what I'm looking for. Because I'm looking for someone who's gonna either give me the whole catalog at one shot, or they're going to give me at least a huge chunk of it that I have somewhere to build from.
yeah.
And stuff like that, especially if it's bands that I don't own. So it's like, somebody like the XTC thing, it was like, okay, there was like about four or five records in there, I think there was. And I was like, okay, that's a good jumping off point from there, because from there, I probably only need to buy like, so many. It's like, it's not that much of a hill to have everything after that,
Yeah.
to build it. But then I was kind of like going, but I have like so many records I haven't even listened to. Like I showed you all those records down here that I just barely listened to those today. So I was just like,
I would have to say Drums and Wires is a must.
mm-hmm.
English Settlement.
English Settlement. Yeah, a lot of people say that.
And Skylarking, even though I like Oranges and Lemons more. But yeah, those three.
For me, Skylarking and maybe Oranges. Just it depends on what you listen to. Basically,
Mm-hmm.
if you listen to, let's say you're a huge Devo fan, you might want to start with the earlier XTC. But if you listen to more pop rock stuff, you might, if you're a fan of '90s modern rock, you might want to start with the later albums.
Yeah.
It depends on what you listen to.
And also there is the Dukes of Stratosphere stuff that they did too, which was totally amazing. If you love that whole bringing back of the '60s sound, those Dukes of Stratosphere albums are amazing.
Yeah, and if you're a CD guy, you get it all on one disc, which is perfect.
Oops.
CD right here.
I had, like I had said, I wasn't much of an XTC person. I'd always heard like, Paulina talking about XTC, a lot of other people, and then Borden talking about XTC. I had heard a lot of people talking about them, and I just was not into them. The only thing I knew was Skylark. I had Skylarking when I was a kid, and I knew Dear God, and, very ignorant, and of course then I knew about like generals and majors and, stuff like that, and, I didn't really know a whole lot, but then I did that, went on, I don't know if you remember, like months ago, I did that Twitch stream where I started playing XTC albums. I started from like the first album, and I think I went like 3 or 4 deep, I think. And I was playing them, well on the stream or whatever, and I like kind of like, it started catching on, and I was kind of like, I'm really liking this, I'm enjoying this. So I was like going, yeah, I got to get these, and I was like, that's my decision. I said, I'm coming in late on this, but better late than never, I guess.
For me, I knew the MTV hits, MTV played 3 or 4 songs. And then I worked at a record store, the Record Vine in Buffalo. And one day my boss said, you got to hear this, and brought this EP that he picked up on import at Home of the Hits. And it was the Dukes of Stratosphere EP, and my mind was blown. And probably that day I got on my bike and rode to Home of the Hits and picked up the Dukes of Stratosphere EP. So I was a Dukes of Stratosphere fan before I was an XTC fan. And then they came out with Skylarking, and I just fell in love with Skylarking. I'm like, okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the original pressings of Skylarking here in the United States did not have Dear God, did they?
No, they didn't.
Am I correct? Yeah, they didn't. So it wasn't added until actually Dear God became a radio hit later on, right?
Yeah. Second press, they took out Man Who Sailed Around His Soul and put in...
Well, it's weird. I feel like my journey to XTC was pretty weird because the way I got into it was actually from this CD right here. Now, you might laugh, but this is an amazing album. It's called Coverage by Mandy Moore. And this is the album where she was like trying to, and she succeeded too. She was trying to breach into this whole adult contemporary thing. So she was doing like, the moon, Can We Still Be Friends by Todd Rundgren, I Feel the Earth Mood, Mona Lisa and Mad Hatters. But the first song on this CD is Senses Working Overtime.
Mm-hmm.
When I first heard that song, I was like, that is a really cool song. And the way that she does it is totally amazing. And then I think after that, then I was watching what was called VH1 Classics at the time before it became Classics. And they played both The Mayor of Simpleton and Their God. And I was like, oh, so that's XTC. Okay, that's awesome. And then I remembered back in the years ago when that movie Dumb and Dumber came out, that the Crash Test Dummies did the Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, that was an XTC song too? Wow, I remember living that.
They played that in DC. They played the XTC versions of those songs on Modern Rock Radio. They had a hugely popular station, one of the best ones in the country.
I started hearing the name Andy Partridge a lot more because he was working with the Monkees on that Good Times album as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like me and Magenta or something like that, Magdalena or something like that.
But,
I'm gonna go back to this one that he was asking me. He's asking me, was it where we went on Kicks? Oh, where was he at? He had the question he was asking me. Dusty, do you have the whole Talk discography? Unfortunately, no. No, I only have It's My Life. Kick me in the ass if you may, because I've been the same thing. When I started hanging out with people in the vinyl community, I started finding out that a lot of these bands go a lot deeper than what I thought. So I had a lot of people that were correcting me, like when you talk about certain bands, they'd be like, well, you only have that album. Well, you're only hearing like a quarter of the story. They're like, you need to get this album, or you need to know this. Like with Roxy Music, boy, I got my ass chewed for that one. I was like, oh, well, yeah, I know Love Is a Drug and, Virginia Plain. No, that's not all. They're like, you need to hear it. Same thing with Genesis, It's like you live, you learn. The thing is, I thought that I knew a lot about music. I thought that I was pretty knowledgeable when it came to music. When I got to the VC, I realized I was like, boy, talk about like with bullies. You may push people around, but there's always somebody bigger and badder than you. That's what I learned.
The same thing with XTC for me was the same thing that with Roxy Music. It was like I didn't know about Roxy Music until in 1997, Tin House Maniacs did a cover of More Than This for their album Love Among the Ruins. And I thought that this guy, Brian Ferry, was just some guy that was probably associated with the band. But then I was reading on it, like, no, he was part of a band called Roxy Music. And it won't be until years later that I finally listened to how they sounded with this compilation that I always have around. It was this compilation, the Street Life one.
Okay.
And then once I heard this, I was like, oh, so that's how Roxy Music sounded. And then it was funny because after that, then on the radio, I started to hear Love Is a Drug. And I never heard that song before until I started to hear this compilation in 2000. And then I was like, oh, okay, now it's possibly catching on and stuff like that.
First time I ever heard Love Is the Drug is I was watching Depeche Mode 101, the movie that D.A. Penbaker made about the Rose Bowl show. And there's a scene in that movie where Dave Gahan, the lead singer of Depeche Mode, is playing a pinball machine and they're playing Love Is the Drug and he's singing it. He's singing, and I was just kind of like, okay, kind of passed my mind. Never really thought about it and stuff. But it kind of like, from being a young kid watching it, I was kind of like, well, what was that song? What was that song? Then finally one day, I think we were watching it with my friend Ray Howard. He's like my brother too. He's like, and I was like, who is that? Who is that band? He's like, that's fucking Roxy Music, you dumbass. I'm like, what? He's like, fucking Roxy Music, dumbass. So get with it. I was like, oh, okay, my bad. But that was my first introduction to Roxy Music, because of course, I always thought the Roxy Music had been more of like an age band, because by that time, Roxy Music it was like Brian Ferry, Well, there you go.
Which one is
Transistor? Let me make him big.
Oh no, I don't have that one.
Ha ha ha.
So, ha ha.
This
Yeah,
is a 4-disc box.
Oh shit!
Basically, XTC's BBC sessions.
Oh, nice.
Complete, and it just comes with this little tiny booklet, like 10 pages or something. And weirdly, all the CDs are in slim cases, and they don't have any booklets or anything. They just have pictures painted on them. They're all in different colors. It's a really weird collection of stuff, but probably pretty rare these days.
Yeah.
Pauline's on. Nice. Just a moment. Click, 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 click.
Well, I can't because I'm using my phone to do this. So the moment that you see me listening like this,
you got to open it up to realize it's the BBC thing. They don't even really tell you on the box what it is. I got this from a bookstore for like $8 or $10, like a long time.
Oh shit! Okay.
I'm sure it's worth more than that these days.
Mm-hmm. That is crazy.
And it kind of tells you what's on it on the back if you got super eyesight. I couldn't read it even when I bought it, 20 years ago or more. So yeah,
I'm like, oh boy, they're going to each other in the peanut gallery actually about this about the debate last night. It's like I don't really I'm not going to go too much in politics on my on my streams because I mean we know that Rachel's ghosting on them. They do that. They go flying. Only thing that I'll say is I am pretty freaking scared. Because
Yeah, Mr. Sparks, I call him Mr. Stark now. I agree with his one point. It's just that I think why can't we do better? And that's
exactly. Right now, it's like
I mean, there's no excuse for the greatest nation in the world, and these are the two presidential candidates we have.
That's the way that I walked away from yesterday feeling. I felt like I was just like, fuck me.
I didn't watch the debate. Didn't need to watch the debate to know that. I
mean, and it's like when you've got, like Invisible Ray said, even Trump was going soft on him. It's true. I feel like Trump, even Trump was kind of shocked, I think. Because if you looked at Trump, there was a lot of points where he was like stopping there going, like even Trump was something like, did he fucking just say what I think he said? Even Trump was kind of like, did he just say what I think he said? So it's like, yeah, because like I said, you have one that was completely lying, and then you had the other one who was trying to make their point. And we know that Biden did good things. We know what he's done, but it's just, I just don't, him not being able to express himself and being able to, debate made it look like he was cognitively weak, and that for me, I remember I was sitting there with my daughter and, my family, and we are just kind of like, ooh, that don't look good, and stuff, because we know Newsom, if Newsom had been up there, or, some of that sort. Newsom would have like talked circles around Trump. He would have had Trump like probably stuttering, But
these days, get to that level, you're bought. I'm sorry, but you're bought. I don't like to talk about politics, but 50 years ago or more, an average Joe could run for president, at least have a slight chance of actually getting on the ballot. And now it's impossible. It's ordained by people we'll never see. We don't know. We'll never know who they are. We never see, and it's just the system doesn't work anymore. And I don't want to change it. I don't want to become something else, but we are broken.
That is kind of how I felt, Maurice. It's like, yeah, Trump felt a little sorry for me. That's why I felt like Trump really saw how bad things were. And I think Trump just was like, I'm going to save my energy. This isn't, because like you said, usually, he would like, if he spelled blood, he would really, really go in. He was just, he wasn't.
But I got a feeling this is going to be the one and only debate.
So, yeah. I mean, the thing that I'm thinking is, right now the Dems are really, really going at each other about if they're going to change, candidates or not. It's like they're saying, well, no, we just don't do things. They don't do that. It's not they can't do it. It's just they usually don't. But
Yeah.
right now it's just unprecedented times. It's like
Yeah, again, I mean, people think the president is the most powerful person in America, but it's not even close. There are people that are way more powerful than him. They can pretty much put anybody in office they want to put in, and that's the way it is. And there we are.
Born in Poland but proud American to the bone. I know a lot of people like say like, why do these people from other countries, or why are they even concerned about it? But I think the reason why a lot of people from other countries, they kind of look to us, to set the example and to help police the rest of the world. And we do kind of keep like a watch over the world. And if we don't have a strong leader in place, we can't establish that. We can't do that. And I think that's the reason why other countries are they are concerned about what's going on over here. So yeah, they do talk about our politics, stuff like that. Because I know, like, I was like wondering, like, why do our Canadians so concerned about our politics? They say, well, you guys are the last bastion of freedom, so we need to pay attention to you, because if you fall, all the rest of us could fall.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. But, again, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, let's go Partridge Family.
It's just sad. I do agree that it's just sad, but I don't think it's new. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hello world, here's a song that we're singing. Come on, get happy. A whole lot of loving is what we'll be bringing. We'll make you happy.
Hey guys. Hey guys.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys.
Oh, for those people who like Miss Lisa, so.
You're State there, Dusty, with that. Look.
Huh? There you go. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta let my kitties and stuff. I'll be right back.
I'll show my David Cassidy. It was a good day when I found that one too.
I think I have that.
Cherish?
I don't have any Partridge picture sleeves, but I think I have one or two David Cassidy picture sleeves. One's Japanese. I have a Japanese picture sleeve of him doing I Write the Songs. And I'm pretty sure he did it before Barry Manilow did it.
Yeah. I've been meaning to put this out in the sun to.
It's not good though.
That's like a promo of Am I Losing You?
Mm-hmm.
And it's stereo, and then for you, it's mono.
Yeah, it would be. That's what they did.
I was like, no way, and I love the song too. You don't have any picture sleeves of the Partridge Family? You don't have I Think I Love You?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
Thought you would.
I have like two Cassidys, but no. And I don't have all their singles either. I'm not Partridge Family single complete by a long shot. I only have a few.
Me neither. I was like, I think my uncle found me the Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted picture sleeve,
Mm-hmm.
and then he gave it to me. I was like, oh, cool, thanks.
No, I don't have
he thought it was I Think I Love You, but I was like, no, it's Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted. They just they pulled a capital and used the same picture.
which was my favorite song when I was a kid for like 2 years. I don't think it was ever replaced until Seasons in the Sun came out. And I think that finally replaced Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted is my favorite song. And then that got replaced by Billy Don't Be a Hero. Of course it did.
It's funny. I don't think I ever really truly liked this song, Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted. I think that something like I Woke Up in Love This Morning was like a more stronger kind of song.
Well, when you're a kid, when you're 10, and the only album you own is this one, and it's on there, that helps. And I love the episode too. It's the only episode I remember for sure what song is in it, and it's the one where Danny thinks he's adopted, and
Okay, I'm back.
That's always stuck with me. So
Hmm.
that was my favorite Partridge Family song. I even
Hmm.
like the hokey bit in the middle where he talks.
Yeah.
And he did not want to do that. They had to practically pull a gun to his head for him.
I didn't put Lisa to nap nap. I think Lisa probably ate a lot of pho, and now she's like taking a night night probably. so I think she's taking a night night. Yeah, you guys. Actually, you guys are having a conversation. I'll just let you guys go about your conversation. So,
I can't remember if I showed you guys. I bought like 6 albums a couple days ago. I haven't seen them in the last couple days, have I?
No, we actually haven't. Go ahead and show it to us.
Talking about, maybe I didn't. Maybe I did show you guys this one, because this one I might bought a couple days before that. But you were talking about Taj Mahal. I probably did show you guys this.
Yeah, I think that one you did. I think actually you showing us that one probably like sticking in my head, and that's the reason why I turned around and I probably
turned down
Take
a Giant Step because the cover was not in good shape. The record was fun. And that had at least 2 or 3 songs from Take a Giant Step on it. So I just But does this look familiar? I don't think I showed you.
No, you didn't show us that one. No.
I don't know exactly what. Side 2 is one long song on this. But see how shiny it is? The reason I bought this is a German pressing.
Oh, okay.
So, it's a really nice pressing from Germany. It's got the original inner sleeve with lyrics on it. It's in really nice shape.
Nice.
I don't buy it, but for a bucket German copy. I can't remember. I bought this the other day, but I forgot to. I didn't show anybody.
That is one clean freaking copy.
Mm-hmm.
I never see them like that.
But it's a later one. It's on.
Oh, okay.
You'll see. It's got this plastic in it.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say I never see them like that. I always see them with like all kinds of ringworm. Ringwear. Ringworm.
That's The Wind by Donovan, still in shrink.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Look at them sideburns.
Bought for 97 cents at a Hills department store, and I bought my Badfinger No Dice album for 97 cents at a Hills department store, and this could have been in the same bin as that album, which I find funny. What else? The first Janis Ian album. It's in decent shape, and it's on Verve. Not many rock albums are on Verve. I know.
Yeah, I found. I had found at 17, I think, for like $1, and I was like all happy about that. But I think that's all I have.
Society's Child on but we're getting better stuff, I think.
Nice.
Weekend in London, and the reason I bought this one is, you really find these with the original yellow Epic inner sleeve.
Oh, damn.
I bought it just for the sleeve as much as for the album, because you just don't find. And the sleeve is like really nice. It's not split anywhere or anything. The cover is really nice too. So pick that up. I only have 1 or 2 more. I didn't buy. Just one more. This is
Jerry and the Pacemakers
movie. Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, I didn't realize it was a soundtrack, and I'm like, why are they on United Artists? They were on Lori, and it's the sound to their movie is why they're on United Artists. So
that always reminds me of that scene from Wayne's World where he's like, "Oh, Jerry and the Pacemakers." He's like, I think those guys probably really do have pacemakers now.
And did I show you guys my VCLT? I don't remember if I had it yet.
No, I don't think you did have it yet. Because I think the only thing you showed us was that Taj Mahal. I don't remember seeing anything else.
I got VCLT.
Oh wait, yeah.
Jake Farley.
Oh yeah, bulletin board.
The Partridge Family bulletin board, completing my Partridge Family album collection.
Nice.
So I'm happy with that. And this has the original Bell inner sleeve, which you never see the original Bell inner sleeve. There it is. So very happy with that. It says Bell on both sides. It's Beetle Bradley.
What is up, Mr. Nathaniel Mars? Werewolf
So yeah, that's it.
is in the
That's
house. Mars is all,
I bought
if
the
George was
45.
president,
Nobody
he would be forced to listen only to XTC. Now that's a dictatorship, Kicks.
cares. Okay,
You need to stop, Meow Meow.
you can make me small.
Kitty Tigger, he wants to go outside and he's like starting, he won't quit. He's going meow, meow. It's like, no, you're done for the evening, big guy. I don't think the neighborhood needs you out there anymore for the evening.
Well, recently, because I've already been using this app, but it's called Depop, and I got these from two different sellers. The first one is Matchbox
Ooh.
picture sleeve, and I've always wanted this in my collection for like ever. And then from the same seller, I got these. It's I don't want to spoil the party. 8 days a week.
That's one of the few I actually have. I don't have very many Beetle picture sleeves, but I have that one.
I got yesterday.
And I have that one.
And sometime this weekend, if not, then Monday, I'll be getting I Feel Fine, She's a Woman.
Don't have that.
So that's all I got. Oh, and I also got Murmur by REM.
I'm muted. I'm all sweet. I was trying to mute myself because the freaking kids are. Who was showing? Someone was showing Herman's Hermits. I don't think it was anybody actually in our group of channels or whatever. I think somebody on one of the other channels was showing like Herman's Hermits, like the greatest hits or something like that. Or maybe it was like on a TV show I was watching or something, where they were like so happy to have like this Herman's Hermits, vinyl, and they're like, I was so happy to get this, because oh, and I'm like thinking, bitch, I got one signed. Mine's signed by Peter Noon.
Herman's Hermits are pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
I mean, they were probably the band that came the closest to outselling the Beatles. I'm not saying they did, but they probably came closest.
Yeah, I had pulled that one out, and I remember when I pulled that one, and like it was silently saw. Oh, that's a jam. Oh, that's nice. That's got all the good ones on it.
When I think of Hermits, I think about, because there's a clip in the Beatles anthology where they're doing fans. I think it was like at Candlestick Park or something like that, and they're interviewing fans, like saying like, hey, what do you think about the Beatles today? Do you think they're going out of style, or they're doing still have like their attention? And everybody was like saying, yeah, the Beatles, love the Beatles, everything about the Beatles. And they're like, oh, there's another band you like besides the Beatles? No, Beatles all the time. But then there's like this one nerdy little girl, and she's like, Beatles are not as popular as they were before. And then the guy says like, is there like another band that you like better than the Beatles? She's like, yes. Who are they? Herman and the Hermits. And I'm like,
yeah, that's an old clip. That clip was around in the 70s. Every Beatles special, practically every Beatles show, I use that clip. So I knew that clip way before Anthology.
I was like,
little girl talking about Herman and the Hermit.
Yeah. And I'm like, out of all the bands that was out around that time, you chose Herman.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
She wasn't alone. Like I said, they're probably the second best selling, as far as albums go, at least.
That's probably
Part 5 might have sold more singles than Herman's Hermits.
Even though if there would have been like a secondary band around that time that I would have followed. Well, there's like about like 4 of them. I think it would have been either the Beach Boys, the Byrds, the Zombies, or the Hollies.
Yeah, but see, they didn't. None of them did. The Beach Boys did, of course, but the Hollies and the Zombies didn't do well in America. Really, and a couple of hit singles, but not. Herman's Hermits had tons of hit singles, and their albums sold really well.
I think that's probably because they're like the most wholesome band there were.
Yeah, they were wholesome. I mean,
Yeah.
Peter Noon was young, and little girl. I mean, the Beatles were pretty much men by the time they hit America. Peter Noon wasn't. He was still a boy, and so the little girls liked the boy. I mean,
He was all like, Mrs. Brown, you got a lovely daughter. It was like that little kind of thing. It was like, oh, I'm gonna buy my kid this.
but
this
to,
than those Beatles.
eventually, I mean, I can. What's the name of that album? I can never remember the name of it. That has Museum on it. That's a really good album.
By Hermes and Hermes.
Has Upstairs, Downstairs, and Museum on it, and I can never remember the name of the album. But it's almost a psych album. And I'm sure the little girls didn't like it, but that's a really good record. And then Peter Noon was in like a power pop band in the late 70s. Did you know this?
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Hang on. You can sit there alone a minute.
All right, I'm back. Hey, what's up, Dave? Welcome to the room. Let me see. Herman's singles were recorded. Fantastic. So see, I have one here. Don't get jealous, people. Don't get jealous. I know everybody. Fuck it. I can feel the daggers of envy coming across the screen, but this one, I guess, from what I understand, is actually signed. I think it's by the bass player in the front. From what I was seeing, I researched autographs or whatever. But in the back, this is the piece de resistance. Okay, let's take the record out. Which it has the original inner sleeve, which is great. Whatever. But you guys ain't here for that. You guys are here for ba-bam. Ba-bam. I need to put this up on my wall. Ba-bam. There you go. Oh, there you go.
Make me This is the Tremblers, and they do a really good cover of Elvis Costello's Green Shirt. It's probably the best song on this album. And if you don't believe me, there he is, right there.
My hero.
I think he's turned around on the cover.
Look, he sees the microphone. He's like, something tells me I'm in something good.
I guess that is him. He just doesn't look like him on the cover.
Could I show you a really cool signed record?
The Tremblers.
I'm all, this isn't cool? This is like the equivalency of like, if somebody came out to me and said, dude, I will give you a Jim Morrison signed, an Elvis signed, and a Jimi Hendrix signed for that Peter Noon, I would say, fuck you, you crazy? I'd be like, damn, you're crazy. No, I ain't gonna do that. Let me see. I think I got one other one I could show you guys. I don't know if you have any interest. I recently got like a bunch of signed ones from a collection. I don't know if I ever did a stream where I should, or was that a private stream I did? Might have been a private stream where I showed the signed ones. Hold on a moment. I'll be right back.
Please,
well, I'll go too then. No, I'm just kidding.
Dave says he's no Bobby Sherman.
I have Bobby Sherman. I don't have any signed. Well, all Bobby Shermans are signed because there's an autograph on every cover I think he ever did, but they're not actually signed.
Yeah.
I have quite a few autographed albums, and I've never gone for them. They just show up. I'm looking for an album, and I go on eBay, and there's only one for sale when I wanted it, and it was autographed, and it wasn't much more than it would have been anyway, so I picked it up.
Yeah.
And I mentioned one time I'm showing records I just bought, and I showed a Graham Parker record. Oh, great.
Debbie Gibson.
I showed a Graham Parker record, and I'm like, oh, I didn't notice this when I bought it. Somebody wrote on it. Then I read the writing in it. I'm like, oh, it's autographed. I find a lot of autographed records in thrift stores, believe it or not.
But this is one I love. I have Del Bosio autographed
Ooh,
for me.
that's a nice one.
She also autographed, because she autographed two for me. She also, no, it wasn't that one.
No, I'm ripping it in.
There it is.
I had to look up who Peter Noon is. That is a nice Del Bosio signed record. Nice. You had to look up who Peter Noon is. Come on now, Vinyl Geeks. Get with it. He's just one of... He's just like, an English treasure. Let me see. I usually find albums that were autographed by the previous owner. Your treasure. Me too. See, I like Paulina's signed Debbie Gibson record.
I was actually with her when she signed it. She signed that record as well as the songbook for Out of the Blue, and we took pictures of it of each other. I have to post them on.
I got a hat signed once. I've never.
Stop me if I've shown these ones before on a stream. I don't think I've shown them on a live stream, but here's a Duran Duran signed by all original members. So it's like Nick Rhodes, Andy Taylor, John Taylor, Roger Taylor. Where's Simon Le Bon? Simon Le Bon.
Did Jane Fonda sign it?
No, but like all these freaking damn. How many of them were there? There's like 5 dudes in this band, right? 1, 2, 3.
Do you even know why I said that, Dusty?
No, can you explain to me, please?
I'm mean none. Is the character?
Oh, Electric Barbarella.
The entire movie looking for in Barbarella.
Wasn't it the name of a dildo? Or wait, no.
Believe it or not. So it's very fresh in my mind.
It was the name of a villain. I think the villain went around with a dildo, and he was like giving women orgasms. His name was Duran. And that's how they got their name, because they were talking about the movie one night. And then when it went, oh, Duran Duran. And they were like, hey, that's it. We'll be called Duran Duran.
And you know what? I did this subliminally. But you know what's also in this movie at one point? Is there's all these blue rabbits in this movie. And that must be subliminally where I got the dreaded blue bunny from. There we go. I never even knew it, but it must be.
Damn, Jewel. I can't top Jewel. I don't think I can top Jewel. No. But I will try.
My dad got me these autographs for her because he did a 30 one night and asked him like, hey, can you see if she could sign these for me? And so he was able to get them. And he also has in this the VIP pass that he had too.
Oh, that's nice.
Pardon me. Kid,
so it actually has, yeah.
I'm going to be naughty for a second, but what I want from Jewel isn't an autograph. Okay.
Even with a snaggly tooth? I take it even with a snaggly tooth. So here you go. Fleetwood Mac.
Wow.
So Stevie Nicks, Christine McVie. Yeah, it's pretty much all the original members, even the Balls half. There's Balls. But yeah, all the original members, Mick Fleetwood. Yeah, John McVie. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's all original members. With a C, of course, certificate of authenticity, because that has been authenticated. And then I think this one actually is like one of my favorite. I think this is one of my favorite autographs. I mean, I've got a lot of autographs. I do have a lot of autograph records, I think, now. But this one, especially because, it's a Van Halen signed. With Eddie Van Halen's drunk signature right there. And his brother right there. And Sammy Hagar right there. So, yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. I think right here. Huh?
No Michael Anthony?
No Michael Anthony. It just has Sammy Hagar, Eddie Van Halen, and his brother, Alex Van Halen. So it's Alex Van Halen, Eddie Van Halen, and Sammy Hagar. No, Michael Anthony. Or was Michael Anthony still on this record, wasn't it? Michael Anthony was the bass player still?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so.
He
Yeah,
never
no
left.
Michael Anthony. He never left, so. There you go. So there's a few, there's a few I could show you, but. I mean, that doesn't beat my Peter Noon. My Peter Noon, fuck, dude. Come on now. I'd give all those away if somebody was going to take away my Peter Noon.
My favorite one isn't worth anything, but I'm pretty good at my favorite one because they signed it huge. It takes up the whole.
Plus, I have tons of 10,000 Maniacs. Signature.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You've heard them quite a bit. I mean, yeah. I have I still have a lot of other groups like The Used, My Chemical Romance, 21 Pilots, Depeche Mode. I have a lot of other bands too in there. I have New Order, Bernard Summer, Pet Shop Boys, Neil Tennant. Mm-hmm. Neil Tennant. I don't have the other guy, but I have Neil Tennant at least. The important one. So there you go.
That's
This won't mean much to most people, but
there we go. Nice.
Where's Posey's album?
Oh, cool.
They both signed it, and they're the only two on this one. So they played everything on this record, and they both signed it. And it's on really nice blue vinyl.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Dusty, are those the records the maintenance band signed? Exactly. That one of them actually, like I said, the Fleetwood Mac was the one that I sent in to get actually certified, and they certified it. So I'm assuming that all of them from that collection were real. There was a lot of other ones though that I kept also. I haven't gone through them lately though, but there was a lot of other ones I kept. But the the Fleetwood Mac I sent in, get it verified. It got verified. So I'm assuming, because that was the one that I was the most concerned about, was the Fleetwood Mac. So I was like, I want to make sure that one's legit. And then also I had another friend who works for PSA, who looked at the Eddie Van Halen for me on the down low and said the Eddie Van Halen's. That looks like Eddie Van Halen, because Eddie Van Halen used to sign drunk a lot. Mm-hmm. But there's certain things that were consistent to his autograph. So
I don't think it says this, but it could. Look and tell me what you think he wrote right there, right there.
Mr. Durmick, I presume.
Couldn't. I'm not saying it is. But couldn't that be Pilmer?
Mr. Pilmer, I presume. Oh, that's true. Mr. Pilmer, I presume.
But couldn't it be Pilmer? Couldn't that be Mr. Pilmer, I presume?
So now you know who you can sell it to if you ever decide to.
Yeah.
Pilmer will be like, I want it.
I know. That was Michael Pilmer's at some point.
Let me see. I'll trade my Chuck Berry, Ike Turner, and Mick Taylor autographs for Noon. No, wow, that's pretty tempting though. And Ike Turner, the mighty Ike Turner. There you go. Stephen Schnee, Tim, the best. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. The best autograph you own is the Bing Crosby. I'd love that one.
Oh yeah,
I would love.
I do own it. I do have a Bing Crosby. Like I said, I find him at thrift stores. The Bing Crosby one is signed on. It's a '78. He signed it on the record.
I would love to have Bing Crosby's signature on a freaking bag of oranges. That would be funny. Or just an orange bag.
Vinyl. Well, it's not vinyl; it's shellac, but I have it on a record.
Or a vintage orange bag, just a vintage orange bag, and then people would be like, "Why do you have Bing Crosby's freaking autograph on an orange bag?" I'm like, "You don't get it? You don't get it?" Oh, up there they go with the fireworks.
But I bought for $1 in a dollar bin at a record store. I bought a Sam Butera album, got it home, and found out it was autographed by Sam Butera. I'm like, this is cool. I've got Sam Butera's autograph. I've got Al Hurt's autograph. You go through thrift stores and you find this stuff, and it's like, this is autographed. Why is it sitting here for 29 cents? This is Al Hurt's autograph.
Did Bing sign it in his children's blood? I don't know. I just remember hearing the rumor, and that's like what Hollywood lore that, you know, that supposedly he beat his kids with bags of oranges because it didn't leave bruises. But I'm like, how the fuck would you beat your kids with a bag of oranges? And how did you get pissed off enough to discover that?
I don't know. But
God damn it, hit your fucking oranges.
yeah, his kids never talked about it or anything. So
Yeah. Uh-oh. Dusty, do you have the 45 Bing Crosby did with his son David? Okay, no, I don't. Unless you're talking about David Bowie, the little drummer boy. But I don't think David Bowie is the son, but I think there's a joke coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just gonna...
David Crosby.
Oh! Oh, God, Dave. Who has the Herb Alpert autograph?
I don't have a Herb Albert.
Whipped cream and other delights sign. Now that would be a fucking cool
Lisa?
treasure.
No.
Was it Lisa?
She has like a
I don't
lot.
think it was me.
Or is it Tim that has a lot of those?
I know that I ended up with a lot of cheesy autographs that I'm not going to send in. There's a lot of other cheesy ones that came in that collection. Like I said, there was only that one piece I sent, and there's a couple other ones I'm going to.
See, most of mine I know are real because they're not gonna. Who's gonna forge John Hour's autograph? Nobody. That's a real autograph. You know? Who's gonna forge Herb Albert's autograph? Nobody.
Who's gonna freaking forge Peter Newton's autograph? I mean, who's really gotta be like, you know, they're gonna forge, you know. Okay, so my maintenance guy from Mexico is gonna be like, oh, no, it's a real Peter Noon. It's real Peter Noon. It's no, sabes que look, it's real Peter Noon. A Peter Noon.
And I have some I bought too.
I think I believe him.
I bought a Matthew Sweet album at Borders. Barnes and Noble. It was autographed on the inside. I have one of those. I got a Peter Kinney with a sheet inside that's autographed. I have some of those too that are real autographs, but you know they did them at a desk for 2 hours and they were done. You know, I have some of those.
Pauline, you're too nice. Gotta show them who's boss sometimes. There you go. Let me see. My cheesiest autograph is that's not cheesy. That's fucking rockin' Fox Guy. Loverboy Settler signed by Mike Reno. Compete with Almost Paradise. So laughing my ass off. Kim is all maintenance me out where? He's all, Kimba, you're so beautiful. You want the Peter Noon autograph? He's all, psh, Kimba, I get you Peter Noon autograph. Like, psh, I know Peter Noon. It's homie. I got connections, you know. Peter Noon, Erica Burden, Chupik, the Mickey Dolens. I know all them. There you go. Look over your shoulder, Kimba. He's all, were you Michael Jackson now, Fox Guy? Just look over your shoulder, honey. There you go. You see, Kimba, does your home need servicing? Is Mr. Bizarro's feeling here? Is Bizarro in here? Bizarro, I think that Kimba has fantasies about you in a Schneider costume. I really, really think it's a thing. You know, and she dreams of you on the set of One Day at a Time. You knock on the door, it's Bizarro knocks on the door, and you know, he's there with a sexy beard with a white stripe. You know, and he's like, oh, I heard you had pipes that needed cleaning. And Kimba's like, yeah, come in and clean up my pipes. You know, actually, not yet. I mean, I'm getting there. This is all just natural funny. I'm almost good. What about an album autograph by the band Autograph? That could be interesting. You know, I thought it was really funny because I was watching a video for Turn Up the Radio. Okay, a while back. Turn Up the Radio. I did not realize that the band Autograph had their whole complete tour sponsored by, what was the name of the pen company? Who was the big pen company at that time? I forgot the name of the pen company was, but they actually were in the music video. In the music video for Turn Up the Radio, there's this part where they have to sign, and they're signing with that pen, and they're showing the big logo of this company and stuff. But for that album, sign in, please.
Wow.
Let me see. Kimba is banging booking.
And I picked this up just because it's really not in good shape, but it's interesting. A Bobby Darin EP put out by Scripto.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. Hentai in. The only Bobby Darin EP I've ever seen. And both sides it's on Scripto.
Does that play at 33? Oh, it plays at 45 RPM?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't played it. I've cleaned it and it's not in nice shape at all. But it was a quarter that was half price, so it was a quarter. So
Holy Jesus, one of the neighbor's kids is screaming bloody murder. I'm like, am I witnessing a freaking murder? I'm like, I swear, kids in the summertime. Those crazy kids. Okay. One night at a time. Love the maintenance guy accent. Why, thank you, Maurice Stark. Why, thank you, Maurice. Maurice. Hey, maintenance men need love too. Yes, they do. Yes, we do. We do. We need love. Yeah, and beer. Beer, la, burritos.
Ringo sounds just like that in Candy.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Exactly. He's like, oh, hey, Kimba, what you doing? Wait, no, wrong picture. Here we go. Wrong picture. There you go. What, hey, Kimba, how you doing, baby? I cleaned your pipes. I cleaned the how'd you say they got out in your in your tiles. Oh, right now, Kim's all, stop it. I can't handle it.
No.
Was it Bic? No, it wasn't Bic. What was the name of it? I don't remember. It was an 80s freaking pen company. Can you do an entire live stream with that voice? I probably could. It comes pretty. I'm half Mexican. It comes pretty easy for me. Yeah. Same here, Fox Sky. Let me see. Maybe a fireworks accident, Dusty. No, I didn't hear a firework first. I don't know. It's like the kid. I don't know what it is. These people, like, it's summer and it's like 10:30 at night, which I understand. Our street's closed off, so I understand, like, the parents go out there because it's hot and, they want to sell it in their front yards and stuff, and they let their kids run around and stuff. But some of these kids are just like, oh, God, they're too much. And fireworks are illegal in my city. But these kids are out here just freaking making these bombs and shit. And now I'm like becoming that old man who's like, hey, shut the fuck up over there. Keep it down. Just realize what goddamn time it is.
Fireworks are illegal in my city as well. Mm-hmm. That does not stop my neighbors every year from putting on a show with illegal fireworks. Mm-hmm. And it's like a totally 360 show because it's not just one neighbor out in front. But there's like another neighbor on the other side, and a neighbor on the other side, and the other neighbor in the back. And so you're getting like a whole 360 kind of deal. And there's like one actually just went off right above my house. And I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah. You have to be freaking careful. It's like here, it's like, with the townhome, it's like we can't really get to our roofs because otherwise I would go ahead and spray down my roof with, the hose. But the last place we lived in was kind of like a duplex type thing. So we would like hose down our roofs. All the neighbors would get together and stuff. But I remember one year when I was like in college, I was working for this video game store. What the? They're out there screaming. I think they're playing. They're doing something. But I worked for this video game store. And we used to have this guy who would come in all the time. He was a truck driver and stuff. He would drive like cross country or whatever. And I would give him really big discounts on video games. So he would like, bring me stuff from different states. Like he'd bring me like, booze, whatever. And one year he told me, he's like, hey, do you like fireworks? Do you want some fireworks for 4th of July? And I was like, yeah, sure. He's all, because I get a lot of cheap fireworks. He's like, I can get you, I can get you some. And I was like, okay, cool. I thought he was going to get me, maybe a bag of fireworks, something. So he turns around, he's popping up. He's like, oh, well, come get your fireworks. He brings a box like this freaking big, and it's just filled with like bomb. I'm talking like charges and shit and all this different shit, I mean, stuff that's highly illegal. In California. I'm just like, dude, I don't know if I can like these. I'm like, okay. So my boss comes out. The guy who owned the business comes out, and he walks towards the front, and he's all, he was Arabic or Indian. He's all, so what is this? What's this shit? I was like, oh, and I was like, Joe, the guy brought me fireworks. He's all, fireworks? These are fireworks? And I was like, yeah. He's a fuck it, we light some. And I'm like, are you fucking crazy? He's like, oh, yes, go to the parking lot. Let's go light some. Let's go light some. So he turns around, he grabs a couple out of the box, locks the door, for us to go out to the parking lot and light these shits. So he turns around, he picks this one that looks like it's a bunch of bumblebees or something like that, So it's so funny. He lights it, and this thing just takes off, man. It just goes, I mean, things going everywhere. It seemed like they were going like hundreds of feet away, just like spinning, bouncing off all the buildings, all the stores and stuff. And he's all, oh shit. He's all, oh shit, this is crazy, man. We could be. And he turns around and he's like, we better go inside. So he runs inside. But yeah, I was just like, damn, these are freaking crazy. And I was like, these fireworks are just going to be insane. So I took them home, and I was still, I was with the kid's mother already, and I brought all these fireworks home, and she's like, oh my God, we got all these fireworks for 4th of July. I was like, hold up. I was like, yeah, these are all freaking illegals. I was like, these, I was like, these will get us in trouble. We can't light these. So she's like sitting there, she's like, well, you gotta have a way to light them. And I was like, no, we won't get away with this shit. And she's like, I know. So she calls my friend Ed. And my friend Ed, she's like, we got a bunch of fireworks. He's like, bring them down. We're going to barbecue, blah, blah, bring them down. I take him down there. Of course, his crazy ass dad, who's from Chile, is like crazy enough to like light these freaking things, He's out there and it's like, I'm showing him the thing. He's like, oh yeah, these need a cannon or whatever, He's all, yeah, these need a cannon. He's whatever, So he turns around, he goes and he makes one. Because he's one of those guys who worked on cars and did all kinds of shit. So he's all, I'll make something to shoot these off. I was like, all right. So he goes inside. And he's out there, he's working over these fireworks, and he was like a heavy smoker, and he would do like this thing where he would smoke and he would let the ash get that long, so he's smoking. So he's got these fireworks on the fucking workbench while he's making something to, figure out a way to shoot them off. And his ash is like this big. And I'm sitting there shitting myself. I'm like, he's like over the box. He's going to fucking light the whole house on fire. I'm like, one ash is going to fall in there and this shit's going to go up. And he's like, and then finally it comes out with like this whole tube contraption or whatever. And he's like, oh, this will be good. This will be good. This will be good. He turns around and takes those bombs. Well, I mean, these are bombs that you're supposed to stick in like tubes in the ground and shoot them off. He turns around, he freaking tells his son, he's like, hold it at the end of the tube, light it, and let it fall in, and I'll launch it. He's fucking holding it in his hand. So he's like going like this. And my friend Ed's going over there and like taking the little bomb, and he's like going like this, looking at his dad like, are you sure? His dad's like, light that shit, light it. He would light it and drop it in. Boom, it would go off in there. Boosh. I'm talking like huge, explosions and shit. It was freaking hilarious, man. He did that shit all night. And I turned around, I told him, I gave him the whole box. I was like, here, you can have these. You can have the whole box, but I ain't responsible for them. Those are yours now, So we just sat back and watched him light all these shits off. It was funny. It was hilarious. Oh, Maru said, let me see. Almost lost my fingers. Was cousin wasn't so lucky. Lost hearing one ear for a few months. It cost me. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I didn't mean to make fun of fireworks, but it was just crazy that he was just so irresponsible with those fireworks, because I was scared to light them. I was like, they're going to freaking bust me. Because if anyone was going to go to jail, it's going to be me. I'm the one who's going to get busted for that. If anyone's going to get busted, the cops will pull up when I'm like lighting one off, with my luck. But it was hilarious. Let me see. Cheap fireworks are crazy good times. Some are the best I've ever seen. Yeah, it was just, there you go. That's the name. Papermate. There you go. It was Papermate. There you go. He got it in that music video. Hop, you know what those mechanical pencils are good for? Filling out papers. Just kidding. I remember back in the day, we used to get fireworks pretty easy back in the early 80s. You know, I watched this one guy who's called Kobe Pyrotechnics, I think is the name of his page. And he does this thing. It's like, it makes me so jealous because he's like in the state where he's able to like go to these Walmart-sized stores that are filled with nothing but fireworks. You know, he's able to go in there and buy like bricks and stuff of like fireworks and stuff. And like, it's like out here, if it's legal in your city, we get like a little stand, you know, where they sell fireworks and stuff. I remember back in the day, we had like
Walmart and Target and everything, little stands and stuff, but only 2 times a year. And I don't know the exact dates, but July 5th, they are illegal again. And, you know, you can start late May or something like that. And then at New Year's, and New Year's is last. New Year's is something like Christmas through January 1st, and that's it. You get caught, then you're going to jail. But it's funny because, I mean, like every other state in the union, you know, there's no smoking indoors, right? But you sell fireworks, you have to put no smoking signs up everywhere, even though you can't smoke anyway. I don't quite understand it.
Yeah, I remember out here in California, we would end up having the stands once a year. We didn't even have them for New Year's. It would be like once a year. We would get them for, when I grew up in Southeast Los Angeles, we would get Freedom fireworks stands, Red Devil fireworks stands, and that was it. And they would set up probably like a couple of days before the 4th of July, like on July 2nd or 3rd. And July 5th, they were down. You know, they'd be down. But of course, you only got like the legal type of fireworks. That was it. What they deem legal in the state.
Well, ours is recent. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, fireworks were illegal in New York State. Period.
Oh, okay.
Fairly recently that they legalized them, but like I said, 2 specific times a year, and that's it.
Let me see. Hop Rock said, air traveler bottle rockets for fun. We'd shoot those at each other using sprinkler pipe. Did you? Did you guys see that vid clip of guys having fun with fireworks in front of a garage, and one makes it to the trunk of the car in the driveway, filled with boxes of fireworks? Funny, no, but I think I'm gonna want to see it now.
Me too.
Definitely, I will look it up. He said, "Oh no, Dusty, we had fun. I mean, had fun." Hot Fuck, I have seen those videos. Full carts full of fireworks in most of California. It's illegal to have snakes and sparklers. Do they do the new type of sparklers where they're actually made with paper? Because I know the old-fashioned sparklers, the ones were metal. Fucking, I probably still have scars on my legs. My cousin Ernie used to think it was funny to like light the sparklers, and then he'd run up behind me and hit me in the back of the leg with it. Fucking bastard. now I think I'm going to call him and be like, you know what, Ernie, fuck you. Whoa. I'm like, I'm still traumatized from childhood. 4th of July reminds me, bitch. Let me see. It's usually just a fine if you get caught shooting fireworks illegal in my city, but cops don't even bother anymore. They have bigger problems like shooting. Oh, yeah.
I can hear that conversation happening. I could with his mom. I could be like, "Hey Ernie, have you ever talked to your friend Rick?" And it's like, yeah, he called me a couple of days and he told me, "Fuck you."
Well, if it's my Aunt Renee, she's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I know why. It's 4th of July." We remember how many times you burnt his and your cousin Chris's, or your sister Chris's legs. He used to think it was funny. He ran up behind, and he wouldn't run up behind us and hit us with it. He would like toss it at us, and he'd be like, "Ah!" July 1st, July 5th, I used to buy ground blue flowers as soon as the Red Devil stand open. Ground blue flowers. I used to do a trick. Now, the one that I see on the internet now on YouTube, what they do not fucking follow what I say. If there's any kids listening, you should not be listening. This is not for kids. It's for adults only, this show. But they cut little wings now. What they do is they cut them out of cardboard, and then they tape them to the ground bloom flower. And then when they light the ground bloom flower will, fly into the air as opposed to just staying on the ground. Now, I remember back in my day, what we used to do is we take a drill and we take a very thin drill bit piece, and we'd go off center, of the ground blue flower in the back, and we would drill halfway in. And if you drilled halfway in and you lit it, it would do the same effect. Something about the air it would catch and it would fly up and stuff. But I remember one year we were doing it. Same guy, Eddie, the one whose fucking dad was nuts. One year me and him were out there doing it. We were like doing the ground bloom flowers, and we lit one and it went up. It was, we're like, oh, look, there it goes. And it went and took off on us like a freaking UFO. And we were like, fuck that. We never did it again because we don't know where the hell it went. They're like, where the fuck that go? I don't know, dude. Fuck it. We better go inside. Like, okay. All I know is fireworks are extremely dangerous to most mannequins. Seen the videos. I had the tip of my finger loose feeling for almost a month. Held a black cat firework a little too long. I had that happen to me too. One time with a firecracker. It fucking went off and my fingers went numb. And I was like, I lost my fingers. I thought I lost my fingers, but, I think it was just like a lady finger or something like that. A lady finger firecracker. It wasn't a big one. Pretty sure if it had been a big one, it probably would have took my fingers, but scared the shit out of me. There you go. Mortar fireworks are the coolest in my opinion. That's what these guys do on Kobe Pyrotechnics. They end up buying like the full shells, and then they end up making like show you how to make the tubes and stuff to go ahead and launch them off. My stupid dad tried to nail on into a tree, thought it would make a pinwheel, spun and came off the tree and the small was back. I remember those ones. You'd have to nail them to a tree and shit, and they would spin. We always just threw them away. My grandfather would be like, we're not lighting that shit. I don't know if my grandfather had a bad experience with it. My grandpa was like, we're not lighting that shit. Not away. And he'd tear it apart so we wouldn't fuck with it. The good old days. Nostalgia. Nostalgic 4th of July. So, yeah, but it was funny because a couple of years back, me and my friend Caesar, he lives over in the next city over. In my city, we're not able to light fireworks. But in the next city over, you're able to light them. And his condominium's in the next city over. So we'd go over to his house and we'd light fireworks. And one year I was like, hey, let me show you a trick. And he's all, what? And I said, see the Piccolo Pete's? Hand me a Piccolo Pete. So I went and I grabbed it and I got a hammer and I went about halfway down the Piccolo Pete and I, hammered it thin. You hammer it to where it's like flattened. And I lit it. And what it does basically is it turns it into almost an M80. So it goes real loud. And sure enough, he was like, that's fucking awesome. We're like 40-something-year-old men at this time. And we're like running around going, wasn't that cool? We're like taking Piccolo Petes. So we're out there hammering all the Piccolo Petes and shit. All the neighborhood kids are running over going, well, how'd you do that? We want to know. I'm like, and of course me, bad influence, out there drinking beer going, oh yeah, you get Piccolo Pete. Hammer it halfway down and light it. Boom! So the kids are all running to the freaking fireworks stand to buy Piccolo Petes. And of course, there goes my friend Caesar to go buy more packs of Piccolo Petes so we can do the same thing. So the whole neighborhood's going, sheepa, sheepa. It was pretty funny. Had to be there. Let me see. You unravel those black cats and the fuses are so short. Yeah, they are. Do they still actually give snakes anymore in California? They don't in California anymore, right? The snakes. Remember, it used to be a little pellet, and you would light it, and it would look like a turd coming out.
I remember
and stuff. I used to like getting those with the strobe light ones. It would look kind of funky, something like that. Something like that. I don't know. I told my drunk uncle about smashing Piccolo Petes in the middle to make them pop. Yeah, they pop, and they're fucking loud. Like I said, it's like a loud freaking firecracker. He hit the fuse too, and it blew. Eesh, my bad. Oh my.
There was one summer that I actually worked in one of those fireworks stands. And that was because my dad at the time was working for the Boys and Girls Club, and so his fireworks stand, all that money went towards the Boys and Girls Club. So he was like, "Hey, join me to sell these," and it was rough because this is the fucking desert and it's really hot. And so I sometimes even feel like I need to take a shower just thinking about being in that shack of a place because it was
Uh,
you were like just drenching and sweat
mm,
by the end of it and stuff. And we had like those swamp coolers, but even those like didn't totally work.
yeah, like nowadays, like nowadays for 4th of July, my middle son's autistic, so he still loves fireworks. He buys his fireworks and everything, and of course my daughter, she's older, she's not into it, and and the kid's mother, she goes ahead and she does it because my son, so she goes and takes him with her. But me, I usually stay home, but they are going to my daughter's boyfriend's house because he has a house over in Anaheim and it's legal over there. So they're going to go shoot off fireworks at his house. I'm going to stay home because I need to stay home and like gather the pets because the dogs have a heart attack. This is the first year I've had the cats, with fireworks. I don't know if they're going to have a bad ref, 4th of July. And, these kids out here have already been starting, with the bombs, baby. Because I had learned how to do that too. And now I'm paying for it now that I'm older. It's like every one of those bombs like makes me like freak out. But the way that it used to work is you would turn around and you would take a 2-liter bottle. Okay. They're probably going to turn around and say, "You're telling people how to make explosive, Dusty. Copyright." You're not going to turn around and shut my freaking live stream down. Now, you turn around and you take that 2-liter bottle. You fill it a quarter of the way with water. Okay. Then what you do is you go ahead and you take a hammer. You take the lid. You take a hammer and a nail. And you go ahead and you hammer a hole into the lid. Right in the middle. Okay. Then what you do is you take a little piece of plastic. Okay. A little piece of like a saran wrap or something of that sort, and you put it on the top where the mouth is. Why do you have all these materials? You're scaring me, Paulina.
What is a pop comic? What the heck?
Everything I'm saying, she's like pulling it out. I'm like, and then you take a piece of bologna, and she's like,
Then you then you put the whole thing on an anvil.
yeah. She's like, no, but what you do is, then you take one of the Piccolo Petes and you grind the gunpowder from it, okay, and you put that in the top in the little piece of plastic, okay. You take the fuse from the Piccolo Pete and you run that through the hole in the lid, and then you put that lid and you close it over the top of the bottle. Now, when you light that shit, you light it and you run, and that thing will make a bomb that's loud enough to set off car alarms. It goes, boom, Thought it was hilarious when I was a kid. Now that I'm an old man, every time one goes off, I jump and I shit myself, And what has God done to me now that I'm an old man? He's made sure there's a bunch of fucking punks in the neighborhood who know how to do it, and they do it all day. Boom! Wah, 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 wah. All the fucking car alarms going off. So, okay. Let me see. Fireworks and driveway explosion. 4th of July is the title of the driveway clip for those who haven't seen it. Fucking intense. Fireworks and okay. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. Why not? We can watch it because I'm pretty sure it's not copyright. When Paulina pulled the plastic wrap out, I was like, "What the fuck?" That's what I'm saying. I was like, "Dude," I was like,
"Wait a minute."
I was like,
okay,
"What?"
Okay, the cap. Okay, plastic wrap. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys in full disclosure. The reason why I have this is because I do electrolysis, and so
okay.
I have to put like the numbing cream, and then I have to put the saran wrap on it. Before I go to my doctor's appointment. So yeah, that's why I have saran wrap in my room.
It was just so funny because I was like, "Holy shit!"
When you said saran wrap, I was like, "Holy shit, I have some right here."
I was like, if I mention a Piccolo Pete and she pulls one out, I'm like, I'm gonna shit myself. Let me see. It was called Fireworks and Driveway Explosion, 4th of July. Okay.
Fuck.
Okay.
I need my gun now.
Oh, this. Okay, yeah. I think I've seen this one before. This is pretty killer. This is pretty killer. Okay. Okay, here we go.
It's gonna be right. You cannot stick it in the ground. It's not gonna work. Who did that? You gotta put it in the shoe.
Fourth of July is over. There you go. Well, it was so quick. Let's play it one more time for those of you that missed it.
Those people weren't being very safe.
No, they were not.
You cannot stick it in the ground. It's not gonna work. Who did that? You gotta put it in the shoe.
I don't know who did that, but they're not gonna own up to it
That was a grant for now. Now everybody can go home. Oh, throw some
Whoever
burgers
drove
on.
that car, they're not going anywhere.
And I'm pretty sure the insurance company, when they go in there and try and claim it, like get claim on it, they're gonna look at them like, really, for real. You dumbass! I saw you on the video. You're stupid.
You want to.
Yeah, they're like, I'm like, no, you ain't getting shit. Yeah, I like my burgers well done. I'm glad to see no one was hurt. Yeah, I mean, I think the main indicator was when that kid jumped up. When that kid was like, ouch, when that one piece hit him. And I think that's when the guy turned around, looked around, was like, oh, shit. You know, knew all that shit was going up. Vinyl kicks. Oh, shit, that was wicked. The awesomeness. Let me see. Kimba, that was a cookout. Let me see. Dusty Google Paw Socks fireworks explosion. Okay, let's take a look here. Also, let me see what Hop Frog sent to us. Hop Frog sent us something also. Let's take a look here. Here. Okay, let me see. Where am I at? Oh, it says I'm live. Okay. Oh, look at that gorgeous bastard. I'm talking about Tim. Just kidding. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Oh shit. Okay, I think I've seen this one too, actually, Dave. But I'm gonna play this up. Okay. Dog probably thought he was like protecting them. He's like, "This is dangerous. This is dangerous, you guys." Paw Socks fireworks exploded. Let me see if I can find that here.
Take one for the team.
McCoy Stadium, Pawtucket. Okay, McCoy Stadium. Pawtucket. And firework explosion. July 13th. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's see. This is a pretty big one too. Shit. Is this the one you're talking about? Fox, I said I was at that, Dusty. Damn, that is crazy.
I can't help but picture Leslie Nielsen standing in front of that, going, "Move on, nothing to see here."
Nothing to see here, people. That is crazy. I remember one year they had an explosion at the Cerritos College. Probably doxing myself, but I grew up, like I said, in Southeast Los Angeles, and over in Cerritos, California, we used to have a big show every year at Cerritos College, which is actually where I started my road to my degree. So, but yeah, they would have the big fireworks show, and one year they used a shitty company, and sure enough, like that, it went off. The whole thing blew up. The whole thing went off, and it shot so many pieces of paper in the air. Luckily it wasn't hitting people because it was far enough away from us. But the burned paper was like floating over to us. And my friend Ernie, my cousin Ernie, bastard used to hit me with a freaking sparklers. Got a piece of the paper in his eye, and had to go to the hospital.
Karma.
That was fucking karma. That was fucking karma.
Absolutely.
Now I got to think about it. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call and be like, Ernie, remember that time when you got that piece of paper, that burnt paper at Cerritos College in like 1987 that flew in your eye? Yeah, that's fucking karma for you burning me with all the sparklers during the 70s, bitch.
Yep.
You'd be like, it was 1987. I should do it on freaking stream, huh?
That goes
like,
for
calm.
good things too. I mean, I don't know how much to say about this. I don't know that much about it, but you guys know who Robert P. is, right? Nicest guy who bought me the laptop.
Oh yeah.
I'm using. Does everything for everybody. I don't know if you guys know this. A month or two ago, he won. Somebody asked him. We have a few tickets left in this lottery kind of thing. $10. Here's $10. He friggin' won the thing. I don't know how much it was. But he said he could buy a new car and have some left over.
Nice. That's a pretty score.
Sum of money. But I'm like, this is the guy that does stuff for everybody. And so karma works both ways. If you're mean and nasty, it's going to come back and bite you. But if you're good and you're nice, it's going to come back and reward you. It's just the way life works. Sorry, but it's true.
Oh, wait. I've seen this one too. You know what, Maurice? I watch way too much. I'm realizing I watch way too much internet. I spend too much time on the internet. Let me see here.
Let's start a new game. Stump Dusty. You have to come up with a video that Dusty hasn't seen.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I've seen that one. I'm like going, okay, I watch way too much internet.
Today. It has to be from at least yesterday.
Hello, Mr. Boyd. Welcome to the movie. Yeah, I've seen this one before. It's crazy. Oh shit! He's like, that's right, bitches.
I win.
Oh man!
I'm gonna take that home and show my woman who's boss.
He's home.
Yeah, that's how the game began.
Well, you gotta be pretty stupid if you don't think a monkey's smart enough to figure out how to fire a rifle.
Yeah. You would think. I mean, their fingers and hands are exactly like ours.
Yeah, they are.
It's like if they just go ahead and they grip it,
really quick.
Monkey one.
I didn't because when I worked at Sam's, I didn't tell anybody. But I used to say I'm gonna write a book about working at Sam's. And it's
There you go.
called Even a monkey can ride a bicycle. That's what I was going to call it. That's how stupid all their employees are. I was going to call it Even a Monkey Can Ride a Bicycle. Some of the jobs these have us do, I'm like, there were people there like they would put somebody they love their palette lines, right? You've been in
Yeah.
Sam's, you've got all these items and the palettes are perfectly lined.
Yeah.
They'd hire these people to do palette lines and the palettes are like this. And I'm like, give me 2 hours and about two I don't even know what you call them, things of bananas, and I can teach a monkey to do better palette lines than you're doing. And I was serious. I'm like, I figured out all I'd have to do is show a monkey how a palette jack works, and then do a couple and let him watch me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when he gets it right, I give him a slice of banana. Guess what? The next one's gonna be right. And the next one's going to be right because the monkey's going to keep getting. I mean, it's not.
He's going to
hard.
get better at it. He's going to learn. He's going to
That's
get
why
better at it.
even a monkey can ride a bicycle, because a monkey could have done better work than a lot of the people I did for.
I mean, shit. We taught Lisa how to do live streams. That's what you get for not being here, bitch. We make fun of you. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. He said, took no prisoners. I'm like, even a monkey can learn how to use live stream. Come on now. Use StreamYard, right, Lisa?
Even a monkey.
Kayla's revenge. Skid stacking. Hi, Mark. Tim knows. So, hey, Kimba. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I used to I'm sorry, during the pandemic, like everyone has said, during the pandemic, I spent a lot of time on YouTube. I mean, a lot of time on YouTube. And I think that's the reason how I discovered most of your guys' channels, too. It's like, I think one day I just turned and said, I wonder if there's other people that collect records like me. I wonder if there would be any on YouTube. And there we go.
my thing, I always say it started with Mayo and this other guy.
Mm-hmm.
A long time ago. I can't remember his name. If I think about it long and hard, I'll come up with it. But what led me to Mayo was I was just bored on YouTube one day, and I found this guy that showed nothing but 78s, rock and roll 78s, and he'd find them for a buck or less.
Yeah.
He's showing Chuck Berry and Sun and all this stuff, and I'm like, what the hell, man? And somehow Joe Mayo, a video by Joe Mayo came up. So I watched that, and that's how I entered the vinyl community, was from some guy that wasn't part of it, but he finds 78 cheap. And he was young, too. He was probably a 20-year-old kid or something like that.
I'm trying to think who was the first one that I watched, because I think, giving her a lot of credit here, I think Lisa was the first one I saw. And I forgot what record it was or what it was she had shown. Maybe it was a thrifting video. I don't know. But I remember her being the first one, because before her, I wasn't watching music streams. I wasn't watching vinyl community streams. I was watching people that were collecting DVDs and Blu-rays. Mm-hmm. That was how I initially started on YouTube. And that was because when COVID first hit, we weren't working. They turned around, they took us out of the office and stuff. Later on, of course, they put us back on remote work because they retrained us to help with medical equipment and stuff like that, as opposed to musical equipment. So we went to that department. So we were helping people online with it. But those first probably first half a year, we weren't doing shit. So I was sitting at home just eating, drinking, watching videos. I think Lisa was one of the first ones.
I worked during COVID, but the funny thing is, I mean, for a company as stingy as Walmart, and that's who owns Sam's, they were literally throwing money at us. They were giving us hazard pay and bonuses, and every week, your paycheck was bigger and bigger, and this is okay. But
the thing that was probably good about it is you were able to sock it away because there was nowhere to go spend it.
Yeah, there was nothing to spend it on.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I mean, places like Walmart were open. You could go to Walmart with mask and every, the essential places were open, but
yeah, because my daughter, she was an essential worker. They considered her an essential worker. She was working in the market and stuff like that. So she was going to work every day. The kid's mother, she works in hospitality. She works for a hotel. You know, so they shut her completely down. You know, with me, it's like, you know, I do live music production, so it's like they shut us completely down. My job was fucked, you know, and stuff like that. My middle son, his job, he works in an office that was real estate. He does, it's actually a real estate office, but he does like office work and stuff like that. He was done. My oldest son, he was working in a school as, you know, one of the teachers who takes care of the schoolyard. Mm-hmm. So he was off, you know, so all of us were pretty much at home, just like staring at each other, like,
yeah,
you know, and stuff. So that's basically what we did. We stayed home and ate and, you know, and stuff, and pretty much and watched YouTube. And it's like we kind of like all retreated to our own parts of the house. You know, it's like, you know, the boys would go to their room, and, you know, my daughter was in her room, and the kid's brother was in her room, and I was in the room. It's like we all kind of like just like made our own little areas, you know, and like we had our TVs, and, you know,
I worked through it, and I told you guys this. I think my job was, one of my main jobs was stocking the paper towels and toilet paper, and oh my God,
Richie, here's to you. You were a fucking essential worker.
when we had it. And I mean, the whole back of Sam's was that stuff, and there were times when it was completely empty. There was nothing back there. They would like, go get a broom and go sweep back there while we can, because it was absolutely, you know, there was nowhere you couldn't sweep. You know, it was like, oh my God. But when we got it in, I we'd unload the truck, and during the middle of the day, normally I stocked at night. In the middle of the day, they'd go bring a pallet of toilet paper. I'll start stocking toilet paper, and I'm like, oh no, because I'd be swarmed. There'd literally be 50 people around my pallet jack trying to get it off, and it was still shrink wrapped and everything. And I'd be like, and it's too tall to reach too. It comes in too tall to reach. You gotta unshrink it and then knock a couple rows down just to get to it. And I tell people, you know, just I'm bringing it out, just, you know, and they'd be surrounding it, and I'm like, oh God.
You know, I don't understand.
I'd have to stand on my skid jack, which you're not supposed to do, and cut the top and go all the way down. And I didn't wrap it, and then I would knock a couple layers off, and the people would just go running for the, and I wouldn't even stock that one. I would just leave it in the middle of the thing, take my skid jack, and go for another one. And when I come back, the first one would be empty, and I'd be like, okay.
You know, I remember.
You know, it's like, oh my God, it was so horrible.
You know what I remember? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because people were using paper towels. They couldn't get toilet paper. Didn't have any tissues. They're buying tissues. They're buying paper. They're buying anything that made out of paper to take care of that.
You know what? I was going to say, I mean, I wasn't trying to cut you off, Tim, but you know what? The main thing is I remember was like, I don't know if it's just because I was patient and we didn't buy into the hysteria, but it always seemed like we had what we needed. I mean, it never seemed like I would go to the market and I wouldn't be able to find what I needed. But then again, I would.
No, toilet paper, no.
Really?
No. You'd get it in. And there was such a panic about it that people, you know, and it's Sam's Club, you know, 24 rolls of toilet paper. We had limited 2 per person. 56 rolls. How many rolls of toilet paper do you need? But people would have bought 20 of those big things if they could. And then we'd have to save a pallet of each brand that we bought. Because on Tuesdays, we normally open at 6 o'clock for members and 8 o'clock for other people.
Yeah.
And on Tuesdays, we open at 6 o'clock only for
the elderly, right? And handicapped?
The elderly, over 65. And we would save 1 roll of everything that we got in, 1 pallet, and we just wheel it up to our cafe because we didn't have anything in the cafe. The cafe was closed. So we'd wheel it all up there so they could come in and get toilet paper if they needed it, and they could actually get it. Otherwise, because they weren't fighting. Oh, it was. But I mean, we went for over a week once with nothing. Not over a week with just the whole back of the store empty, and no like sanitizer wipes either. You know, those. Oh my God, those were almost worse when they came in. was like, there'd be so many people on you. You'd be like, oh my God.
Oh, I did too, Maroons. I enjoyed being. I was like, stay away, stay over there. You stay over in your part of the house. I'll be in my
That
part of
was
the
an
house.
easy job. I volunteered for that job before the pandemic because we had to work. There's only 2 shifts at Sam's. About a year before the pandemic, they reorganized, and there's nobody working basically between noon and 2:30. Nobody. The morning shift worked from 4 to noon, 12:30 maybe, in the morning. And then the late shift worked 2:30 to like 11 or 11:30 midnight, whatever it was. And that was it. Nobody in the middle of the day, no overnight crew or anything. And we stocked. We had to do all the stocking in a couple of hours after we closed. And I didn't enjoy that at all. So I picked the paper because it was easy. I knew how it went. And to me, it's really easy to line it up straight and make it look nice and everything. And they knew I had a reputation for making anything I touched look nice. So they're like, okay, you do the paper. But I mean, I'm not very tall. I never told you guys how tall I am, but I'm not very tall. So they picked like the shortest guy in the night crew to do the tallest. But I did a good job. But I enjoyed it till the pandemic, and then that just, I'm like, oh my God.
I think
Mark Boyd saying hoarders panicked. I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead,
think
Pauline.
what happened was that because I was doing work for my organization, but then when everything, like a lot of our community events were starting to get canceled, mine was like the last event that we canceled. So I just remember just being at home for about 2 months, just like really doing nothing. But then after 2 months, I got a call from a friend of mine, and she said, like, like we're doing something with FEMA. Do you want to get a job with FEMA and work with us? And I was like, sure. What do you want me to do? It's like we need peer crisis counselors, for people that are like struggling with the pandemic. Do you think that's something you want to do? It's like, yeah, I'll do that. So I got hired for FEMA to be a counselor. But the funny thing was, like, I wasn't doing the counseling stuff. They actually had me doing PR, because I do like a lot of journalist stuff, and so I was working more on the PR outreach stuff than anything else. But I was still being paid as if I'm a counselor. Cool. So that was good. But I just remember, like, most part, it was just like, just like waking up in the morning, just like, I never really left my room all that much, except for just, take a shower, brush my teeth, make something to eat, go to the store. But yeah, that was like a rough time.
I mean, they took it seriously where I am. I mean, the streets were empty. They put a curfew of 11 o'clock. You had to have a reason to be on the road after 11 o'clock at night. Yeah. Which could, and at one point, my car was past inspection and I had a light out, and you couldn't get your car inspected. And I actually missed work a day because I'm like, I got a headlight out, and I'm gonna get. We didn't get out of work till midnight, so I'm gonna get pulled over. There's not a chance in the world I'm not gonna get pulled over. Oh man, I hate it. I hate it. And then we wound up doing a remodel in the middle of the pandemic, and I got volunteered for that. And at first I vehemently said no. And then I realized, I mean, the Sam's Club I worked at, cold as hell in the winter, hot as hell in the summer. The boss refused to run the air conditioning or the heat. He just didn't. So try doing stocking and stuff when it's 95, 100 degrees in this place wearing a mask. And I realized if I worked overnights, I probably didn't have to wear a mask. So finally I relented and did the remodel. And then I got so used to not wearing a mask, the day the remodel ended, I never came back. I told them, I tried to get everybody to get me out the way you're supposed to get out. To not just quit, to you fill out paperwork and you do everything right. I even went to our general manager, and then he's like, "You're not serious. You're not going anywhere." I talked to 3 different managers, and they're all like, "No, you're staying. You're not." No. So then I said goodbye to everybody on my last night, and I never went back. I missed out on some benefits, I'm sure, but they wouldn't do it they wouldn't do it. They refused. I probably could have sued them, but they refused to, no, you're staying. No, I'm not. Because I couldn't do it. I couldn't face going back and wearing a mask for 9 hours a day, every day. I just, in that heat. Because I have breathing problems as it is. I've had pneumonia twice and my lungs aren't very good anymore. And I'm like, no. So I never went back, and that's what happened to my job. Yeah, me either, Mr. Stark. And it teed me off because at that point it was over and we didn't need to wear masks anymore. And I used to go wear a mask and blah, 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 blah. And in fact, halfway through the renovation, they got a memo that corporate was watching us on the cameras, and they put down a mandate at 4:00 in the morning. The morning crew came in, and at that point we had to put our masks back on. Like, why? There's like 6 of them. Why? Oh, so I left. I said goodbye.
Strange times.
Nope. I walked out. And,
I know. When I think about that time, I just think like how a year before we kind of got a glimpse of how it's gonna look, because the year before, that's when the movie Avengers Endgame came out. And I know you don't follow the Marvel movies and stuff like that, but in the movie before, there was a character named Thanos. And what he did was he got these stones and he snapped away about 50% of the entire universe. And so when you see Avengers Endgame, they show you about 5 years later since everybody got snapped away, and the entire planet looked very, very quiet. There's like no cars on the road. There's no baseball games happening, no ships in the sea and stuff like that. And I just remember tuning into the news, and someone did like an aerial shot of our area, and it was like looking at the same thing from the year before from that movie. I was like, holy shit, talk about foreshadowing, life imitating art. It was like that. It was like, wow, there's no car on the freeway or anything, no cars like driving outside. It was just like, it was very, very spooky. And the whole thing, like, even outside looked like kind of eerie and spooky because no one was going anywhere. There was no life happening.
No, it was horrible. I hated, it's funny. Mr. Stark is talking about airports, and during this time when I need to get my car inspected, talking about getting my car, when I finally could do it, I made an appointment, and the lady behind the desk was the mechanic's wife, the shop owner's wife, but she had another job. She only been working this job a week or two. And when my car was done, it needed brakes and that was it, and everything else was fine. He was off getting a part for the next job, and she put the door up and was backing my car out, and the door fell down and crashed into my car, broke the door, broke my back window, it made a mess of my car. I heard this explosion, and I'm like, what the hell was that? I just went, and she comes in, and she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, but you better come here. And the garage door is collapsed on my car, and she's like, my husband's going to kill me. And I felt really sorry for her. I liked her instantly. She's one of these people that I walked in, and I immediately liked her, and I was like, oh man, this is, but anyway, to make the only place you could rent a car during the pandemic, this was the early days of the pandemic, you could still rent one at the airport. It was the only thing open at the airport. So talk about a walk. She takes me to go rent a car. It's funny. Their insurance carrier was right across the street. The owner saw it happen and came running over, and so I got everything taken care of immediately. It took like 10 minutes, and then she takes me to the airport to rent me a car. You know, they were really nice people. They did all of this for me. I didn't have to do anything. And but walking through a deserted airport where I literally saw 4 people the entire time I was there, and they were all behind car rental desks. That was it. I'm like, this is really strange.
Okay, I'm back.
So I rented a car, and nice car.
The funniest thing,
Mm-hmm.
the funniest thing around that time was like, because there'll be days where my uncle and we would like head to the store like early in the morning, around 6 o'clock, because that's when people will start lining up to go to the store, and we first had to let the elderly get in first, and then
and then you have to wait in line. 6 feet apart from everyone else. So
we came up with a system, me and my uncle, that it was gonna think where he would get a package of toilet paper, and I was gonna get a package of toilet paper as well. But we didn't want to be seen as if we were going there at the same time, that we arrived at the same time. So he'll drop me off first, and then he'll wait like about 10 minutes, and then he'll go in and back of line. And so there's a thing in Reservoir Dogs that mentions town, and so my uncle was like, "Hey, Paul, how are you doing?" I was like, "Hey, Art, man, I've seen you for a while." And so he was like, "Hey," you're like, "Oh my God, I just got into town. I had to go to Tustin to get some boxes."
Like Lost.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Reservoir Dogs. I'm sorry, there it was.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Reservoir Dogs? Were like, oh no, that's just the day that we sent you to Tustin to go like pick up some boxes.
Yeah.
You know what I remember about the pandemic was how fast everything closed down. That's what's getting the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Was how fast they closed the world down. And to me, it seemed like it happened all in a matter of like a few hours. To me, it seems like, but.
Well, the scariest thing about that to me was, I mean, I don't mean to get political here, but it showed just how powerful our government is and how the people are. Okay, you're gonna do this. All the businesses are gonna close. You're not gonna. Only essential things are gonna say, blah blah blah. You're gonna do this, and in a row and in a line, we all said, "Yes, sir. Okay."
In retrospect, like Kimba said, orchestrated. In retrospect, now I see that it seems like it was orchestrated. I mean, I don't know what it was orchestrated exactly for. I mean, I won't be a conspiracy theorist, but I don't know if there was, if it was already in place, this emergency, it was already in place how they would handle it. I don't know. I just remember that day I was at work, and at work they tried and said, okay, everybody pack up your things. We don't know when we're coming back. Everybody go home. And I was like, shit. So I turned around, I was like, okay, they said, we will be in touch with you through email or whatever else. Everyone pack your things and go home, please, and be safe. We all went home. And I remember I got home, and then my son walked in. He was like, yeah, they canceled our game. All the parks are closed. This is closed. That's closed. And then his job called him. His job was like, okay, we're closed down. We're not going to be. And then my other son's job called him, and he's like, we're not. It just seemed like all these phone calls are coming in like the world's shutting down.
Yeah.
And I was just like, fuck, really? It happened that quick.
I agree. I think it was a test to see how in line we'll all be. And guess what? We were perfect little angels for them, and that's scary.
I saw that happen many times. I mean, I had personal friends who lost, family members that same thing happened where they had to like see them die behind glass. I mean, I did see that, and stuff like that. My son had friends, who's, we had one friend whose name is Robert, and his mother's mother and her mother died from COVID. So it was like they had 2 of them in the hospital at the same time. They had the great grandmother and they had the grandmother in the hospital at the same time with it. So it's like, and they were doing everything. They were like flipping her over to see if they can get her to breathe correctly. They were getting her like this, trying to do it, everything they could, and finally they let, the mother in the room, his mother, which was the daughter, in the room, and she had to wear, the whole freaking, setup, was telling her, Mom, it's okay to let go. You can go ahead and let go now. I'm here, let go. And her mother died right there. So it's like, I do believe the COVID was a very real thing. It was a very real thing. I don't believe it was, but it's just that, it was like so surreal,
was totally like, wow. It was like beautifully put together because around that time, my dad was he was the head of security at the Methodist Hospital out in Arcadia. He was running the whole security show for them, and he had to write the entire protocol in the event of when that happened. And the thing was, around that time, during the pandemic, early on in the pandemic, he fell into a coma. So they had to take him to the hospital. And then his own protocol was in place. So it was a thing where, like, if he wanted, like, my stepmom to be with him, she could only do it behind a glass. She couldn't be in the room with them. And when he wanted things to change, they're like, no, you can't, because you wrote your own protocols. This is your protocol happening. And so it was weird because the only way that, if I wanted to talk to him, the only way that we could do that is they had to schedule a Skype. And so talk to him on the computer. And I end up setting that up for my stepmom and for us to talk to him like that.
Yeah.
I put that all together for us. And and so it was really interesting how it got like that. It was very hard. I never had a chance to go to the hospital to be behind a glass to see him. I wasn't allowed. Only my stepmom. So, but it was like a weird kind of thing to go through, where before, if your loved one was in a hospital, you could go see them. But now what that protocol was, it was like, wow.
Yeah, I totally understand what Marissa is saying there. It was, I understand. It was a bit much for us to take, especially for people who lost people, to see when they were dancing in the hospital. But I think the reasoning behind it was that they had to do something or they would just go insane. Yeah. Because the amount of like death and depression and, just the amount of things they were seeing, was probably it was too much. But I think it was inappropriate for them to be doing TikToks and shit like that. They shouldn't have been doing shit like that. Shouldn't have been sharing on social media. Most of the stuff they were seeing, where they were doing. But it's like, they went through a bit. They went through quite a lot, and my kid's mother, she has like a lot of friends who work at the Irvine UCI, and they were like a hub, for COVID. They really got attacked hard, with COVID and stuff like that. And they had like with ICUs and stuff like that. And it was just an insane time, it's like, but I think I was discussing it with Lisa earlier. I don't know if you were in on that conversation, Paulina. We were talking about World War III. I don't think you were in on that conversation, but
probably wasn't.
Me and Lisa were talking about World War III, and she was talking about like how she was worried about whatever. And I was like, Lisa, I said, you have to understand, and this is just my opinion. A lot of people could turn around and say, no, you're fucking wrong, Dusty. Fuck you, Dusty. You're wrong. But I just feel that we are way overdue for a third world war. Because I think this is just like in The Godfather, where they turn around and they say, these things have to happen every so often to let go of all the bad blood. And I think that's what is going on right now, is that we are just in a position right now where the world needs to have a good world war, not only for the sanity of the world, but also for the economy of the world. Because let's be honest, war is money. It is money, and it will be lucrative for a lot of different like countries. If we end up having one real good war.
people together. A
Mhm.
common enemy pulls people together. I mean, look how
Mhm.
together this country was after 9/11.
Yeah,
We've
yeah, that
been
also.
united in a
Yeah.
long, long time. You need a common enemy, and then when you don't have one, things just fall apart.
I mean, it's definite that the United States is going to be pulled in a war in our lifetime. I think there's going to be a good war coming up soon. I think, and a lot of people think, oh, World War III is going to be that's it. They're going to push a button. No, I think countries are more responsible than that. But I do think there's going to be a ground war. There will be ground wars.
I think
You know.
some are and some aren't. But
Yeah, I do think there's going to be
I-
ground wars. But
I was worried a little while ago, and I don't
Mhm.
want to get political here. I was worried. I think the thing that could start World War III more than any other thing that's going on right now is the Ukraine thing.
it's going to be Ukraine and also
Because if
Israel.
Ukraine loses,
Uh huh.
then a lot of countries are going to be angry. And-
Yeah.
and then that to me seems more of a trigger than the Israel thing or
Hmm.
anything else going on.
There's a lot of hotspots going on though right now, Tim. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like the Ukraine. You know
But
what's going
Ukraine-
on in
Number one
Israel.
for-
I mean, there's a lot of
for a
people.
lot of people because it's a little taste of democracy in the middle of not democracy, and if that goes down, and they're everybody looks at them as victims, and they pretty much are. I mean, they're just sitting there minding their own business, and one day they're invaded.
Hmm.
What the heck,
It was cast for sure, but nurses, PAs, docs had COVID and still attended patients stuff that couldn't get day off. Well, yeah, I remember that clearly. I remember them talking about that on the news. But to tell you the truth, with everything that was coming in at that time, I really, really had to be more discerning on who I listened to and who I had followed. I think, let's put it this way. This is the way I see it, is that before the pandemic, I don't think I really cared about politics. It's like, I knew some, but when this is the attitude that I used to have, is that, it doesn't matter what's going on in Washington, doesn't matter what's going up on, Capitol Hill, doesn't matter. All this shit does not matter because no matter what, I still got to get my ass up in the morning and go to work and make a paycheck to take care of my little slice of America. That's the way I felt about it. So I don't give a shit about the rest of that shit. But when that shit started crawling across my lawn, the COVID and then all the problems, everything was starting to come across my lawn and I could see it, that's when I started paying attention. And then also when the world stopped and there was no other distractions, there was no sports to watch, there was no concerts to see, there was nothing to do, and I just had to concentrate on what was going on in the world. That's when my eyes just went, it's like that's when it brought everything came into focus. And I was just kind of like, oh shit,
Well,
But
I think it's like kind of the thing where I think there was probably nothing that was happening that was possibly affecting you. So you weren't totally into politics, but I think
exactly. Mm-hmm.
But by design, I had to be into politics because I was looking after my community and
Mm-hmm.
how every kind of political change kind of affected.
Well, yeah, I mean, survival for you. You've always been in survival mode.
Especially when it came to the moment that Trump got elected, that we start to see the rollback of protections for LGBTQ people, especially when it came to the transgender community. It was the thing where our access to health care was getting endangered from being taken away and stuff. We had to really work on make sure that all our protections, especially California, was being put into place. But we're also thinking about other places that were starting to be affected, places that didn't have the kind of protections that we do have here in California. So I think it's the thing where where people are not totally into it unless you start to feel like, oh my god, my rights are starting to be affected because of what this person is trying to put forward.
So basically, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Basically, you're saying, oh, so now you're getting a taste of what I've been going through my whole life. Is what you're basically saying, which I agree with you.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. You're like saying, oh, so now it was important to you. And now since it was affecting you, now you're paying attention. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's what happened. For you, you've been paying attention your whole life because it's always been a battle. For me, it just recently did it come across my yard, which is true. I totally agree with that. You know, yeah. And I think that's when I really like opened my eyes and started paying attention to what was going on. You know, but but I noticed that a lot of people became very divisive, you know, during the pandemic. The pandemic created a lot of division. And, you know, it's like before, like, you know, when it came to, like, you know, Trump, it was like, you know, a lot of people would be like, oh, Trump this, Trump. I tried to give him benefit of the doubt because, like I said, I didn't really hate the man. You know, I was just kind of like, you know, I would make excuses for him in my head. I'd be like, well, how the fuck would I handle this shit that's going on? You know, let's give the man a break. He's only human. You know, I would say shit like that, you know. I'd be like, he's doing the best job he can. You know, I try and do that shit. But then after a while, of course, I was like, no, buddy. You're fucking... I don't want to get too political about that, but, you know, it's just like, yeah. But, yeah. Well, okay, let me see. Marie said, I think California got worse than most as far as regulations pandemic goes. Yeah, but I think it's because maybe we're a bigger state.
I think New York might have been worse. New York got hit hard. New York is hardcore on everything now. You know.
But you guys also got really hit hard over there too. The whole New York State got hit hard.
But it's, everybody says that, but it really isn't. It really is just New York City. But you know, I mean, at one point it was gone, and it was gone. There hadn't been a case recorded in weeks, and then what happens at the same time? Two people go on vacation somewhere. I forget where they went. And then they come back on like a Saturday. And what do they do on Sunday? They go to church. Guess what? The entire congregation got friggin' COVID.
Yep.
That's one. And then they decided once the things started opening up a little bit, they decided that there was an annual golf tournament. They would let it happen because it's outdoors and, you know, blah, 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 you know, you play in teams of 3 or 4 and everybody else is, you know, and this one guy comes up from like North Carolina or someplace and he got COVID. And then it would have been fine. But they decided after it was over that they were going to have the party that was originally scheduled, even though they weren't supposed to have it. And now all of a sudden, everybody at this party has COVID. And it's like, idiots. And this happened everywhere. This isn't my little town. This happened everywhere. Idiots. Once, like a year into it or something like that, it should have been over. If it wasn't for idiots, it would have been over. But you've always got the idiots.
That's what I went through with my fucking older sister. Because I remember when the whole pandemic happened, she did a post. And I remember liking the post. She was like, hey, I just want to put it out there that, you know, like, I'm going to keep myself and my kids at home. We're not going to allow anybody to come and visit us. If you want to talk to us, just, you know, FaceTime us or anything. But I'm going to keep my kids safe. We're not going to go out. We're not going to go visit anybody, and no one's going to come over. And so I was like, oh, great job. Like, you know, I like, you know.
Good for you. Yeah, I can commend that. Okay.
And all of a sudden, about a week later, it was my my niece's birthday. And so she was like, hey, we're going to do like a thing for my niece. Like, you know, if you want to do like, because it was like the drive-bys that they were doing. Like, if you want to, like, hey, happy birthday, just drive by our house, off the horn, and, you know, shout out, like, you know, and you're like, we'll be watching and stuff like that. And so I was like, okay, you know, like, at least she's doing something that's, you know, like, part of the kind of thing that happened. But then all of a sudden, about a day later, she was like, hey, we're having a birthday party for my niece at my place. And again, you know, like, do you want to come over? And I'm like, we're in the middle of a fucking pandemic and you want to throw a fucking party at your house? No. It's like,
Mhm.
what the fuck happened about 2 weeks ago? I'm not gonna let anybody in my house. Like, I'm gonna protect my kids and stuff like that. And now you want to, like, get together with some friends and fucking drink and I was like, you're gonna fucking get COVID if you do that. And then she was like, okay, well then I guess that's a no for you. It's like, yeah, that's a fuck no for me. I'm not gonna go. And then
Mhm.
she has a party, and then about a week later, she texts me, "We have COVID." I wonder how the fuck you got COVID. And so I
Mhm.
was like totally pissed off, and then I was talking to my brother, and we're like saying, because our other sister showed up for that party too. Like, we both partied together, and
Mhm.
so I was like to my brother, like, can you believe our fucking sisters? They fucking got COVID. I was like, what the fuck? Say, yeah, they're fucking stupid. Like asses. And
And then you're
so,
like, achoo.
no, what? Because this was like in May,
Mhm.
and then all of a sudden in December, my sister came by to give me a Christmas tree
Uh-huh.
for Christmas. And I thought, okay, maybe she already had COVID. I don't know what was going on, but
Mhm.
then she gave me the Christmas tree. She brought it over. She said out to my uncle and myself, and then she was only here for about like an hour. Then she left. Then all of a sudden she texts me like about 3 days later. Hey, me and my daughter, we both got COVID again. I'm like, and so what happened was, like, after those few days, I started to get a cough. My uncle got a cough. We didn't think anything of it, but then as the day progressed, he went to work. I went to my 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 dad's place because my stepmom had a birthday that day. We both start to feel bad and very, very sick, and then we realized, fuck, we got it.
Mhm.
And I was trying to figure out, like, after that, like, how the fuck did we get it? Like, we didn't go anywhere. Like, we didn't go visit
She brought
anybody.
it to you.
Oh, that fucking bitch.
See, now the way that my house actually ended up with it was we had a couple of bouts where we never even it was in the house, but we didn't get it. My daughter caught COVID. She had a headache, and that was it. She got a headache, a little bit of a sniffle, gone. And we were terrified when she got it because these were the early days. We're talking, this is like the first couple of months of COVID. So we're like going, oh shit. And I was like, we're all going to get sick. My kid's mother, she was in the room with her. So she stayed with her and they quarantined together in the room because my kid's mother was like, well, I've been around her, so I'm more likely going to have it. So I better stay in here with her before I get the rest of you sick. She never got it. And she was in there with her 24/7. And she never got it. Really weird. I was taking their dishes back and forth and stuff like that. And I was, feeding them, all that stuff. I never caught it myself. None of us ever caught it. About 4 months later, my other son comes home and he's like, I don't feel good. Test positive for COVID. Nobody else ever got it. None of the rest of us got it. Then my other son got it. And then it was like weird. It's like all of us got it, and we were like, we don't know where we got it because we didn't get it from each other when all of us had it. And then one day I go out and I come home and I'm like, oh, I'm sick. I test positive. There you go. I'm like, it's like none of us gave it to each other, but we got it from other sources. So it's kind of weird, Dan. I'm sorry.
The thing that pissed me off about it was, like, I went to my parents' house, and I gave it to my dad, my stepmother, my stepmother's dad, and her sister. And I was pissed off about that. I was, and they're pissed off about me. I was like, hey, I didn't realize I had it.
Dan, has everybody had COVID multiple times, and is it still around? It is still around. I've had it multiple times. Each time has got. I tell you the truth, the first time I had it was not too bad. I lost my sense of smell and taste. Wasn't too bad. Second time wasn't too bad. Third time, fucking kicked my ass. That one I got sick. And I was like, what the fuck? But That's been about it, and I haven't had it
Still
since
around,
then.
but unless you've
Uh-huh.
got serious illnesses, it's probably not lethal anymore.
Yeah, people really don't care. It's like, before, if you would walk into your work and be like, I just positive for COVID, people would be like, oh my God, get the fuck away from me. People don't care now. They're like, oh, get your ass to work. People don't even care anymore. It's like the flu now. Especially here in California, that's the type of attitude they have. Like, just,
Well, I was an anti-COVID person. I understand it's a real thing and blah blah blah, but you look every day at the COVID deaths. Famous people died of COVID, or just, And there was this one guy, I forget his name. He was like a Brazilian artist or something. He was 97 years old. He'd been battling cancer for 20 years. Died of COVID. I think the government upped the statistics any way they could. I think if you had COVID and you were hit by a bus, cause of death was COVID.
No.
If you had COVID, that was the cause of death.
No. Because the thing that people don't understand about COVID is that if you have any kind of underlying health issues, what COVID does is it basically speeds up your end.
Well, I understand that.
Because what happened with me was, like, I was at the time healing from shoulder surgery, and what was happening before I had the surgery was, like, I was having a lot of heart issues. I was having a lot of headaches, and everything. So what happens was, when you get COVID, it really attacks any parts of your system that is already pre-compromised. And so that was happening to me, because when I got COVID, all the symptoms that was starting to go away from the surgery was coming back, and was coming back in a very hardcore kind of way, to the point that I thought that I was going to die. And the thing is, and I cannot really say this because my cousin lives with me. Hope you guys can hear me. But her dad, he had to get dialysis. But what happened when he got COVID, he wasn't allowed to go get dialysis like he should. And so what happened was, when he got COVID, it attacked him to the point that he actually died from it. So that's how strong COVID was.
Yeah, but you're talking the original strain, though, right?
When you're 97 and you've been battling cancer for 20 years, if you got a cold, you'd probably die. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think a lot of deaths were attributed to it that weren't actually.
Well, me, myself, this is the thing that's going to probably sound depressing, but me, myself, personally, I figured, what? I had done so much damage to my body. I was obese. I had all kinds of different things wrong with me. And when COVID came around, I was like, okay, well, it's going to be the one to do me in, and I just got to accept it. I'm like, you know what? I tried and said, if I can survive, I'll survive. If I can't, I can't, but I can't blame anybody for it. I only got to blame myself. No one told me to eat that Big Mac. I did it myself. But I think a lot of people did not accept that. A lot of people that were obese and stuff like that were like, oh, no, I don't want to go. But it was like,
I accepted it. I think after about like the first week of having it, and I was feeling very, very bad, I got to the point that I actually did work on my will, and I put it on a flash drive, and I told my uncle, like, hey, if anything should happen to me, go to so I put the flash drive in the smile box.
Yeah.
And I actually told my uncle, like, go open that box. You're gonna find a flash drive. That's my last will and testament. Give it to my Aunt Susie, again, have her the whole thing, because she's a paralegal.
Yeah.
Because I had already made peace. I was like, I'm gonna die from this. I might as well get all my ducks in order before I go. And
because I
being 38 at the time.
Well, I mean, that's the way it felt. It did feel like, for me, I was like, oh, because, I mean, if you paid attention to what the news were saying, it's like, it made you feel like, well, if you were obese, you weren't ready for this, and it's going to take you, and it's going to, blah, blah, blah. But luckily, my first bout of COVID that I actually had was after getting vaccinated. Now, is this going to open up a whole other jar of worms? I don't know about that, I don't know how reliable the vaccines were. I do not know. I am not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I do not know. But I do believe, in my own opinion, like I said, but I do not have a professional opinion. that the vaccination did make it a lot less than it could have been. You know, I really do believe that. You know, some people will say, no, it's not that. It's just that you were able to overcome it, you know, because it was a weaker strain. Could have been it was a weaker strain. Maybe it had nothing to do with the vaccination. I don't know. We won't know. We'll find out in the coming years. You know, but all I know is that I had the initial set of shots. I did have 2 different boosters. But after that, they started saying additional boosters. And I kind of like drew a line in the sand and said, okay, that's enough. I've been poked enough. You know, I've been poked enough. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to take my chances from here on out. You know, I was like, because I don't get the flu shot every year. You know, I was like going, I said, you know, I've had COVID a couple of times, plus I've had the boosters and vaccinations. I said, I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay from here on out. And I have been. I've been around people with COVID and I haven't caught it. You know, stuff like that. Maybe my own natural, you know, immune system dealing with COVID those few times or those couple of times is like, it's holding it at bay now, you know. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not a scientist, like I said. So, let me see. Uncalibrated ventilators cause a lot of that too. We actually, the company that I work for, we were actually calibrating those shits. They turned around and they took us from what we were doing on the live music computers and everything like that, and they retrained us to help with medical equipment and ventilators and stuff like that. And believe me, those ventilators take a lot of work to remain calibrated, especially between patients. You know, and I mean, the thing is that you had a lot of medical workers who were working with so much stuff that, you know, they would call us and they would be so frustrated. They'd be yelling at us. And we would understand that these people are dealing with so much shit that we would like be sympathetic. You know, and I'd be like, you know what? I know you're yelling at me. I know you're screaming at me. I know you're upset. Just calm down. We're going to try and like walk you through this to recalibrate this, you know. And, you know, well, we have someone who has to be put on a ventilator by this such time. This is, you know, and I'm like, okay, we're going to get this done. Well, we will, you know, get this done. You know, we'll get it done. You know, stuff like that. But, yeah, a lot of people were under a lot of pressure at that time. And, you know, sitting here at this computer, you know, working remotely with these, you know, medical workers, trying to get them to get this medical equipment online, you know, that was stress to me. You know, so to me, I was like dealing with it in my own way. I'd be like, you know, because they were like, you know, you'd have people on, you know, on my computer yelling at me, you know, lives are on the line. You know, we need to get this ventilator up and running. We need to get this up and running. You know, so it's like, yeah, it was just, yeah, it was a horrible time. You know, it was crazy.
Bad time.
Yeah, crazy. You know, it was a crazy, crazy time. See, where it said for some probably. I said, I do also believe the vaccine helped lessen the effects for me. I really do believe it did. You know, a lot of people would probably disagree with me. I'm just saying that's my own personal opinion. I don't, you know, negate anybody else's opinion. I don't say that anybody else's opinion is wrong. That's just my opinion. Alex Chilton's song was in my head all the time. Pretty soon we're all going to get It's Time to Buy Some Stuff on Credit. They had told us that, though, Mark. They had told us that. They had said that, you know, it got to a point where they had told us straight to our faces, you know, you're all going to dance with COVID at one time or another. So just accept it. Just be prepared for it. Take your vitamins. Try and eat as best you can now because it's coming.
Yeah, Mark,
You know?
just so you know, I'm a huge Alex Chilton fan, so I know exactly what the song was. Probably the first song about AIDS. Alex Chilton probably wrote the first song about, besides Song for Guy, but that was an instrumental, so I don't really count that because it's about an AIDS patient, but it's an instrumental. Alex Chilton wrote a song about AIDS called No Sex, and that's where that's from. Great song.
Let me see. I don't get it, but they forced my daughter since it was her first job at the hospital after all. Now, see, the thing is, I don't agree with forcing people to get it. Yes, did I get it? Do I believe in it? Yes, but that was my own personal choice. I don't believe they should force people to do it.
I think if you're maybe a medical worker, I can see that. But other than that, I don't think. I just think it should have been your own choice. And if you're a medical worker and you don't want to get it, then you don't see patients. There's other things to do in a hospital besides seeing patients.
Yeah, like Maria says, I mean, I didn't get it, Jeb. Okay, I understand. I mean, the thing is that, you know, history will tell who was right, who was wrong. Hopefully, sooner or later, it will come out. Because the way I see it is, okay, if the vaccine was the way to go, enough people probably got the vaccine where it did kind of help build a herd immunity, So if enough people believed in it and it was true, either way, a win-win. We all won. I mean, we did win. COVID is where it is. It's in its corner for now, But, the thing is, I just don't think that people should be pointing the fingers at other people now, in 2024. I know people like to fight about it. So they're like, what, you didn't get the jab? Blah, blah. It's like, it's a dead argument. It's like, whether they got the jab, they didn't get the jab. Just let it go. It's like, we're out of the woods for now. Just be happy. Don't be fighting with your fellow man about whether they got the jab or they didn't get the jab. It's just, it is what it is, so. Mark Boyd, I believe it. A couple of hundred nurses walked out, though. Yes, they did. Oh, he said it was called No Sex. Dark humor song.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's from an EP.
Yeah, everyone got COVID regardless, which they told us. At first they tried to make us feel like if we had gotten the jab that we were not going to get it. And then it turned to, well, no, you're going to get it. It's just that it's going to keep you out of the hospital. Okay, I was like, okay, that's good enough for me. If I'm going to get it and I'm going to get sick and it's going to be a flu, okay,
Yeah, it was. I think. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I think the COVID vaccine was mostly just sort of an immune system booster.
Yeah.
Bitch.
That is a text from my baby mama. That's what it says. Oh, bitch. And they still force people to attend regardless. Just ask not to brag about having one around patients.
When I first heard that, I thought that was Doc Dawkins. It sounded like
okay.
Doc Dawkins, can I change the subject? Because
no problem. Go ahead. No problem.
Because he hates this. Paulina, have you seen? Now I forgot his name. The dude in England did a video about the Lennon's actually shipped in the box. Have you seen this? The $1,350 cube. Have you seen it? What's his name?
No, I have not.
Andrew Dixon. Lennon sent him one, and he opened it. And you know what? I'm not saying I would buy it, but I think compared to the Harrison crate, this thing is actually not all that bad value for money. And I'm being serious here.
I actually agree with you
because you get, and Doc Dawkins hates it, so that's what reminded me of it. I didn't know you get 10 vinyl LPs, 10. You get the actual box set, so you get all of the music twice. Or almost. There might still be a couple hidden tracks not on vinyl, but there's not very many. You get the book that's for sale in stores and stuff, which is probably close to $100 book. What's a 10 record set going to go for these days? $50 or $500?
Probably around there. I'd say probably easily. Yeah.
Going to go for $200. The book's $100. You're up to $800 right there. This plexiglass cube is probably going to go for $100. Think about what a turntable lid costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably about $60-$70. Yeah.
$900 already. It comes with a Utopian national anthem flag, a real flag. It's huge. That's going to cost some money. He showed the maps. The maps are huge. They probably cost $10 or $20 a piece in a store. It comes with it's probably a board game. Nobody's really sure what this thing is. And he's just showing this and this and this. And I'm like, if you add it all up, I see why it's this much money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in there. It's not a couple of gnomes and a wooden bookmark and 5 albums.
A couple of gnomes. I really
more than that. And I'm like, wow, this thing is,
When that George Harrison box set came out, I just really thought that was like, I mean, like I said about everything, matter of opinions. It's my opinion. Opinions like assholes. Everyone has one. They all stink. But that fucking George Harrison freaking box set with the gnomes, I just thought that was so ridiculous. I don't know why. I just thought the gnomes, because I was like, when are you ever going to pull us out? Look at them.
$500 or $600 maybe,
Mhm.
you know, but $1,000 was way too much. But I'll show you guys what teed me off about the George box.
Paulina, they're going to release not only Fur Taco. I call her Fur Taco. No, I'm just kidding. Furtado's first album on vinyl. Are you going to be buying it?
I pre-ordered it.
Sweet.
Can't wait to get it. I love it.
The thing that teed me off about the George set wasn't the
Uh-huh.
huge Uber crate. It was the regular
Uh-huh.
CD box set. The regular CD box set went for around close to $200, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you could get this, which is a 3 CD box set. There's only 2 more CDs and the other thing, and this was like $35 at Target. So you're literally spending $165 for 2 more CDs. That was ridiculous. That was absolutely absurd.
Let me see.
I will say that whole big cube set for my games is actually pretty sweet. I wish I had that kind of money, because then I would definitely would love to get that set, but
It is sweet. And you know what he did in the middle of the video, which I'm like, he stole that from me, because that's what I've been saying. This is what I told Mayo. He's like,
Mhm.
people are worried that you're going to be storing your records sideways.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna show you something. This is really technical, so pay close attention. If you take the cube and roll it over once, your records are stored vertically.
Oh, where'd Paulina go?
They're
Oh,
like,
there she
I've been
is.
saying that the whole time.
Uh-oh. Paulina turned around. She like popped out accidentally. She'll be back.
Yeah.
It's crazy how
I've been saying that the whole time. You don't want to store your records horizontally. Turn the cube over. There. No, they're not.
sorry, it's 3 a.m. here, and I'm exhausted from fixing my roof. That vice better come on soon, or I'm going to pass out. There you go. It's crazy how the Listen to the Band Monkeys box set was just 4 CDs, and it didn't come close to completing the catalog. 4 CDs.
Yeah.
How many albums did the Monkeys have in total?
I don't know, 9 maybe? 10?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm looking. Right here somewhere.
Okay, Pauline, I'm trying to add you, and you're still like buffering.
This thing.
Okay, there you go. The music box.
It was in a bigger, tall thing originally, and then they made it this, and it was even cheaper. This was what, like $35 or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Four CD set. This is the best Monkeys collection. If anybody just wants one Monkeys collection, but they really like Monkeys, this is the way to go. It's got some outtakes on it, and some of the songs that were on the 3 outtakes albums that came out, and
I had actually had a gentleman who was actually trying to offer. Hello, there you are again. Who was offering me the Monkeys on Blu-ray, the whole box set. I forgot the price he gave me, but it was a really inexpensive price. I was thinking of picking it up, and I was like, well, at that price, I'll probably pick it up and watch it. And I was like, okay, I'll watch it once, even if I'm really not into it. Because I mean, like I said, I never watched every episode of the Monkeys. I watched a few. It's kind of like, well, if I don't like it, I'll just give it to Lisa or some shit, Because I know Lisa's like the big Monkeys fan. I don't think she even has it on Blu-ray.
I have a version of music box.
Yeah, that's the other version of the music box, and then this came out later. And no Vinyl Kicks. It doesn't have all the albums on it. But it's a good
Good night, Maroos.
Tracks though. There's there's at least 25 songs I think on every disc. So
And I still have the set that Robert Pete sent me.
Oh, nice.
The heck.
Oh, that's
Wow, that's
so. Did he make that?
No, it's an
no, that's
That's a
isn't that
legit
part of Rhino's
official release?
Handmade? Isn't that part of the Rhino's Handmade collection?
Yeah, and it comes with like a 45 as well.
Oh, nice.
Wow,
All of your toys. Figure out new summer.
wow, that's cool. I'd love to have that. That's awesome.
Let me see. Mark said they were cranking out 2 a year. Then there are tons of unreleased missing links, etc.
Yeah, yeah.
Dan
The
said,
studio albums through the breakup, there's 8 or 9. I don't know.
Dan said the Rhino CD's missing links
No,
were
there's
almost complete.
Tons of stuff, but missing links are really good though. They're
Rhino
really,
hand.
it's like the Beatles anthology, you know.
So, Rhino handmade. Yeah, so like I said, you know, some guy had turned around, he had offered me the whole Blu-ray set, which I don't know if it's even still around. I know that I saw Cinema Sickness, your favorite guy.
I hear rumors once in a while that, that they found more. I don't.
More episodes?
No, more of the Blu-ray box sets. I hear rumors once in a while. More seem to. They must have this warehouse somewhere, and they go through it once in a while. Oh, we found some more.
Or they know how many they have, but they only let so many hundreds out at a time.
Yes, Cinema Sickness. I stopped watching him a long time ago. He'd pass up great things, and he'd find these things for almost nothing, and it would tee me off. You know, do you know who Serial at Midnight is?
Yep, I do.
He's
Yeah,
like my favorite movie channel by far. I agree with almost everything he said about film but anyway, he these Hong Kong. I forget who makes them. Arrow, maybe these Hong Kong film box sets. I'm huge in Hong Kong, you know. And Cinema Sickness went to a flea market one day, and there was one of those. It was brand new for $10. And I can't remember if he bought it or not, but I was pissed either way. I'm like,
he does that a lot. Yeah, and he actually recently started collecting vinyl. Did you see that?
No. Why?
Probably he's collecting vinyl now. I think it was maybe about a year during the pandemic, probably. Or right after the pandemic. We were coming out of the pandemic and things were starting to open up. He was starting to go to the Goodwill and stuff. And I asked him in one of his videos, I said, do you collect vinyl? And he turned and said, no. He said, I've got too many other things I collect. He said, I can't even go down that rabbit hole. No, it's like, okay, fair enough. You know, whatever. And then next thing I know, I see him a couple of months later and he's starting to collect vinyl. You know, trying to look for it.
He did have a couple records because he's a huge Spice Girls fan. So he had like a Spice Girls record because he collects everything.
Yeah.
That got to me. And I never, weirdly, this is weird to me. I never really thought he spent enough time with his family, especially his wife. And then the next thing I know, you're getting divorced. I'm like, see, and I always liked his wife too. I always thought his wife was cute.
Yeah. I mean, I know that we only see, you know, as YouTube people, we only see like a small window into our lives. But yeah, I did find that was like really like obvious. He did not. And also the thing I found really unusual is that a couple of people did hit pieces on him. Let's be honest. There was a couple of people who did hit pieces on him. But I did notice that he spent time with a lot of other very attractive women.
Oh, yeah. And my second favorite is the woman that he's with now. But he spends tons of time with her. And I'm like, well, you know, I mean, I've watched a couple videos, and he started showing old videos again on his Cinema Sickness. On
Cinema Sickness, it's all old videos. So now when you end up seeing a video come up on Cinema Sickness, it's going to be an old video. He's replaying them. And I was like, I've already been there, done that, so I'm not going to watch him. You know, everything is like retro on the retro rest stop or whatever the hell it is.
You know, I got tired of him of basically, not, I'll say us, but not me
Uh-huh.
because I didn't gave him a nickel, but
Uh-huh.
of the world taking care of him, if you know what I mean. I mean, and here he is, like literally once a month or once every 3 weeks, he's going down to Florida and to Disneyland and blah 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 blah, and his viewers died, and I'm just like, I didn't like that. Yeah, and he wouldn't bring his wife. Hardly ever did he bring his wife. He just go
Yeah,
along.
he didn't. Yeah.
I'm like, what?
I mean, some of the stuff that they said they came out with it. Well, I'm going to let you answer this question first, actually, before we get into that. So, Dan is asking Tim, are you going to do your 45 listening sessions again?
Eventually, I can't tell you when. I never even looked to see how many hits I got on that video. I haven't even looked on my last one to see.
But
That's
Dan,
YouTube. I don't want to lose my channel. Not that I'm using it, but I really.
but Dan, do you listen to the Snap, Crackle, and Pop Vinyl Hour? Because I have it down here at the bottom. If you look down here at the bottom of the screen.
Years now going on 3. So because I had technical problems and I don't like to do things over. It's my biggest pet peeve. I had the show mixed. I lost it. I narrated the show. Turns out I have to use batteries for my mixer. That's how poor my equipment is. My batteries were dead and I didn't know it. And my voice is like this, only really distorted. And I'm like, now not only do I have to remix the whole show, I have to re-narrate it too. And it's like I just haven't wanted to do it again. It won't be as good as the first time. And it's not just one show. I do 3 or 4 shows at once. So it's 3 or 4 shows I have to redo.
If you look right there under our names, under Tim Allen, you will see snapcracklepop.podomatic.com. There's actually where you can see his podcast, which actually he does spin for vinyl. I won't say completely 45s, but you do spin vinyl on there. So,
and I might
if you want
change,
to go check it
I
out,
might change what I do come Christmas. I'm seriously thinking about it. I've been doing this for like 13 years or something like that. What? I can't read it. My computer's too small.
It says, "Yeah, I'm that slut." Let me see. Dan, Mark Boyd said, "I found a mint picture sleeve of Someday Man. Listen to the band 45 very strongly. Period signal. Nice. Sounds like a good find. Nice. Let me see. It's his job, though. What's wrong with him doing that if his viewers supporters were cool with it?" He's talking about cinema sickness.
Didn't like it. No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It just rubbed me the wrong. He can do whatever he wants. I could care less. It just I didn't feel like watching him anymore. There were other reasons too. I got tired of he stopped doing what he did. He stopped hanging out with Chris, which Chris is the reason I watched him. It wasn't ever him, really. I liked Chris.
Wasn't Chris the Sesame Street? He was a Sesame Street collector, wasn't he? Okay, yeah.
Tall guy that always has a wise crack, no matter what it is. And he stopped doing thrifting videos. He started taking us around his house, and I'm like, I'm not interested in this. So finally, I just left.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the sub. Zeb, where you been, bro? I haven't seen you in ages.
But let me run this by you guys. I'm thinking of changing my show. Still doing vinyl. I wasn't going to. I was going to get away from vinyl, to be honest. But still doing vinyl. We're doing an all 45 show and trying to keep it rocking. Calling it something like Jukebox Saturday Night or something. To have it be on Saturdays. And
I think it would work.
Just play 45s. That's it. And mostly very few mellow tunes. Keep it upbeat, not necessarily heavy, but upbeat. As opposed to ballad.
I think it would definitely work. I mean, I totally completely agree with it. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to become more consistent with the live streams. I'll probably do Wednesdays, at least Wednesday nights. But definitely. If you had a consistent spot, Tim, we did those 45 shows because your 45 shows are very, very popular. So I think if you had a consistent day every week, it could really pop off.
I worry about YouTube. I'm going to get shut down like everybody else. You know, I mean, I have been shut once, you know, just once, but once they did take it down, and that worries me, you know. But no, what I'm thinking about the 45 thing though is my podcast, my Snap Crackle Pop. Get rid of that and go to Jukebox Saturday Night, because I've just been doing this for like 14 years or something, and I'm
Shanice TV hit it out of the park earlier. Did y'all see it?
I did, and yes, I thought it was fantastic.
Awesome. Tim, would you do it as a live show at night? That's what we were talking about, actually.
Well, I was talking about my podcast, but the problem is, again, YouTube, the YouTube police. I would spin records all the time, but the YouTube police, you know, there's only so many non-hits that you can kind of, you know, before.
Yeah, when you try to go like obscure, yeah.
Beach Boys, I can't play. There's more that I can't play than I can play, and it becomes worrisome.
Yeah, like with me, it's like, you know, I probably, let's be honest, I was doing a lot of like live stream 80s and stuff like that. And then also after I have a couple of drinks, you never know what I'm going to play. So, I mean, I was just like really poking the bear when it came to like YouTube. But, but over at Twitch, it's like way easier for me to play whatever I want. But, you know, you don't get the audience at Twitch that you do on YouTube. You know, like I have like close to 400 people over here. Twitch, I have like 70 people. So, and then out of those 70 people, maybe I get like at the most 10 people, you know, and that's really rocking it if I get like 10 people from those 70 people there, you know, so.
Good. What I play, I couldn't do a 45 show on Twitch. Nobody would listen, not one person, because they're all 18 to 24. They don't want to. But
this is the thing is that what I was trying to do right now, my computer is kind of weak to do it, but I'm going to be damn IPA. I'm going to be building a stronger computer soon. So where I will be able to do it is like informing people on YouTube through maybe a loop or something, you know, live, that I am on Twitch doing a show. So the 400 people that I have over here would know that I am over there doing something right now live. So they would be able to see that and be like, oh, let's go over there and check out what's going on. So maybe they would transfer over there. Maybe at one time, maybe you might have to do the same thing, you know, where you're like telling people like I'm over at Twitch, so that way you can feel free to play whatever you want, and the people that are your audience would know that you're over there, type thing. You know what I mean? I did that for a little bit on this computer, but the computer would like it would like really bog it down, you know, to go ahead and like let people know like through a loop, you know, that's what I was doing.
So people,
you know, stuff like that.
if you don't know, he's also on Twitch. Get yourself an account. You know, go view it. I mean, like sign up. You know, follow him. It's really, really cool.
Down there, you go twitch.tv.com. Dusty Spins 50. And then there's the other channels, which are right now are really like I'm just not doing shit with. You know, I do have a secondary channel, which is Dusty Spins 2, which is supposed to be for music, concerts, whatever, documentaries, but they are stopping me from uploading anything. Everything I upload gets blocked. So, and there's Dusty Spins Reacts, which was supposed to be reactions to like music stuff. Haven't put any content there, but there will be content there soon.
Yes,
so.
We're getting ready to start up with. We're going to start reacting to Groovy Lisa's first videos.
There you go. Her OnlyFans videos.
Yeah.
We will be reacting to Lisa's OnlyFans videos, you know, judging and stuff. Blurring out the important parts, of course. But Zeb is like out there like, what? Groovy Lisa like videos? No. She has Christmas.
Steven did a little live chat after his thing, and he said he got permission from the record companies and the artists and everything. And the song he wanted to start the show with, YouTube blocked his whole video. And then he tried another song from the same artist, blocked it. Another song, even though the record company said yes, everybody said it's the artist of the record company. It's neither, because they both gave him permission, and still he couldn't do it.
Mark Boyd, has anyone tried 2 channels? First DJ set monetized, second set on the demonetized channel. I'm demonetized on all channels, and they still get me, Mark. They still get me.
They'll get you more on a demonetized channel.
Yeah, because they have
A
nothing
lot
to
of
gain
guys,
from you.
they'll just give you a warning and take your
Why,
money.
thank you, Vinyl
They'd
and
much
Kicks.
rather do that. They'd much rather do that. So,
What I'm thinking on the second channel is I do have a couple of like artists that do want to do interviews with me. So like, bear with me. I've never done interviews before, so it's going to be my first time. I have one, which is a guy whose name, I forgot his name. Great. I forget his name. Claude. I'm sorry. Claude from Anything Box. Anything Box was a band from the late 80s, early 90s. They were a synth pop band. He opened for Depeche Mode and all these other bands and stuff like that, but he had a couple of hit records on Epic Records. So anyways, he wants to do an interview with me. I also have, what is the name of the other guy? One of the guys from She Wants Revenge. He has agreed to do an interview with me also. Another band that opened for Depeche Mode in 2005. They had a couple of hit records, I guess, during the early 2000s, stuff like that. He's agreed to do an interview with me. But yeah, those are going to be coming up next month. I don't know if I'm going to do those on the Dusty Spins channel or the Dusty Spins 2 channel. Haven't decided that yet. So, but I think I might do it on the one that would get the most exposure, which would be this one. So yeah. So I got some shit coming up next month, but you know, and also I'm still working with like Daniel Sanchez and the guys over at the 80s bar, New Wave Bar, and stuff over in Bellflower. He's trying to get me some interviews with like Mike Score from like Flock of Seagulls and some of those other bands and stuff like that, and he's trying to work on like, Book of Love, Missing Persons, some of those other bands, trying to get me those guys and then do promotion for his club at the same time doing the interviews with these artists that play in his club. So hopefully next month is going to be a good month. So we'll see what happens. Let me see here. It says, I'm still waiting for a premiere of Lisa and Puppy.
It was so funny you made him sneeze.
Yeah, you made me sneeze. I don't know. Let me see how many of these IPAs I can have. Maybe we make it happen. So I don't know. Like I said, I never say never. But anyways, let me see. Do the reaction channels that have huge subs come close to being shut down? Now, I think the thing is that you have to be careful what it is exactly you're reacting to. I think if you're...
It's still funny, so he's sneezing, people.
Yeah, it's still funny, so I'm still sneezing. So I think if you end up doing like reactions to like content that isn't copyrighted, like no music, no like, I think movies, TV shows, music videos, stuff like that, unless you do a whole lot of talking, they'll go ahead and they'll copyright strike you. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, do the reaction channels that have huge subs come close to being shut down? I don't think they do. I think when they're monetized, like Tim said, I think when YouTube has a stake in it where they can make so much of a percentage off of your money, they think twice about striking you and taking you down off of their platform. If you're not monetized and you haven't met the criteria for hours, whatever it may be, and they're able to go ahead and not pull money from you, or they're not able to pull money for you, they don't give a shit about you. They'll go ahead and they'll flick you right off. They don't give a shit.
Yep.
Is what it is.
Yeah.
So I think that's where YouTube is kind of at with it. Because there's a lot of like channels that play music and I've seen them get away with it. A lot of channels. Me, it seems like as soon as I do it, they get me.
I got a feeling there's a program you can use.
Mm-hmm.
Bots don't detect the music.
Mm-hmm.
And of course you can buy a yearly license to play anything you want, but it's expensive. It's like between 12 and 15 grand a year or something like that.
I had heard
probably can afford that, but nobody else can.
Not too long ago, I was over at Lazy Dog Cafe. I'm having some beers, and I was talking to my friends Caesar and Mike about the problem that I've been having when it comes to music. I said, whenever I play music, they go ahead and they cut me off, blah, 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 whatever. I had some guy who was sitting at another table and was all, have you ever heard of a white noise generator? I'm all, white noise generator? What are you talking about? He's all, it's something that people can use. I've never tested it out and found out what it is, but I have to research it. It's something that plays in the background that will play a certain line of white noise that people cannot hear through your broadcast, but it throws off YouTube sensors.
See,
So, yeah.
that could be it. Or you could, my first video taken down before my second one did.
Mm-hmm.
I was just playing background music, very lightly in the background. I started playing nothing but command records, and I would take my strobe and turn it all the way down so the records lasted longer and it was playing slow. And then hopefully the bots didn't pick it up if they were going to pick it up anyway, because it's just ridiculous. Because I just use a camera. Really, this isn't the one, but this is what I film my videos with. The camera looks just like this. It's a piece of crap camera. No mic, no nothing. So there's a lot of hiss and background noise and stuff. So I want background music to cover some of that up. So.
Yeah, because I know that, like Zeb saying, the audio gets kind of wonky with white noise added. Yeah, it can be. I've never tried the program. According to what this guy was saying, it's like an underlying like noise that people cannot hear, but that it's enough to throw off YouTube. I don't know. I haven't experimented with it yet. I'll see.
It's all bots. It's all bots. It's not. People think this YouTube has hired people to go around looking at. No.
Some of those walking live chat streamers get hit if they walk past a bar with music or if a loud car drives by. Yes, it's true. Actually, you have a lot of those IRL streamers. If they walk past the bar, it happens. It has happened to me. There's been times where my daughter, her room is not too far off of from where the living room where I'm like, where I'm doing this broadcast from. And if she's watching a TV show and music gets played in the background in that TV show, it will pop up on the video at the end. It'll say, a copyright claim for whatever. I've had she's been in there watching Pretty Little Liars, and it's popped up the theme for Pretty Little Liars has been copyright claimed by so-and-so, or maybe some other songs that are played on some soundtracks of some shows she's watching, and I've had them claim it, and I was like, fuck, I don't even know what that song is. But it's been copyright claimed.
There was that one time where we were streaming, and then I think John was singing Chicago or some other.
Yeah, I got copyright claimed. You remember that? I was like, calm down, Peter Cetera.
Now.
I'm gonna see how many copyright claims I got on my.
Probably worth testing. Yeah, I mean, I'll try it, Zeb. I mean, it just what's the worst people say? Oh, that sounds like shit. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to test something out. See, Papi Chulos. Actually, I did way back in the day. You know what? Actually, I did use a camera like that. It was like with pork. I started this thing called Pork Chop Films way back in the day. I could probably find it on YouTube or something. It's like you see me in front of my DVD collection and shit, because I used to have. Well, I still have a huge DVD collection. You know what? Now that you started something, Zeb. Let me see if I can find that. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, because I was doing documentaries. I actually did a couple about some bands that I knew. You see, Pork Chop Films. Oops. Oh, damn, I look so young here.
Wow.
You guys want to see Dusty's first fucking foray into YouTube? You guys are going to crack up.
Hi, I'm Rick C. from Pork Chop Films and Media. The reason why I'm doing this little video actually is because
you see all my DVDs.
Except for the podcast, of course. And then we also end up having a preview for a project that we have in pre-production, which is actually called
That was one of those cameras like Tim has.
Visual history. Now, actually, what that is, it's actually going to be a documentary that's on Gypsy Black. Gypsy Black.
Look at the goatee with a mustache. I don't have a gray hair on my head.
Or actually, well, I wouldn't say icon. We'll just say he's a well-known musician on the underground Hollywood music scene. The thing about it is, the reason why I decided to do a documentary on him is because the guy is just, he has such a strong work ethic. He just never gives up. No matter what adversity he faces, no matter what happens to him, he just keeps on trugging on. I mean, he's lost guitarists, he's lost bass players, he's lost whole bands. And he figures out a way to recreate himself and to go ahead and...
Damn, the list is strong with this one.
And no matter what he tries to create, be it...
Ooh, the cringe is real. The cringe is real. Yeah, that was me back in the day. I was such a youngin. Yeah, I was doing a couple of documentaries for a couple of bands I knew. One was this guy who was named... he was called what's his name? Gypsy Black. And he had a band that was called Black. And this guy, I swear to God, he's like my age. And he has had bands like for years. I mean, this guy's played everywhere. He's played the Whiskey. He's played the Troubadour. He's played all over the place. But his band's just not known, you know? And I just thought it was so unfair because I thought that he was pretty talented. He sounds pretty good. You know, he has a good voice and stuff, but just never made it. You know, he's one of those guys. But the thing is that he's like doing it for the music. He's doing it for the fun. He enjoys what he does. And I just always thought it was kind of endearing. So I like started filming him for a couple of years, but I never did anything with the footage. I think I still have all the footage. Maybe one day I'll do something with it. I don't know. Let me see here. What did Dan say? When indie bands or albums that never got issued on CD get you taken down, that has to be the end of free speech. You know what? One time we had a discussion. I think me and actually Frank Landry had a conversation about this. Surprisingly, like a big channel, you know, had this conversation with me on Twitter. Surprisingly, but we were worried about that. And me and him were discussing and saying, well, what would happen if they took it one step further? And next thing you know, we're not able to show like album art or anything of that sort. He's all, you know, how much that's going to kill us? You know, we're not going to be able to talk about albums, show the album art or anything. And
Exactly.
yeah, he's like going, he's all,
I forget how you find out if you've got copyright claims. Where is it in your...
let me see. Anything that Shazam can identify is likely to be claimed.
Oh, wait.
This is
If
true.
I just go to a list of my videos, it might show me on that.
There you go. It's fair use critique while walking by. Well, thank you, Vinyl Kicks. I didn't even have gray hair. I mean, did you see my beard? The beard was all black. Man. I watched a stream where two grown men called each other pieces of shit last week for 2 hours. Never again. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was. It just clash of egos. Clash of egos. You know, I think the thing is, Dan, is I think that I don't have an ego that is that huge that I need to like overpower other people, and it seems like a lot of people in the VC have egos that are so big that they need to overpower other people. Like they have to be right and they have to be this and they have to, it's the internet, man. Don't take it seriously. Have fun. That's what I do. So there's too much of that going on, Dan. Yeah, a lot of it. True dat, Mark.
Yeah, you can't watch my video in some countries.
You're blocked in some countries. That happens to me. Hmm.
Yeah, he's big in Japan.
You're big in Japan. All right, big in Japan. Hold me tight. Big in Japan. Ooh wee. Feels so good.
See how many
Yeah, had to finish the lyrics for you. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
Where the hell was Lisa tonight,
About
man?
30 songs got a copyright claim.
Really? Damn.
In the oh my god! You will believe one of the 3 songs got it taken, or 4 actually get it viewed from some countries can't view it. One is Beware of the Dog by Georgie Fame. What?
Really?
One is Shaking All Over Johnny Ken the Pirates. I get that. Joanne, Michael Nesmith. I get that.
Uh-huh.
4th one, Looking Through the Eyes of Love, the Partridge Family.
Wow.
Favorite Kiss album, the first album, the debut album. Running up after that would end up being Love Gun and then Destroyer. So first debut, second Destroyer, third Love Gun.
Be playing Looking
Yeah,
Through
that's
the
how it would work.
By the Partridge Family. That's it. We're gonna start a war. Was it the Partridge Family?
Yeah, I got like 30 copyright claims on that.
No David Cassidy. No.
Me, my dreaded enemy is the Polecats. Damn the Polecats and make a circuit with me. Damn the Polecats all to hell. I was like, they were the ones who took me down. Yeah, and it straight up said there, the Polecat said, fuck you, Dusty Spins, we're taking your video down. Copyright strike. I was like, you don't want to make a circuit with me, guys? Come on now. What's up? Come on. I thought it was all good. Nothing has changed. Remember message board wars back in the day? Now we get the faces technology. Yeah. StreamYard did a lot of fucking evil for the world. This is all StreamYard's fault.
Yep.
They created this evil. We're just living in it. So there you go. Thing I really respect about you is you engage and interact with all people on your stream, whether on screen or in chat. Much respect, Poppy. Wow, thank you, Violent Kicks. Thing you have to understand is that, like, there's the three of us up here, but, you know, everybody in the Peanut Gallery is a part of the chat, too. You have to engage with them, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, also one of the other things that I do, too, that a lot of people do not do is, like, unpopular opinion. Like, there's a lot of times maybe people say that things that I do not agree with, but, hey, free speech. That's what the internet's all about. Let them say what they have to say, whatever. I've had a lot of people who will turn around and they will end up toning themselves back if they're saying really shitty shit stuff because they get kind of like, oh, well, they're letting me say this shit. So maybe I should tone it back. I'm a little bit embarrassed now. You know, so I've had that happen before too. They're like, oh, okay, well, I'm not getting reprimanded here, you know. So yeah, it says makes for a fun time. Let me see. Dynasty and Unmasked combined would make one great album. Pfft, dude, Dynasty, the disco album? I could get with it. Unmasked, not one of my favorite albums. You know, not one of my favorite albums. Most definitely not. But then again, I like Animalized, and that's a freaking non-makeup era. A lot of people are trying to say, what do you non-makeup era? Get the fuck out of our face. Animalized, get out of here. Especially hardcore Kiss fans. You know, but yeah, anything after Psycho Circus, you know, I can pretty much sit through any Kiss album before Psycho Circus. After that, nah, it never happened. Final Kiss. Kiss have no good albums.
I can't disagree with that, Kicks.
I'm like, I'm sorry I'm a Kiss fan. You know, the thing is, like, when I was a kid, I grew up a Kiss fan but it wasn't because of the music. It was because of the image. It was because of the comic books. It was because of, they were like superheroes. The music came later as I got older, you know, which is sad, you know. Oh, yeah, I was a big Kiss fan. And then I heard their music later on. I'm like, oh, yeah. You know, I got the dolls, I got the comic books, and then I think I got the cassette like 10 years later.
That's what I don't like.
He also had the best sheets for people. And
That's why I don't
the
like stuff. You know, because you get the 15-year-old girls walking around wearing Ramones t-shirts who have no idea who the Ramones people are. It bothers me.
Well, you know what was really hilarious is in my, you know what? I should just pull it up. This is the youth of today. In my old high school that I went to, I probably doxed myself, but, you know, whatever. Can I get this to come over? If I can get this to come over, hello. Let me see if I can get it up here. In the old high school that I used to go to, there's a group of kids. I was just like looking at the high school just for the hell of it. Let me see here if I can look it up. There was a kid who turned around and decided he was going to do a video for a project for school. And what he did was he went around the school and he asked different students, the band that you're wearing on your shirt, do you know who they are? You know, can you name one song from the band that you're wearing? And a lot of the kids could not. Let me see if I can actually find it. I
Sure.
hope I can.
It's funny. At the beginning of your stream, you were like, everybody knows who the Beatles are, but that's not true. I have a Beatles shirt that this says John, Paul, George, and Ringo. And I used to work with a guy at work, and he would stop people that worked there and that didn't, younger people, and he'd go, "Do you know who this is?" And it would just say John, George, and most of them would have no idea who John, Paul, George, and Ringo were. And
It's true.
Was the shirt red?
Yes.
I have that shirt too.
Yeah. Not everybody knows. You know, it's kind of shocking to me, but
Yeah.
not everybody knows.
But yeah, it's completely true, and that's one of the things I always did with my daughters. My daughter was like, you know, like when she went out and she bought like a Nirvana T-shirt or an AC/DC T-shirt or Queen T-shirt, I'd be like, I would tell her straight up, be like, "Do you know what that T-shirt's about?" Because I didn't want her to be lame, which is probably an unimportant thing. But it's like, don't be lame. Don't wear a Queen T-shirt if you know who the fuck Queen is. Don't wear a Nirvana T-shirt because you think it's cool if you don't know, you've never heard one of their fucking albums. I'm like, you know,
That's actually a really good pet peeve. It's like, you know,
it is.
the bands that you don't know their music. It's like, why do it just to be fashion forward? No.
Well, it's not just bands. I mean, again, I don't want to get political here, but a lot of people think that Che Guevara maybe is the biggest mass murderer that's ever been on this planet. And how many people wear his T-shirt? It just teased me off. I'm like, you don't know
It's true. It's like, do your research. Know what the hell you're talking. You know, know what the hell you're representing.
Man, and you're wearing a T-shirt. It's like, my God.
My process, so I'm gonna be like, are you in the middle? Like, take out everything.
I just thought it was kind of cool that a young kid was doing this, you know. But that's the school that I graduated from.
Hello, welcome, and we are coming live from Santa Fe High School. We're going to be going around. It's band T-shirt day. And we're going to see if these people actually listen to these bands.
Go
or if they're
Chiefs!
fucking posers.
All right, let's go.
Now, Miranda, do you actually listen to this? Do you actually listen to Blink 182?
Yes, I do.
Wait a minute, it's
Can
band
you name
T-shirt
3
day.
songs?
And you're not wearing a band T-shirt, dude.
Dedicated fan. So, in the spirit of band T-shirt day, you are wearing a Sublime shirt, correct?
Yes.
Now, can you name 3 songs by Sublime other than Sancerina?
Wrong Way, Date Rape, I don't know if you want to put that in, and Bad Fish. Ding, ding, ding.
We got a fan!
Okay, she wins.
It's a band C day,
Yeah.
correct?
It is.
Now, all of you name 3 songs from all of these. AC/DC, go.
This isn't my shirt, so I don't know.
Oh, fuck, all right.
Santeria and Bad Fish. I don't know, my
All
shirt
right.
asked me.
New Kids on the Block. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Santa Fe Volleyball. Name 3 songs by them.
What's that one thing that do? Alma Mater. Yeah. I don't know. Alma Mater.
Alma Mater, that shit slaps.
She slaps.
Oh, damn, that's a sick ass.
God, I don't even remember my alma mater from there.
Palm trees.
Can I just say, if I'd have done this in high school,
My
I'd have been in
regards,
the
Primetime
principal's
Cable
office
and Peripheral.
within 15 seconds for the squaring of video. I'd have
So it's
detention for a
band
month.
T-shirt day. You are wearing an
Times have changed.
AC/DC shirt. Can you please tell me 3 songs by AC/DC?
You can try and look. I don't know, like, I'm off the top of my head.
You could just make it up if you don't know it.
Now you're gonna make me look stupid.
It's okay. Enjoy your day. So, what's your name?
Xavier.
So today you are wearing a Rihanna shirt.
Yes.
Can you name 3 songs by Rihanna?
Shut Up and Drive, Watch, Learn, Say It, all her albums, Unapologetic, Word, and Anti, that's definitely a song. I was naming the albums. Good Girl on Bad Reloaded. She has tons of albums, tons of bangers. Thank you.
That's nothing to be proud of, kid.
Now,
What am I doing?
your name is Charisma, correct?
Yes.
And you are wearing a Panic exclamation point at the disco song shirt.
Yes, I'm wearing a song.
Now, can you name 3 non-hit Panic at the Disco songs?
House of Memory. Greg. Hello! House of Memories builds. Fuck, I forgot what it's a long one. It's a long title. Builds. Give me a minute.
Excuse me, you're overwhelming the microphone. I'm afraid you need to.
You're putting me on the spot and I cannot speak. This is anxiety. This is harassment.
This is anxiety. This is harassment by Panic at the Disco.
No.
All right. Now, your name is Hoel, correct? And you are wearing a 21 Pilots t-shirt.
Wow, yeah.
Oh.
Can you name 3 non-hit 21 Pilots songs?
No, they're pretty irrelevant anyways, so...
Damn!
You are wearing a 21
Wearing their
Pilots
shirt, he said they're pretty irrelevant.
True or false? Indeed. Now, can you name 3 non-hit 21 Pilots songs?
Damn.
I want to continue the interview.
Okay.
What is it about?
Okay. Now, it is a band t-shirt day here at Santa Fe High School.
Great video just for the yellow
You are
Sharpie.
wearing a Vans t-shirt.
Yeah.
Can you name?
It rhymes.
May you name 3 songs by Vans?
I don't know.
So that's one of them.
Okay, you got a point there, Mark.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
gatekeeping
sure.
kills a potential future
And
fans. It does.
no. We got him.
All right, thank you very much for your participation on this.
All right, so
Damn, Alan Kicks. You're a
contains
TOP-ator.
Ariana Grande clout. Thank you. Next.
The one who said, you're
Now, can you
irrelevant.
name 3 songs by Ariana Grande?
Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson.
That's
You
a
wanna name all of
song?
Her husband.
Okay. Isn't it like Sweetener?
Is what? Sweetener. That's an
Yeah.
album.
Okay.
Even I can name 3 Ariana Grande songs. Come on now, girl. Get it together.
The one.
Oh, Dangerous Woman. Dangerous Woman.
Yeah, it's like Dangerous Woman.
Dangerous Woman.
Thank you, next.
I couldn't name one.
I'm sweating.
Started.
Thank you.
Thank you, next.
There we
Ladies
go.
and gentlemen, we got him. All right, so you are wearing a Guns N'
We got
Roses
him.
t-shirt for, what's it called? Band T-shirt Day.
Oh, this is my t-shirt day?
It is.
I didn't know that.
I guess, okay. Can you name 3 Guns N' Roses songs?
Yeah. November Rain.
It's just amazing that they still do that at Santa Fe High School. They used to do that back in my day.
Can you stop?
Sweet Child of Mine.
And the school looks the same. It does not look that much different.
I don't know. I just can't think of it.
Nothing left.
Amen, Dominion God. Jesus Christ is Lord. You do understand.
Now you are wearing a The Beatles t-shirt. Do you listen to The Beatles? Do you enjoy them? What's your name? Are you sure about that? We got a liar.
You're like my grandpa.
Can you name 3 non-hit songs by The Beatles?
Let her name 3 hits. Let her name 3 hits.
So 3 hits.
Yellow Submarine, Hey Jude, and
What was that last one?
Eleanor Rigby.
Eleanor Rigby, boys.
Oh, okay.
So
Not
you
bad.
are wearing
Could be not
a
hit.
Coca-Cola
Like he
t-shirt.
has one. And that's
What's your
it.
name?
Eleanor Rigby is only
Miranda!
one.
So, what is your name?
Christina.
Christina. You can never trust a Christina.
Okay.
But you're wearing an Eminem t-shirt. Can you name 3 non-hit songs by
This
Eminem?
nerdy student has a future.
And then Rabbit Run.
Fuck yeah!
Wow. Let's go.
You are wearing a plain t-shirt. No. Oh, you're wearing a Champions t-shirt. So, can you name 3 songs by Champion?
I'm a believer, all star, and shit.
Shit. Yeah, that's a song. There you go. I just thought it was kind of funny that they were kind of like, calling them on it. So I'll be right back. Hold on.
That was asked. I don't know any Ariana Grande songs. I really did not follow her, sadly or not sadly. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should dig into her music. She's someone who hasn't really been on my radar lately. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be a goal this year to dig into Ariana Grande songs. But I don't know any.
It's not a worthy goal.
Yeah. I know it's just gonna go on the list and it's gonna be like way down in the bottom. Because I still have like a lot of things up on top that I still need to fulfill. So yeah. I probably won't get to it till 2027. Yeah.
You know, I spent like an hour today watching. I never watch his videos, but that Wings of Pegasus guy. Do you know who he is?
Don't think so.
He's a British guitarist, and he analyzes songs to see if they're using pitch control or auto tune. And I started watching them because Matthew Street did a video. There's a commercial running in the UK, soccer themed. One of the huge British soccer players right now apparently is called Jude somebody. So they put Hey Jude, a live version in the background, and he could tell instantly that it was auto-tuned. So he checked it out. It is auto-tuned. And he's wondering, and he proved that McCartney is not using auto-tune live because if you use auto-tune, it's gonna knock the guitar out of whack too. And he's listening to it. He's like, everything else is fine. So it's just the voice. And so, which means it was put on after, not during. So he was just like,
oh my God, she's awake.
So he was like, this is not good. But so then I watched two more videos. I watched him analyze a 13-year-old Barbra Streisand sing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, because he likes to do ones that aren't using auto-tune, obviously. This is from 1955. And she was flat a few places, but she did a really good job for a 13-year-old girl. But anyway, he's like, this is what a real singer sounds like. And then he did, somebody wanted to know if Kelly Clarkson apparently did Over the Rainbow on her show. So analyze that, let me know. And he's like, no, she's not going to be using auto-tune. No, she didn't, but they pitch controlled it. Mm-hmm. And because you can tell if, he's like, look at the lines. If every note is on a line and stays there, nobody sings like that. You go up or down.
Okay,
you know, and he's like, look, auto-tune on. And then he looked at the guitar. He's like, look at this. Look at this. Guitar strings are
hey,
tuned.
Lori.
Not go auto-tune. Look, there
what
it goes.
you doing?
Like, and his point was, we will never have another Barbra Streisand or Judy Garland again. It's not that the singers might not be that good, but if they are, we'll never hear it because they auto-tune everyone. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter. We'll never hear a voice like this again.
It's awake.
The standard to auto-tune. If they're auto-tuning songs heard in the back of commercials, then they're auto-tuning everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's an interesting guy. And that's part of the reason I don't like most popular music, because everything is auto-tuned. Ringo's auto-tuned, everybody's auto-tuned. So.
Well, Laura, you need to join us a lot more often. Hey, Zeb. Let me see here. Lisa, did Papa Chili put you to sleep? Ma did run deep. Put that booty to sleep. I'm just kidding. Oh, my God. Hi, Zebby. Sis said, I might have napped. Papa Chulo will do that to you. Oh, shit, Laura, are you okay? I just got back from the ER. Okay, let me go ahead and put this out there. I was I was about to shut down, but I guess not. Let's see if Lisa wants to come up for a little bit. Don't know what she could add to the conversation, but shit, whatever. Just kidding. Lisa, there you go. There's a link if you want to come up. She's all shush. She's all shush your big mouth. Okay, Lisa, everybody wants to come up. Don't be reaching for those lower records, though, now. Don't be reaching for those lower records. We don't want to see no booty cheeks. Just want to see the smiling face. So there you go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, totally get that. Well, hope it feels better. Hope it heals quicker. But yeah. Yeah, she was telling me the other night she was having some problems and stuff like that. But yeah, pain pills, though. They give you the good stuff. They give you the good stuff. Let me see. Nobody. Oh, nobody's awake this late. We are. I'll probably be on for another hour or so. Depending on whether Lisa comes up.
You're on that much longer, but I'll say hello to Lisa if she comes.
The small sessions, you know, we'll say hi to Lisa if she comes up. If she doesn't, fuck her. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Lisa. Small Sessions box auto-tuned some Beach Boys vocals. I only know because I had the original out-of-tune bootlegs.
I don't know if
this
they were
I have no
doing-
opinion on.
Well, no, they were doing auto-tune by then. I don't know. I
Mhm.
don't know. But yeah, if you're interested in that kind of stuff,
That's
check out the
good.
Wings of Pegasus channel. That's pretty much all it does is analyzes things to see if they're auto-tuned or not, or pitch control. Hi,
Of course,
James.
yes, dude, James. Hi, James McCartney.
I am the least talented one in my family.
By far.
I'm assuming, yes.
I'm
I'm assuming.
I can't live up to my my sister who's a fashion designer.
That's good. That's good, Laura. That is healing good.
Yeah, stay good, Laura. James McCartney loves you.
Tim Diosine must be snoring like Popeye right now, coughing up spinach. Talk.
Oh, yeah.
He's going like this. He's all, I'm dreaming of cereal tomorrow morning. He's all, I'm gonna wake up and have all kinds of good cereal.
I was just like on the computer and I was like, oh, they're live. I was watching a movie.
Don't bullshit. You were ignoring us. Tell the truth.
No, I was.
Yes.
I legitimately was watching a movie.
You're like, I hate them. Fuck them.
No, I was on Netflix.
I'm so much better than
Oh.
they are.
I just want-
Lisa,
No.
damn it.
No, let me mention this, people.
Nope.
No, I'm mentioning this. July the 18th, part 1 of Cobra Kai, final season.
Fucking A. Yeah. Yes.
Final season.
Yep.
Finally. Now all I need is season 5 of Stranger Things.
Lisa's gonna get to see her granddad Miyagi actually finish it off. There you go.
You mean William Zagba or whatever
Say
his name is.
Miyagi. Miyagi.
Wax on, wax off.
Speaking of,
What are you gonna do with your lawsuit money, Lisa?
there you go.
What am I gonna do with my lawsuit money? I'm gonna buy a Miyagi.
Miyagi. A Miata. There you go, Miata.
Dusty showed us the picture you can sue for, so I was wondering.
Oh
what you're
yeah,
gonna do
Hot
with the money.
Topic, it's on.
Yeah.
Show the picture.
Once again, I will show it for those of you who are in the crowd now. But Lisa, who is the ever popular Groovy Lisa down here at the bottom, this is what she did. This is almost like 2 years ago, isn't it?
Yep.
2 years ago, this is what she did. Okay, she did this on. Was this on one of your streams or on my stream? I don't remember.
No, it was my stream.
Okay, this is what she did 2 years ago. This is what Paulina discovered today. Come on now, tell me. Did
What is
Hot
that?
Topic rip her off?
What is that?
Did what? Look at that shit. Hot Topic ripped her off.
Yeah, but who's wearing a makeup hood? Why you need a makeup hood?
Because you need to make a hood.
No, but
Lisa's an influencer. There's no.
I know,
There you
but
go.
why are people wearing a makeup hood? Are they trying to hide their ugly face?
But look, she does it with style, though. I mean, she like flips it off to the side.
You know that shirt? That shirt, I paid $40 for that shirt. And it's from a company called Anthropology, which has really expensive clothing.
Now, I turned around and I told everybody in the stream that was here at that time when I showed this, I said, now, if this tick catches on, you know they're ripping you off.
Oh, they're going to start making Walmart hats.
If that catches on,
That's next.
You know what I look
or if
like?
people start wearing underwear on their head,
No. You know who I look like in that picture? You know who I look like in that other picture? I look like Popeye.
what, that one?
Yeah, Popeye. You know Netflix had like all the old Popeyes, and I watched every episode. It was good. I don't know why Netflix took it down, but it was so good.
I remember when I used to watch it on Channel 5. Do you remember that? What was the name of
Yep.
his name? Hal Linden, I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah. Out here, it was like Hal Linden. Mark Boyd said they definitely did. They fucking ripped you off, man. You've got witnesses.
When I was in like high school, WPI, I think it was WPIX out of New York, about 2:30 in the afternoon, showed Popeyes, like the 60s ones, like the not very good ones. And for a theme song, I never got to see it because I was at school, but I was homesick one day. And at 2:30, Popeye comes on, and the theme song is "Hot as Sun" by McCartney, played at 45. They sped
Really?
it up. It was a record. It was a McCartney record, and I'm like, "You've got to be kidding me!" I'm listening to this. I got my McCartney record out, and I put it on 45, and I'm like, "It's exact." They didn't even strobe it a little bit or something. I'm like, that was the theme. Popeye.
Lisa's having the same problem. Everything's coming up 3 times now. Spinach on my mind, spinach on my mind, spinach on my mind.
Okay, I'll admit I also was on Instagram looking up the Kelseys.
The Kelseys?
Yeah,
What
Travis
Kelseys?
Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce. You know.
Okay.
Kelce.
You know what you should have looked up, though?
What?
How to center your camera.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. There. Is that one?
I'm just kidding. I'm kind of like off-center, too. It's like, I'm all cheese.
Nah, spinach dip is good if you put a little
I could do
artichoke.
Lisa, though. Lisa's like,
Yeah. I'll do Jeff Kendall.
that's the Lisa. Hi.
What happened to Barney Miller?
Dusty.
Barney Miller? I haven't watched Barney Miller in years.
You know that the Barney Miller theme was one of the first things I ever learned how to play on the bass.
Really?
Ah.
Yeah. The guy who taught me how to play bass, Charles, said, you need to learn something real simplistic. He's all, why don't you play this? He's all, boom, 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 boom. He was right. He taught me. It opened up the freaking, like, fretboard for me. So he's like, let's play this.
Yeah.
He's all, boom, 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 boom.
Why is
I'm
this
like,
posted
dude,
3
why have I heard that
No,
before?
it's still on. Is it MeTV? He's on one of those rerun channels. Late at night, like after 11, maybe even after midnight or 1.
God
Oh,
damn it.
you're right. Hal Linden was Barney Miller. Why did I?
Yeah.
What was the name of the guy who was on Channel 5 who used to do California people? The Family Film
Hal
Festival.
Fleischman? Hal Fleischman?
No, he was the news guy.
Well, he's a Hal.
Let me see here. What was it called? The Family
You mean the director?
Film Festival TV program.
Hal Ashby?
No, it
I'm
was.
thinking of wrong Hal.
Hold on, I am on it. I will find out what this is.
Heisenberger? Okay, no. I'll let people in on a little something. I try to watch Breaking Bad 4 times.
Tom Hatton? That is like way far from what I remember. His name was Tom Hatton.
Tom Hatton.
Okay, I was way off. Way, way, way off.
No, it shows 3 times. Why? Damn
Dave
it.
Mason feeling all right? Okay. Stop posting this 3 times. Oh my God, Lisa. It says stop posting this 3 times. It's posted 3 times right here. Jeff Kendall responds with, "Yep, Barney Miller." That's what Jeff Kendall saying. He's like, "Yep."
Barney Miller.
Let me see. I learned Barney Miller, Day Tripper, and Night Court on bass when I started. Yeah, see? Yeah, that was the first thing the guy taught me. He was like, play Barney Miller. Boom, 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 boom. In the chat, it shows up once I guess she deletes the 2 other duplicates.
Aw, dang it. I gotta do that.
Yeah, she's trying to get her point across. Too Close for Comfort, underrated TV show. Yes, it was.
Mean, everybody else, it posts once. But me, it's 3 times. YouTube hates me.
Now, Too Close for Comfort, wasn't he an animator and he used to like draw and he would use like the puppet? You know, he used the puppet. He put the pin in the puppet hand.
I didn't like that show. I was one of the people.
It wasn't too bad, but I mean, yeah, it wasn't. It was no fucking Mork and Mindy or nothing like that. But it was cool.
You know, it's one of those shows where you know you're supposed the blonde daughter is hot and blah blah blah. But whenever they have that, I always wind up liking the other one. Every time they have that, I'm always I like the other one.
Too Close for I've never seen Too Close for Comfort. Never seen it.
Well, that's before your time, Ziggy.
Yeah, but you know what? I've gone down the rabbit hole of? I've been watching Family Ties. Don't ask.
I love Family Ties. I was watching a thing the other day, funny that you mentioned on YouTube, where they were talking to Michael J. Fox, and they were talking to the guy who, it must have been an old interview, the one who wrote the song, At This Moment.
Yeah.
You know, he's dead now, isn't he, Billy Vera? He's dead now, isn't he?
I don't know if he died. He might have.
I think he did. So, because it was an older interview, and he was talking about how like Michael J. Fox loved the song, and had took it to the producers. The producers like, well, let's go ahead and we'll try it out. Let me see. And the producer heard the song and said, let's use it. You know, and he said he did not expect that song to take off like it did. He said he went overnight from playing like little bars to like being called to like regular sized venues, and then next thing he knew, he was like opening up for major acts because of that song. All on one song.
You know, that Rhino released that 45. And
they did?
I'm not sure, okay. But that might be Rhino's biggest selling 45. And I'm talking over.
I would not be surprised.
They did with the Monkees when they got back. It might be bigger. It probably is bigger than that. It's probably Rhino's biggest selling 45. Is that
Mama's TV, Mama's House? Love
Mama's House was fucking awesome, man. Dude.
Yeah.
Lisa's a Eunice. She is a fucking Eunice.
Look, I watched Mama's House. I know it was before my time, but I watched it.
No, it was called Mama's Family. I don't know about Mama's House. I remember Mama's Family. And Mama's Family was actually, it started on the Carol Burnett show.
Yeah.
And the Eunice started there. And that's where Betty White came from. Well, she was doing TV way before that, of course, but I remember Betty White playing an aunt or a sister or something on that show.
Yeah.
Where she was like, she really had her faculties about her, of course. And she was always bitching about Eunice and bitching about Mama. You know, stuff like that. And how her family was fucked up and shit like that. But yeah, I remember that show. Most definitely. Monroe, he passed away from AIDS. Monroe. That was a sad story. Monroe from Too Close for Comfort. Yeah.
I got to tell you that there was two family tied episodes with At This Moment, because it was a continuation. It was an hour-long episode. It's one of my favorite television episodes of all time, and I'm not kidding. Just because I was exactly the right age, I fell in love with her right along with Michael J. Fox, and when he wound up with her in real life, I wasn't surprised. That's the one where he meets the blind. He's dating someone else. He meets her, and she comes from out of town for a dance or something, and he just falls. And I was like, dude. And when he wound up actually dating and marrying her, I wasn't surprised at all. I was like, good for you, dude.
Yeah, Married with Children was trash, but I watched that show as a kid. I mean, what Al Bundy said in that show wouldn't fly nowadays. The fat shaming that he did in the show wouldn't fly. But yeah, my dad used to say that Al Bundy was one of the greatest TV dads the guy who played Al Bundy went on to do Modern Family. I like that show, Modern Family. I watch it sometimes.
I've never watched it. No,
I try. There's some shows that I've tried to watch many times, and I've just never finished it. Like Breaking Bad. I've tried many times to finish Breaking Bad. Just couldn't finish it. Walking Dead. Watched like a couple of seasons, and then I kind of just gave up on it. But yeah, Mary Jones a classic. I've never seen Evening Shade. Trying to think of all the shows that came out when I was.
Shade was okay. It was very strange, but it was Burt Reynolds. Burt Reynolds doing television.
Burt Reynolds, yeah.
And
okay, I'm back.
What was the woman? Who was the woman in Evening Shade?
I have no idea.
Husky. She has a really husky voice. I can't think of her name.
Sure Grayson is not in the bedroom?
I don't think he is. No. Okay. Married with Children is a classic. Yes. You know what I thought was really shitty was when they came out with the DVD set, the first DVD set, they took the Frank Sinatra theme and they completely changed it and somebody else was singing it. I just thought it was shitty that they like sold the DVD set like that. Then they reverted it back.
Probably first came out on what's the name? Mill Creek, I think, put it out first, and they don't have.
I think
money
it probably was, yeah.
To spend for rights for stuff like that.
Yeah.
So but there's a problem with WKRP for years and years.
Mhm.
It didn't come out because of all the music rights.
I did
Finally,
not know
they
that.
got most of them, changed a few, and put it out.
Speak of the devil, right there, the Wonder Years was another one. I remember, you know what? I remember years ago when my mother was still alive because she died in 98. So this had to have been like, early 90s, the Wonder Years was still around.
Yeah.
I remember, I would remember telling her because she used to record them on VHS and we'd watch them the next morning. Because at that time I was starting to do my own thing. I was going out and stuff. So she would record it and me and her would like watch it in the morning before I went to work. And I remember telling her, I was like, I wonder if they're ever going to release these on, VHS or whatever, at that time VHS. And she thought, I don't think they ever will. She thought, there's no way they're going to be able to get the rights to all this music. Yeah. And you know what? She was right. For years, they never came out with a proper set. They even had a set where they came out and they changed the theme music from Joe Cocker's version to somebody else's version. And I think just recently, probably like about, not recently when I'm talking about, it has to have been at least 10 years ago. For me, that's recent. I'm so fucking old. Yeah. I bought a box set of the Wonder Years that had all the original music restored.
Wow. You know what other show got held up for quite a long time because of music rights? You think about it and you go, well, yeah, of course. Miami Vice.
Yeah, definitely.
Miami Vice used.
Whoa, yeah.
Of course, Mark. Al Bundy, not Ted Bundy.
Yeah, of course, Mark.
Episode,
Who's going to love a man that killed 32 women? Nobody.
Sanford and Son. Bro. Yeah. Sanford and Son.
The record episode.
Oh, yeah. I want my dad's records.
And then he sat on it. Oh.
That was funny. Didn't we watch that episode in private? In the private stream? I want my dad's records.
I used to watch as a kid, Sanford and Son.
He was like, roll it back a little bit, Bubba. I want my dad's records.
Yes, I love WKRP.
Yeah, I bought a whole box set of the Wonder Years, but it's one of those shows where I only watch a few episodes every so often. One of my favorite episodes has to be the one where they were starting a rock band.
Yeah.
He meets this kid in the courtyard, and he has a Fender Stratocaster, and he just thinks this kid's the coolest thing because he can play a couple of chords of music. And he's like, yeah, I'll get it, get a guitar, get a bass, get a drum, He's totally got this rock and roll spirit, but the kid's just just all talk. And then they turn around, they do a gig, and the kid's scared shitless. He's like, wait, you're supposed to be the rock star, blah, whatever. He's like, yeah, I don't know about that, bro. He's all scared. But I just thought it was cool. It was a cool episode. It was one of my favorite ones. That one, of course, the baseball one, because, baseball has a special place in my heart. Where it's at the end, it's he thought he was a good baseball player, but he found out he really was not a really good baseball player. And, You know, he has this fantasy that like he hit the home run and stuff like that, and he's like, "Well, that's not how it happened," but he's all, "But that's the way I like to remember it happened."
Yeah, they tried to remake the Wonder Years. I think it lasted for like 2 seasons, and
with
then
a black kid, it was with a black family, and people were like,
they tried to do Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, even though Mr. Slapface Will Smith is not really well loved by people. I like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, okay, but the remake of it, they try to make it all gritty and drama. I was like, no, you can't do that.
That I remember from that that episode of the Wonder Years was because my dad taped it because he was happy that at the end of it he was like laying down on his bed and he had like a Beatles album with him.
Yeah.
And then it fit into the Beatles at the Ed Sullivan doing "I Want to Hold Your Hand," and I was like, oh, that's so cool that he did.
Well,
that.
yeah, because he turns around and he says that was like the turning point that like made him want to be a rock star, was seeing the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. But also, if you remember, Kevin Arnold had those 4 pictures from the White Album in his room through like the eternity of the like show, through the whole entire run of the show. He had the 4 pictures from the White Album. But yeah, WKRP and Happy Days on DVD didn't get all the no. I remember WKRP though.
They used much music past like the first couple of seasons. They stopped using music pretty much.
That was another show I bought the DVD set of WKRP, and then I downloaded it because there was the one episode that had to do with the Who concert in Cincinnati. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
They didn't include that in the DVD set, so it's like that I had to download in order to see it.
I'm pretty sure it's online.
You don't know. It's online. I think it's on YouTube,
No,
and also
but
I was able to
online, I
download
have
too.
a DVD set, and I'm pretty sure it's on it.
Is it? Okay, because I looked it on mine. It's not.
I'm pretty sure I watched it. I mean, I watched the whole thing, and I'm pretty sure I remember that episode.
Yeah, when they're lighting the candles in the windows for the kids who got killed.
Yeah.
Which supposedly they said that was supposed to be the end of general admission for concerts, but we still have general admission for concerts.
Yep.
So I don't know. I mean, was that just in Cincinnati that they ended general admission? Because we still have it. So
Yeah.
Freaks and Geeks. My favorite episode is the episode where he wants to be a drummer so badly, and he's like doing the whole thing with the dry ice, and you know him and what's his nuts Franco are trying to form a band and stuff like. James Franco. They're trying to form a band, but he's trying to like get an audition with his band.
I've never seen it.
That show only lasted 1 year, which was
it was only 1 year.
It was kind of sad because I expected more.
The next comment, Dan, they should have picked another song for that episode. I know exactly what episode he's talking about. But the song was Anna, Go to Him by Arthur Alexander. But unfortunately, the Beatles covered it too. So there's no way all these people wouldn't know that song.
Yeah.
It worked for me. It should have been another song that the Beatles didn't cover. Another Arthur Alexander song would have worked. It didn't have to be.
I think a funny episode is when Al Bundy goes to the UK or something. That was a pretty funny episode.
He almost gets arrested. They want to like freaking hang him and shit.
Yeah. Or when he tries to marry Vanna White.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. OG 90s Fresh Prince is classic. Yes, it most definitely is. Of course, the most emotional episode when he finds out that his dad is not coming to visit him. He's like, "Why doesn't he want me?" And he like falls in Uncle Phil's arms.
And then the most craziest episode is when his uncle finds out he was with Janice. He's like, "Oh."
Well, there's about 3 emotional episodes of Fresh Prince. One of them was that one. The other one was Will and Carlton went to an ATM and the guy pulled a gun and it shot and ended up shooting Will.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That one. I had totally forgot about that one.
Carlton got a gun and Will was like, say like, put down the, give me the gun. I saved your fucking life. Give me the gun and stuff like that. And so Carlton ended up giving him the gun. The other episode was, I think, Will Smith. He was trying to keep up in school, so he ended up taking uppers. And then I think Carlton was having a headache, so Will told him like, I have some aspirin in my thing, but Carlton ended up taking the uppers instead, and he ended up in the hospital. And then I think everybody was like praising Will, but at the end Will said like, No, he took uppers. Those were my uppers, and
Yeah.
and I think it was gonna give him like tickets to the Dodgers, something like that,
Mhm.
or Lakers, and so
Yeah,
that was like
also, that was a sad one. Also, the one where Hillary's fiance dies on TV. She's like watching it with her family. And
oh
he
yeah,
died.
helicopter.
Ooh, that's pretty sad. But the saddest one's always gonna be when he meets his dad, and he goes, "I'm gonna get me a bunch of honeys," and then he goes, "To hell with him." Yeah, I kind of remember some of that lines.
You know, when they were mentioning the pills right now, actually, that was the first like show that popped in my mind right now, Vinyl Kicks. The episode with Jesse, of course, with the speed.
Yeah.
You know, where she's taking all the caffeine pills.
Yeah.
You know, and she's like, "I'm so excited. I'm so scared."
Yeah.
It's like so dramatic. It was one of the greatest scenes.
Yeah. Little Lisa had a crush on Mario Lopez.
I'm so excited. That's Lisa. She's like, "I'm so excited. I'm so scared. Don't let me have the Big Mac." So
I haven't had a Big Mac in 3 years.
Okay.
So I always get the McChickens.
Let me see. Dan said, "Happy Days actually used Nat King Cole's brother, like Ike, for a song that Nat originally sang. For real. Guess the voices were pretty close."
I try to watch Happy Days. I watched
They
a few
were.
episodes.
I've seen the album. I might even have an Ike Cole album.
There was only one episode of Happy Days I really liked. Can you guys guess what episode that is?
Wherein Fonzie jumped and crashed into the chicken stand.
Nope.
Fun. I know which one it is.
When Fonzie jumped the shark.
Let's see if Lisa knows.
This has to do with Weezer Buddy Holly.
Yeah.
Oh my
I was gonna say the one that Weezer was in.
Yeah, Weezer comes out. He do Holly.
Yeah.
I still contend to this day that that's the best video ever made.
Well, Lisa played Arnold.
Nothing else even comes close.
No, I
That
played
is
River
the
Cuomo.
best video ever made.
Sorry, Al. The fish wasn't good tonight.
I mean, I was watching their concert. I was watching their concert and they were talking about Buddy Holly. The record company told them they need to put that song
So
on
he's like,
there.
yeah.
Originally, Rivers didn't want to put Buddy Holly.
That is like the best music video they ever did, and I think even they were like, how are we gonna do this? And
Are you going to top this? Yeah, we got to top that.
And
I don't
I
know.
think it was like River said, like, like, I really wanted to wear my glasses in that music video, but I had to take them off because I didn't want to seem like the other music video from Nirvana, the one where they were like trying to be the Beatles, and Kurt Cobain had like
I have no idea what that
glasses
show
on
is.
it, like Buddy Holly. So that's like the only videos where he's not wearing glasses,
Yeah.
Dan, which were you talking about? MXC Greatest LOL Show Ever. Give us a little bit more insight. I'm
have no
I'm kind of
idea.
lost there.
But I think a lot of that video comes from the episode with Susie Quattro. 'Cause I think that whole stage thing and everything is when Leather Tuscadero's playing. I think about half of that video comes.
I have a script that is signed by Pinky Tuscadero.
Wow.
Because it was given to me by, like I said, I was, that chick Cat. Her mother knew Pinky Tuscadero. And this is before like the whole shotgun incident and all that shit that she pulled afterwards. But I guess she had signed the script and given it to her. And it was, I think, the first episode she was ever on, it was a signed script. I have it somewhere in storage. I got to pull it out one of these days and I'll show it to you guys. But yeah, she signed it. It's like, it's probably not worth fucking spit. But still, it's kind of cool. Mork from Mork. Nanu. I remember I was so excited one year for Christmas because I got this little egg and it had a Mork action figure that went inside of it. It's like, it was like an egg and you would like open it up and you put Mork's action figure in and you would close it up and it had a little window and you can see me on Nanu. That thing's probably fucking worth money now. And I just fucking played with it in the dirt and shit. It's probably worth money now. Let me see. The Weezer episode is the dance contest episode from 1976.
Yeah, I know the
There's
lot.
different videos in it. Yeah, that's part of it. But when you see the band, I think that's Susie Quattro because the band stands there, and yeah, I'm pretty sure the video makes up a good part of it.
The only Mickey Mouse Club I know kicks is the '90s one. That's
Well,
what I
yeah,
grew up
you
on.
only know the new one, but I think he's talking about maybe like the Annette Funicello
No, I think
vintage
Kicks
Mickey
grew
Mouse
up with Kicks
Club.
grew up with the '90s one.
Well, I mean, but I
Timberlake.
think maybe Dan means maybe the vintage.
I've never seen the vintage one. I know
Mhm.
I'm going to hell, but I've never seen it. I've only seen the '90s.
Rhonda Shear from Up All Night was a regular on Happy Days before she went blonde.
Mm.
There you go.
Blonde, they do
Here we
blondes
go.
have
Dan
more
explains the Spike TV Most Extreme Elimination Show, Japanese game show with camping. Okay, now I get you. Okay, yeah, I
told
remember
you.
that show.
I told you there's a Japanese show where they eat things that determines if it's chocolate or not chocolate. You can
know
look
what
it
I?
up.
You know what show I used to like was what was it called? Silent Library. Is that the name of it?
Oh yeah, on MTV.
Yeah, yeah. I remember. It was like they had to be real careful not to go above like a certain volume.
Yeah.
If they went
Yeah.
above a certain volume, they would like get punished. But it was like, I used to like it. It'd be like, oh, like they would do stuff like they would like smash their heads. They'd be, oh. You see the sound meter go up and be like, oh,
Yeah.
Let's see.
Forward game is to now make a sound. Proceed.
I knew Mickey Mouse Club was the Pike Show, Dan. There you go. Yeah.
On YouTube or something. I'll like to see those again.
Excuse me. I remember that one. I don't remember Buzzkill.
I didn't watch MTV. After
Yeah.
MTV stopped showing videos, I stopped watching MTV.
I mean, I'll
Damn, so you stopped watching in 1982? I was kidding.
Yeah.
Scared.
Who was it who put that post about the T-shirt? I'm gonna buy that T-shirt. The one that says MTV, thank you for 40 years of. It says MTV 40th anniversary. Thank you for 14 years of music.
Yeah.
So like that.
Was it that much? I didn't think it lasted that long.
Yeah, it's like it's something like that. Like says like MTV 40th
It
anniversary.
lasted a
Thank
lot
you for
longer
14 years of music.
Let's see, from
From
1982.
And then VH1. But the cool thing was, once
Mhm.
MTV pretty much slowed down and then stopped doing music, VH1 got much cooler than
Mhm.
they started out. They started
Oh,
out
yeah.
just basically what I consider at the time old people's music. But by like the mid 90s, they were playing videos by Lush and people like that.
Mhm.
They got a lot more hip than they started out. And that's
Yeah,
what
VH1 did. Yeah. Vinyl Kicks. I remember MTV playing music videos on MTV2
Yeah.
during the 90s. I don't remember them playing music videos during the 90s on
They
MTV1.
played some, but at night especially, they went.
Mhm.
They basically stopped in 2003.
Mhm.
And then and
Mhm.
way too much rap for me too. And I was.
I mean, I still watch MTV. I like that show,
VH1 played
Catfish.
very little rap, if any, and they were just cooler. And then they started doing programs. But when they started doing programs, they were music programs. They would show music movies. They would have.
I mean,
behind the
excuse me.
scenes videos and whatever they else.
Well,
they
that would
had.
go for a lot of shows now, Dan.
yeah.
A lot of shows would be considered politically incorrect nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Some of the TV shows, like back then when Mary with Children was on air, some of the stuff they said back then probably wouldn't. A lot.
There's a lot of times I watch a lot. If you watch a lot of classic TV, well, like I'm sure,
Yeah.
me and Tim actually do. I mean, I'm pretty sure Pauline and I do. But like you watch a lot of classic like TV, yeah, you will cringe a lot because you look at it through like today's eyes. And Married with Children is one of those where you like kind of like watch it through today's eyes and you're kind of like, ugh.
I mean, All in the Family.
Oh my god!
All in the Family, definitely.
TV Land. There's a
Mhm.
disclaimer before every show that says this show may outdated, something that may offend day or something like that.
Oh yeah, especially All in the Family. Fuck, that was horrible. But you know what? The thing is that like I look at it for what it was.
Yeah.
It was a certain amount. It was a certain time in history, and I find it funny. I mean, it's the same thing. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
In defense of it, you couldn't do it today, but in defense of it, yeah, I mean, most of the stuff you go, oh my God, came out of Archie's mouth. but he was the bad guy. You should take that in that context.
Yeah.
It was wrong then, and everybody knew it was wrong then, and that was
Uh-huh.
the point. You laugh at this idiot, and he was the idiot. He was and that was the point of the show.
But to be fair, if you think about it, Tim, you want to go and you can say reverse racism on that. You had the Jeffersons and you had, Sanford and Son. They were doing the opposite of it. So they were making fun of Whitey.
Yeah.
So it's like you had them saying what they were saying about Whitey, and then you had
all kinds of stuff. And
Yeah.
I mean,
you can't even call it. You can't. Go
Hi,
the
Belle.
race route with All
Hey,
in the
Belle.
Family either, because
Uh-huh.
the Jeffersons was a direct spin-off of All in the Family. So you
I mean,
can't
yeah,
even,
the Jeffersons were on there too.
yeah,
Yeah,
on PC. Yeah.
I remember
spin-off
there
of
being
All in the Family.
I remember there being an episode of Sanford and Son where I think a guy went up and told Brad, "Hey, buenos dias, senor," and he turned around and he said, "Hey, beans and disease to you too."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of those shows you can watch them now, and you just like, sometimes like some of the jokes you turn and you go, ew, but you still laugh at them. So you're kind of like, you laugh and you're like, oh, fuck, I'm going straight to hell for laughing at that one.
Yeah.
But you're like, ew, but that's funny.
Yeah.
I can laugh at it
The words
because I'm
can't hurt me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let me see. Dan said, nothing beats Leave It to Beaver. That's just my favorite show ever. I used to like Leave It to Beaver, especially the whole Eddie Haskell thing.
I watched a lot of that in Mom Jail, and you know what?
Uh-huh.
It's way funnier show than you think it is.
Yeah,
it really
it is.
is.
Yeah.
It really is.
yeah.
I'm like, I can't believe how good this show was.
Hmm.
And it's
Yeah, it really
almost
was.
funnier when Beaver got older. You'd think it'd be funnier
Mm-hmm.
when he was a little kid, but it never got less funny. Even when Beaver grew up, it was still really
Yeah.
The thing is, when Beaver grew up, it just seemed like he was so underdeveloped when it came to like, life experiences. Like, even for his, that time period, it's like sometimes you'd be like, wow, gee, Wally, why Wally? And Wally had to be like, well, Beaver, that's what.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it's a really funny show. People should never put that show down if they haven't seen it, because it's
I saw it on
actually
Netflix.
very,
I
very
saw some of
funny.
it on Netflix.
I think the only show that I could really not get into was like a Family Affair. I could not get into that show.
It's hard. It's
And it has a very sordid history anyway, the whole
watch
cast.
The
But
Courtship of Eddie's Father these days either, and I thought it was okay when I was a kid, but I don't think I can watch it.
I don't think I've ever watched that show, unfortunately. The other show, Green Acres, I couldn't. I just
Green
couldn't
Acres
relate.
is funny. Green
You know?
Acres is way better than all the other shows. It's way better than Petticoat Junction, and it's better than what's the other one? There was 3 of them. But anyway, it's better than it's even better than Beverly Hillbillies, I think, because she is funny.
Yeah, but you got to think about it, Vinyl and Kicks. It's like, if you really think about it, there was reverse racism because, I mean, what's his face from like the Jeffersons?
Why don't racism is racism? I don't believe in reverse racism.
He hated
I think
Whitey.
Racism is racism.
Uh-huh.
And if you're a black person hating a white person, that's not reverse
Mhm.
racism. It's just racism. Hating anybody,
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay.
for
Fair
what
enough.
they are is racism. It doesn't matter what your race.
Okay, fair
is.
enough. I can buy
When I
that.
lived
Yeah.
in DC, what I saw was mostly black people hating on white people rather than
Mhm.
the reverse, and just dealt with it, But I never called it reverse racism. It's just
Good Times. Good Times was a spinoff from
this is
Maude.
politically correct, and then I'm going to leave, but not for that. But I have.
You know what
to.
else
I
is
gotta
a
go to
good
bed.
show?
I saw people of color getting away with way more stuff.
You know what
than
else is a
white
good show besides Good Times?
as far
What's
as
happening?
racism goes.
Mhm.
Yeah. What's happening with Rerun? Oh.
Good Times though was a spinoff from Maude.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be actually that she was Maude's maid.
Ah.
Yeah,
Is where I think that came from.
Which means it was a spinoff of All in the Family because Maude was a spin-off.
Yeah, because Maude was like what, the cousin or the
A lot
something
of
of
shows came from
Edith.
There's 5 or 6 shows at least that came from All in the Family.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I mean Archie Bunker's Place.
Yeah, Archie Bunker's.
Yeah. Well, Archie Bunker's Place was after like his wife died. Edith,
Yeah, Edith
was there an
died.
Edith?
Yeah.
You know what? There was one episode though of like All in the Family that was like, I think it was like one of the greatest episodes ever, and it was before they actually went to the spinoff of Archie Bunker's Place.
Yeah.
Because he goes upstairs and like after Edith dies, it's like he shows no emotion, and everybody's worried about him. They're saying, you know, Dad hasn't said anything, blah 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 blah. And he goes to bed, and he's going to bed, and I remember the episode specifically. I can't find it anywhere though. And he like sees one of her slippers. It's like barely like sneaking out from like underneath the bed, and he grabs it and he breaks down and has this total moment where he breaks down and he cries. You know, it was a pretty powerful moment. And I think that was like one of the last All in the Family shows before they went over to Archie Bunker's Place when he got the little girl and all that stuff. You know, he
Yeah,
adopted her.
Archie, the problem with All in the Family went almost the same route as MASH. It became not a comedy anymore. It became a drama.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
MASH.
Yeah.
MASH. I couldn't get into MASH.
It doesn't work that well. MASH, that half spot in the MASH. MASH started out as an all-out comedy, and by the end it was a drama.
I'm friends with the little girl
From where?
from Archie's Place.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you know
Sweet.
who she is?
I forgot what her name is, but I totally can see her face in my
Her name is
mind right
Danielle
now.
Griswold, and she's
There
the
you
one
go. Hmm.
that did the New Radicals. She was part of that band. She also wrote
Really?
Pocket Full of Sunshine and Unwritten
Okay.
for the Bedingfield. She also wrote for like other people like I forgot who else she wrote for. I know she did a lot of work with Melanie C, Jerry Halliwell, a lot of artists that
Uh-huh.
Greg Alexander wrote. I think she also sang backup on Murder on the Dance Floor and a lot of other stuff too.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. So.
I didn't either. I gotta go, guys. It's
Okay.
Okay. Good night, Tim. We
Bye,
shall
Tim.
see you later. I'll probably be on for just a little bit more, and then I'm
Nice
gonna go ahead
seeing you,
and
Lisa.
pop off.
Thanks for
Yeah,
dropping in.
Yes, I saw Tim and I was like, I gotta be here.
I got it.
Have a good sleep.
All right. Talk to you later, Tim.
Hey Tim.
Let me see what's happening. No, okay. What's happening? Great show.
Yeah.
I have the DVD set. You know, I don't think they ever. A lot of those shows, I don't think they came out with on Blu-ray because I think since a lot of those shows were shot on video, they can't be upgraded to like 4K or anything of that sort. So it's like they kind of like DVD's the best you're gonna get. I think the best transfer. But yeah, I do have what's happening. Favorite episode, of course, for me, the Doobie Brothers episode. Most definitely, where they turn around. It's a 2-parter. Where Rerun turns around and like decides to record the Doobie Brothers concert and bootleg it for that one guy. I forgot what his name is. The same guy who turned around and actually became the main character in Sanford Arms. So when Sanford and Son went off the air, they didn't know what to do. So they did this thing called Sanford Arms, which was basically a cousin of Fred Sanford moved into his house and made it some kind of like, you know, inn or something like that. I forgot how it works, but yeah, it was the same guy who was in that episode who played the bootlegger.
Yeah.
Some shit like that. Whatever.
I mean,
But anyways, you know.
What's happening is classic.
Yeah.
It's a classic show.
What's happening? Rerun, of course. Died of diabetes. Died very young, of course.
Yeah.
Scares the shit out of me, but you know, it is what it is. Archie found her one slipper that they missed when they cleaned that room, and he broke down. Exactly. She remembers the episode, though. It was so heart-wrenching. You were just like, you felt that shit. You know, you're just kind of like, you're like, ooh.
Because he rarely ever showed his emotions on his
Never
TV
showed
show.
emotion. Never. So, yeah, it was sad. You're just like, oh. Archie Bunker adopted Danielle, who went on to music with the New Radicals in the 90s. He's Demon Dan.
Dan knows a lot.
Yeah, Dan knows too. Danielle, she dyed her hair blonde. So
Yeah, she's a really cool person to talk to. Actually, today's actually her birthday. well, yesterday now, but the birthday. So I wished her happy birthday and stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm behind here. Look at Dan said, "What's happening to Dude Brothers bootleg episode?
Dan knows
Most
everything.
fucking famous one. That was the most famous episode. I know I'm behind here, but yeah, that's my favorite. So, I think what I'm going to start doing, I need to start doing this actually. For most of you people, start doing Twitch, where maybe we watch like old episodes of TV shows. That'd be pretty fucking cool.
You know,
I think we could do that on Twitch, as long as there's no as long as there's no nudity or anything like that. We can get away with anything on Twitch.
You know what came to my mind? The best episode of Married with Children is when Al Bundy builds this shopping cart and he makes it like a shark, and he goes and he's going against Darcy or Marcy, and they're in this grocery shopping contest. And so Al Bundy has this cart that has this like spike on the shopping cart, and he's going against her, and then he ends up getting hurt by his own shopping cart, and they won anyway, and he can't even enjoy his ham. Oh man, don't. That episode is hilarious, man.
Belle said, my favorite episode of What's Happening is when Dwayne sings I'm Your Handyman in School.
Oh, yeah.
I know that feeling because when I cleaned out my room after my husband died, I would break down when I saw a shirt or jacket. I'm sorry, Belle. Yeah, I mean, I totally get it,
No, I totally understand when you see something of a loved one that passed away, you're like, wow. You're like, wow.
Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, but, so, I mean, I'm thinking, I'm trying to, well, I've said this so many times before. I'm trying to be more consistent with my streams. I'm trying to do live streams, make sure, at least Wednesday.
Yeah.
If anything.
We should watch Wednesday. Welcome Back, Kotter, too.
I was watching some of that. Luckily, I pay for Prime Video, and a lot of those are on Prime Video.
I was watching Chico and the Man, too.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
it's just a lot of that shit you can't do on YouTube. YouTube will knock you down.
I mean...
So you have to do, like, private streams or go over to Twitch or,
I mean, we could even go as far as watching Hogan's Hero, but that's a...
I wasn't much for Hogan's Heroes.
Either.
Yeah.
Like, same with MASH. I wasn't much for MASH either.
What about when Jerry Mathers was a grocery store draw on Married with Children?
Oh, yeah. That was the episode.
Uh-huh.
That was the episode where Al Bundy built his shark cart.
Uh-huh. Would be cool to chat with you once again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm thinking, at least Wednesday night. Because Wednesday's a very convenient night for me to go ahead and go on stream.
Do Wild Wednesday. We'll go like Wild Wednesdays or Wacky
Wild Wednesday. Wild Wednesday. Wacky Wednesday. There you go. Wacky Wednesday. You see, Dusty, you go on lots of the same streams I watch. I mean, the main streams that I actually frequent would be Doc Dawkins, of course, Lisa. Lisa streams if she ends up going on stream. Yeah. I go to Mayo stream and I comment sometimes, but I'm not really a participant on the panel. Bizarro, definitely. Ryan Kidd and Dr. October. Yeah. Who else besides that? I don't think there's really too many other people.
I like Bizarro. I watch Royce. I watch.
Okay, Royce. Yeah, I go on Royce.
I
comment, but
I watch this guy called Dusty Buns. You might have heard of him.
Dusty Buns. I keep on hearing a lot about that guy. People keep on talking about like how sexy that guy is.
Yeah, he's pretty hot. I gotta admit, he's a pretty attractive guy. I like.
Yeah, they keep on saying how sexy he is. Look at Pauline's face, like, okay.
What? I'm not gonna lie, he's a sexy dude. Okay.
That was funny. Pauline's face is like, okay.
Well,
anyways.
Anyways, we know he's a sexy dude. Who else do I watch? Sometimes I watch Caitlyn.
You are welcome, Bear.
Yeah.
And then kicks Hogan's Heroes was like, it just wasn't too much for it.
Oh, and Jen, when Jen goes live, I watch her from time to time. When Jen goes live and Dave plays music, and of course Nathaniel Mars when he does his secret spins.
Yeah.
Enjoy that.
Lisa, That's Why Chico and the Man was a good show, and Welcome Back, Carter.
Yeah.
All the good shows were in the 70s, Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah.
Chico and the Man. There's not a whole lot of Chico and the Man available.
Yeah.
Even on streaming. I've tried to look it up on streaming. You can't find too much. Purchasing it on DVD, you can't find it. There's like compilations. I have one compilation, I think, somewhere where it's like they only give you like 4 episodes, but they're as far as like the full show. No, I think it's like probably tied up in litigation because of like Freddie Prinze Senior's estate. I think they just never settled it, so it's never been released.
I mean, there's some good shows in the 80s too, Belle. Miami Vice.
Yeah, but hey, Dwayne, welcome in. Hola, Dwayne. Hello. You go on Royce and Larry Graves. I've never been on Larry Graves. That's the Canadian Stud Muffin.
Yeah.
I've gone over there and watched a couple of times. I don't really comment too much. Rob Northern Revolutions? No, I've never been there. No.
I mean, there's people that go live and I watch them, but I don't really comment.
Sanford and Son, always the greatest Dwayne. We talked about that. I want my dad's records.
Yeah.
But that would be interesting though. I think like if we like did like maybe one day a week where we like went and watched maybe like 4 or 5 classic like television show episodes of like not the same show, but like, like different shows or something, like maybe one Sanford and Son, maybe one Partridge Family, maybe one this.
Mr. Ed.
Yeah. Okay, at least you're going kind of off. But anyways, yeah.
What?
I don't think we mentioned Mr. Ed.
My dad always watched that. That's how I know it. And you'd be stupid not to also put on Columbo. I had to be forced to watch that show as a kid. I did.
Okay.
Well, let me explain. My step-grandpa loved that show, so we always had to get home in time for it. I had no choice.
For my money, On the Buses and Barney Miller and Leave It to Beaver are my top 3 sitcoms. On the Buses, I've never heard of that.
No,
but
never either.
I will look it up.
Did you ever watch the Rockford Files?
Yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did.
That was my step-grandpa's favorite show, too.
I didn't like Miami Vice was my thing. Miami Vice was kind of like my mother's thing. She taped it every week.
Was she a John Johnson fan?
I don't know if she was or not. I just know that she taped it every week, and it seemed like I watched every episode because she would like be watching it on VHS or whatever. So, because of her work, she would have to tape it, and because I think it came out like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And she would already be in bed by that time, so.
Ooh, Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky and Hutch. I watched a lot of Starsky and Hutch. When I was a kid, I had a lot of Starsky and Hutch toys, which are probably worth a whole lot of money now,
Mm-hmm.
Not a fan, like I said, not a fan of Miami Vice, but like somehow I ended up watching all the episodes.
Well, as a kid, I watched it because they had it on.
Rockford Files are great. Yes, Starsky and Hutch was another good one. I still watch Rockford Files, reruns on TV now. I remember I had this record like way back in the day. It was it was from Kid Stuff Records. And I wish I could get a hold of a copy of it now because I played it over and over again. And on this record, it had like the theme to Star Trek, the theme to the Rockford Files, the theme to SWAT, the theme to freaking Soul Train, TSOP, the Sound of Philadelphia, whatever song. It had like all these theme songs on it. And I've tried looking it up to see if I could find it. I haven't been able to find it. I want to find a copy of it though.
I just thought of another show I watched when I was a kid. MacGyver.
I watched MacGyver. I watched some of it. I didn't watch a lot of it.
Quantum Leap.
Oh, Grizzly Adams. Come back. What was his name?
I don't know.
Remember Grizzly Adams? What was the name of the grizzly bear? Gentle Ben. What was his name?
Muncie or something.
Yeah, B. Muncie, Charles B. Muncie or something like that. That was his name.
He had the rooster.
Yeah, he had the rooster with his train, like kicking on his freaking chair and shit.
He's like, Hold a minute. My rooster's causing a ruckus on our stream.
Bro, if you're out there, you need to come back. We need you to come back. You were
Bro.
fucking awesome.
Bro, we need you, Kentucky Post Malone. Come back.
Yeah, Kentucky Post Malone. He was hilarious. He'd be all kicking it there, and he had that fucking rooster up on. I remember like Cap would like stress him out because he would have that Confederate flag in the background, and it was obvious he was not racist. But you know, like Cap was like all focused on, you know, he had a Confederate flag, and he like stressed him out about it and shit. He'd be like,
I mean,
oh,
Post Malone has a country album.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, he was supposed to actually premiere it tonight on YouTube.
What?
I didn't check it. Oh, Post Malone. Oh, I'm thinking of like Young Gravy. I'm sorry, my bad.
Oh, you like Young Gravy? I like that song that he did where he put the background music to
of course.
Never Gonna Give You Up.
I'm all. You want to do an OnlyFans video to like Young Gravy?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, Dan on the buses is a London network show from the early '70s. Hilarious but fast talking lines.
Oh.
Okay. Remember DKRP? Or you must be talking about WKRP.
Yeah.
In Cincinnati. We were talking about that actually a little bit earlier. We were talking about that actually.
I couldn't get into Xena Warrior Princess. I tried.
Quantum Leap and MacGyver were hella legit. Yeah, they were.
Exactly.
Quantum Leap I used to watch a lot of when I was younger.
Scott Backus.
Yeah.
Hella legit.
Scott Bakula.
Backus.
BJ the Bear was not into it, you know, and the spin-off Sheriff Lobo. Now, I used to watch a show called, was it Convoy? I think it was with the same guy from Sheriff Lobo. But they, like, used to, or was it, what the fuck was the name of the show? They had this truck. It was a Peterbilt truck. And it was green and white. And I forgot what the name of the TV show was. But I remember having a model of the truck, and me and my dad put it together. You know, I forgot the name of it was.
How could we forget one of the most, I don't know if it's safe to say if it's cheesy, or you don't want to admit you watch it, but Knight Rider.
That was pretty awesome. Yeah. Xena Warrior Princess and Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. I remember Xena Warrior Princess. Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman did not watch it. Hello, Larry. Did not watch it.
Yeah, I remember that
Square
show.
Pegs. Watched a lot of it. That is so freaking 80s.
That is one of Sarah Jessica Parker's first roles.
Yeah, it was. There's a whole episode on Devo, which I wonder if Pilmer. I'm sure Pilmer's seen it. You know?
I mean.
But there's a whole episode on like Devo where she's supposed to be like one of the girls having a birthday party and she's having Devo there. So, you know. But anyways. The Jeffersons.
Classic.
Most definitely. Mama's Family. Definitely.
Yeah.
As a non-white Southerner, I didn't like seeing that Confederate flag at all. Yeah, some people did not like seeing it. I mean, I know that, like I said, it was like, you know, Cap kind of like really pushed him on it and shit, you know? But I don't think the kid really was like, that was what he was trying to represent.
No, he
type
didn't
thing,
know.
but,
he was like a teenager at the time.
Kolchak the Night Stalker, I remember that also. Yeah, Night Gallery, remember that? Last episode, one of the last performances of Joan Crawford was on Night Gallery.
Kolchak, yeah, I remember that.
Taxi, I fucking love the episode where Jim is going for his driver's license, and he keeps on trying to ask him a question. He's like, "What does a yellow light mean?" He's like, "Slow down."
Yeah.
What does a yellow light mean? He's like, slow down. What? It was freaking hilarious. Hawaii Five-0, never watched it.
I never watched it, but I've seen like previews of it.
Taxi was great. You know that Lisa is roughly the same size as Danny DeVito.
I'm roughly the same size as Andy Kaufman too.
Andy Kaufman, no, Danny DeVito, you're roughly the same size.
You know what?
Taxi,
one time, someone asked me if I was actually 4'0".
There it is. Dan just got it. Claude Akins Moving On is the Trucker Show from 1975. That was the name of the show. I remember I had a model of the truck. It was a Peterbilt truck. It was green and white. And I remember I built it with my dad. Me and my dad put it together. Yeah. It was called Moving On. There it
Dad
is.
knows a lot.
Yeah. Let me see. Knight Rider. Yes. Yes, most definitely. Let me see. How about Jim eating a hash brownie and suddenly looking like... Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just a moment. I have to use the little boy's room. I'll be right back, people.
I will talk to you about TV shows. Kolchak, classic. I love Telly Savalas. Why did Telly Savalas come to my mind? But he did. When it comes to TV shows, I watch a lot of reruns when I was a kid. MASH. Gilligan's Island. I Love Lucy. You guys remember that show called Chips with Eric, what's his name? I forgot the guy's name now, but Chips. That was like a show in the 70s, I think, or the 80s. The $6 Million Man. Yeah, Lee Majors. Okay, bye, Paulina. I'll keep this show going for, like, who knows.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Eric Estrada. Yes. What other shows can we think of? Let me think. You know, let's talk about modern shows. When it comes to modern shows, I like 6 Feet Under. I liked House MD when that show did run for a little while. Criminal Minds. I like some of the medical shows that they had on. Like I liked Private Practice. I liked The Resident. I think that was a medical show. I tried to get into those Chicago shows, Chicago MD, Chicago PD, Chicago Fire. I swear, like, what next? Chicago. And then one show that I'm trying to get into, and it's kind of hard and everybody's been talking about it, The Bear. The Bear is a show about a guy who's opening up a restaurant. The guy who's in it, Jeremy Allen White, was in a TV show called Shameless. And I've heard so much about The Bear. It's on Hulu. Tried. Maybe I'll give it another chance, but yeah, The Bear. Yeah, I like The Ranch is a fuck up show. I watched that 70s show, and then I watched that 90s show. I watched like 3 or 4 episodes of it, and then I stopped. But like in terms of modern shows, I'm surprised that Grey's Anatomy is still live or still on air, because to be honest with you, Grey's Anatomy seems like it's been on forever. It's like they must end the show soon. Yeah, 6 Feet Under is great. The Goldbergs didn't really get into it. I mean, I never really, like, sat there and watched it. Also really liked, or I kind of think another good show, I watched a little bit of, is Californication. That's a show with David Duchovny. I believe he's in that show. What else? Thinking what else is a good show. Andy Griffith, classic. I watch some reality TV shows. Catfish. Jersey Shore. 600 Pound Life. It does exist. It's on Netflix. 600 Pound Life, Tammy Slayton and her family, Mama June, Real World, Amazing Race, but I think that show's not on anymore. Survivor, Fear Factor. What else? I'm thinking, what else did I watch? To tell you the honest truth, I watched Friends so many times, but I just never really gravitated to Friends, but I watched it. I mean, my favorite episode of Friends has to be the Chandler turkey episode. Yeah, I get it. The 70s was great. I just think there's good shows from each decade. And, there's bad shows. Now, the last show that I really gravitated towards was Shameless. Shameless is about this family that lives in the south side of Chicago, the Gallaghers. So, there's Frank, who's the matriarch of the family, and he always fucking gets drunk. And then there's Monica, the mom. Frank and Monica have Ian, Debbie, Lip, Fiona, Liam, Carl, and they live in the south side of Chicago. Now, they're not rich by any means. And Frank, is always drinking, so Fiona, most of the time, had to go and raise her kids. I mean, not her kids, her siblings. The show was crazy. And to tell you the honest truth, the UK version is more funnier than the US version, because the US version is adapted from the UK version. And, they took a lot of the UK version of Shameless, and they modeled the US version after it. Let's see what else.
Okay, I went ahead and took off my glasses. My eyes were starting to bother me.
Went to bed. It's just me and you.
Sweet. So we can hang out for a little bit more. So
I'll just tell you something, Dan. Seinfeld is a show I didn't care too much for. But it was always on TV when I was a kid, so I watched it, of course.
Okay, $6 Million Man. I used to have a lot of toys from the $6 Million Man. Don't really remember watching too many episodes of it.
Yeah.
But I did I was into the whole Bigfoot thing and everything else and stuff like that. So, Eric Estrada, one of the main good-looking guys in Chips. Tried to model my whole life after it. I'm just kidding. Chips filmed all over California.
Yep, they filmed where I live too.
Let me see, so many good shows. I like The Ranch, but Danny Masterson, his whole fucking case fucked everything up.
Yeah.
6 Feet Under, one of the greatest shows ever, alongside Oz and The Sopranos and The Wire.
You ever
Definitely.
You ever watch Californication?
Californication, another fucking awesome show.
David Duchovny's
Goldbergs, I love. That is one of my shows that I'll watch when I'm sick and I'm in bed. The Goldbergs reminds me so much of my life, and stuff like that. So yeah, love the Goldbergs. And then of course goes Kitty. He's trying to get out.
I like The Middle. I watch a lot of The Middle. Yeah.
Let me see. Andy Griffith, reality shows. Not too much for too many reality shows.
You know what I watch? I told him I watched 600 Pound Life, Tammy Slayton. I watch.
She actually had. She had the sleeve, didn't she?
Yep.
So now she's actually losing a whole lot of weight.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what kind of reality shows I watch? The guilty pleasure ones. Little People, Big World. Yeah. All TL. Let me tell you. Well, because I'm little. That's why you like Little People.
Roseanne, there you go. I was about to say some of the like major shows that I have, like one of the ones that I have on DVD is like, okay, like this one right here. This is pretty awesome. I bought this box set probably like years ago. But the thing I didn't like about these, I have this one. I also have the one that was actually made for Sanford & Son. Really, really cheap packaging. The transfer is not bad. The transfer is pretty good. But I just didn't like the way it was packaged. They packaged it pretty sloppily. You know, it's like you're kind of like, you have these sleeves. It's Mill Creek, so it's like you have these sleeves. They're kind of like, yeah, it was not the greatest packaging.
No.
Definitely not. Let me see what else I have here.
They did the same with the Monkeys DVDs.
This is like the definitive. This has got to be like the definitive version of the show. Because, I mean, they don't have a Blu-ray or 4K. They probably never will. Because the thing is, you have to understand, in order to go to Blu-ray and 4K, it has to be from film. So if it's from video, they're not able to do it. So, yeah. So this is probably like the best. It has like every single, like, you know, pretty much every single freaking season of it. So I think I got this one for like $10 used on eBay. Yeah, so it has every single episode. So that was pretty fucking awesome. Happy with that one. This, though, somebody was mentioning it earlier. This is the definitive set. The Wonder Years. This is the Time Life one. Okay. The Time Life one is the one that has all of the music restored. This one, I don't know if it's going to be worth money in the future, but I know it came out in two different versions. It was this version, and then it was a version that came out that was, it looked like it was in a little locker. You know, so there was this one, and then the one that came in a little locker. I just opted for this one when it came out, so I bought this one years and years ago. But yeah, all the music is restored on this one. Was so fucking lucky I got this one. So very happy to get it.
Kitty, go watch the presidential debate.
For real.
For real. Oh, I love. Let me talk about the Little Rascals in our gang. So, I've watched so many episodes of that. And it's amazing how they got those kids to act. And one of them actually was called Frogger because he has a voice that sounds like Frog. And then they had one character named Porky, of course. But my favorite was Spanky. I love Spanky. You'd think I was going to say Alfalfa, right, people? You thought I was going to say Alfalfa. Although Alfalfa's great. He died young. The guy who played Alfalfa, he died at 32. He died because he was fighting over a dog or something, and someone shot him.
Well, they say supposedly what happened was he had actually had a dog that was lost, and then he paid a $50 reward to have the dog returned. And then when the owner came to pick up the dog, the owner did not want to reimburse him for the $50 that he had paid to get the dog back. So he got into an argument with the owner of the dog, and the owner of the dog trying to say, "Give me your dog, give me my dog, or else." He kept on saying he wanted $50. So what happened was he let the guy take the dog. One night he gets drunk, says, "Fuck that, I want my $50 for the dog." Goes over to the man's house. Man shoots him.
Yeah.
That's how it went.
Stymie's great. Weezer.
Stymie before Spanky and Alfalfa era was great, most definitely. Yeah. The thing is, I think there's no way to ever really get like a definitive collection of like the Little Rascals. There's so many different eras, and there's so many different like.
The best episode, one of the best episodes of Little Rascal, is when they're getting robbed or somebody's getting robbed, and they think it's babies, but it's not babies. It's midgets pretending to be babies.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
It's Lisa's pretending to be babies.
Pretending to be a baby. That's how they sounded.
But anyway, people, I've been here for 5 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and jump off the stream. I'm going to go ahead and see you guys later. Thank you all for being here. Dan, Vinyl, and Kicks
nice
Bell.
To see everybody.
You know, everybody who was here.
Love.
I still have 11 people here, but you know what? Love y'all. Dwayne, everyone who's watching. I will probably be back Wednesday.
Yep. Sounds good.
Wednesdays are pretty much stocked when it comes to like, vinyl community, music, whatever else.
Yeah.
Saturday and Sunday are stocked. Saturday, tomorrow is Bizarro. Bizarro has a stream tomorrow. He's doing a full album spotlight. Yeah. Highly urge you guys to go check that out. So,
yeah,
most definitely. Sunday, of course, is the battle of all the streams.
Yeah.
So I don't even bother doing Sunday streams.
No.
Maybe I could do a Sunday afternoon stream, but I don't like going against people and stepping on people's toes. I know that Doc likes to do Sunday afternoons, so I don't know.
No.
Maybe an early stream on Sunday. Who knows? Maybe. I'm kind of popping up when I want to for now until I feel around and see what I want to do.
Yeah.
He's
popping. He's popping.
I'm popping around, see what I want to do. So
he's popping fresh.
Well, later, Violent Kicks later, Dwayne. So good night, everybody. See you guys later. Bye.
Good night, Belle.